He said he might redo all of his art last stream. Close, but no cigar. I said the art might get redone. Unfortunately, over the past few years, I just haven't really drawn much, so I haven't gotten better at drawing. So I don't think I could meaningfully improve on what I want improved, you know? It'd be nice if I had the time. Early? You'll live. You'll live. Um, I got like no sleep last night, and then I took forever to get out of bed in the morning anyway. But on the plus side, a couple of orders came in that I actually made a while ago, and I got some from Imogene. I showed the shirt off with the design. I got a tank top, which I'm wearing now, which is super. It's super basic tank top, but it feels really nice. And I got a pair of gym shorts with like the liner, and I've never had a pair of gym shorts with the liner before. You're not supposed to wear them with underwear, right? The kind where you know what I mean, like the underwear is in the shorts, you know? Um, and oh my God, they are so goddamn. All the clothes that I wear now are like, you know, heritage, men's, cotton, heavy weave, da da da. They're like 1 ounce, man. It's crazy. The tank top is back, baby. It's true. I did used to wear a tank top streaming an awful lot, and it's just because back when I was first streaming, the room would get really hot because again, computers belch out a lot of heat when you're streaming, and just wanted to survive. No underwear with gym shorts. No, no, no. Specifically, gym shorts that have a liner. Like you have that. Swim trunks have that. A lot of men's swim trunks have liners in them because you don't want to wear your underwear going into the ocean or whatever, because then you get out and you put on your regular pants and your underwear is soaked, you know? You still want a liner so your junk doesn't fly around everywhere. Sourdough baking stream today. Oh, you know it. You know it. Man, I am you know that meme where the happy 1950s couple is walking down a boulevard by the beach and they're being the whole boulevard is being like propped up by all the like dying soldiers, all the infantrymen who are like lying in their own guts on the beach, okay? That's me enjoying my day, and the infantrymen in their guts, that's the cats. Because I went out to the living room and found the desiccated remains of 3 giant house spiders um, that the cats had annihilated, presumably sometime while I was sleeping, you know? They fight an unending battle to keep us safe. Thankfully, giant house spiders are harmless. Giant isn't really big. That's their name in Seattle. All over Washington. They're the giant house spider. Totally harmless. Totally harmless. Spiders, you know. Won't stop the cats from going at them. Or me. How giant? They can get pretty big. They can get pretty large. Find a Okay, wait. Giant house spiders, Seattle. Because I know there's a few variants. I feel like I'm not seeing reliable images here. This one's what, 7 centimeters? Hold on. I don't know. I just found a picture. Okay, this seems a little bit more representative, I guess. They're not like they're not like giant, but they're pretty big as house spiders go. I think I'd have a breakdown if I saw that. Well, they're all over the place here. Like all over the place. So keep that in mind. Also, I live in a kind of like verdant area, you know? Um, there's a lot of greenery. So it's spider season in Seattle right now, you know. It's the summer is winding down It's bound to happen. They're insane poisonous? No poison. Totally harmless to us. Totally harmless. That's the one price Seattle pays for no other bug problems. The only two spider species here that are even remotely dangerous is there's the yellow something something spider. I don't remember what it's called. Um, I don't remember its name. It's like, it might agitate you if it bites you, like you'll get a rash or something. And then, of course, we have the black widow. The yellow sac spider, thank you, the yellow sac spider. And we have the black widow. But the black widow's everywhere. The black widow is all over, you know, the Americas, I think, so. Don't you get brown recluse up here? Nope. I mean, there might be like one or two or something. Adam Friedland is visually unappealing? Oh, where'd that come from? Also, I think he's cute. Not in that way, you know, I just think he's a style together. I like what he's doing with his, like, public access talk show kind of vibe. Did you see Taylor Lorenz expose somebody? Wait, what is this? You've read your last article. Wired. What happened to freedom of information, man? What happened to tech accessibility? How often do I even read Wired? Don't worry, I got you. You're so fast. You rootin' tootin' cowboys are always so fast in the draw. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party. Only $8,000 a month? Jesus Christ. Kamala Harris raises and then somehow manages to spend billions in a 3-month presidential campaign, and you're putting up 5-figure, like, content creator buyout salaries? Jesus Christ. They have to siphon the rest off to themselves. Yeah, I guess it's not cheap paying for the salaries of 50,000 consultants in DC. Oh my God. $8,000 a month for one person is crazy, though. Not really. Not for this level of. Remember that when it was found out that there was that one YouTube channel that was paying Tim Pool and a few other far right content creators, like, what was like $1 million a year? How much was it? An obscene amount of money per year. It was like $400,000 a month or some shit. Yeah, ridiculous for like one video a week. You know, it's like not like insane. Secretive program aimed at bolstering democratic messaging on the internet, but the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings, mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments, restrictions on what kind of political content the creators could produce. Let me guess, you can't criticize Israel. I'm just gonna pitch it. I'm just gonna pitch it. Let me guess, you can't criticize Israel. That's my guess. Or probably they felt in some like PR bullshit kind of way, you know, like, you should, criticisms offered to Israel should be done with full respect of the, you know, the party line. Should we send a joint email, or are they just going to send everything separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio. Vosh, I do not recommend we take this article at face value. Okay, we're like one paragraph into it. Why? I mean, we have to we have to read it before we can. I mean, in what way? Wired's pretty. They put out some good stuff. Admittedly, Taylor Lorenz, I think, has at times demonstrated less than spectacular political Pac-Man response. You want me to take Pac-Man over a Wired article? Is your Is your dissent here because Pac-Man disagrees? I mean, we can take a peek. We can take a peek. Where's your 8K payout from the DNC? Honestly, they would never give it to me. Pac-Man's on the list, yeah. The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. Ultimately, the group didn't really make much progress. Vibe the email, it's going to change. I don't feel strongly about pushing TBH. Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who had been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite. Okay. Posted to the chat. They aren't going to modify anymore. Seems like it's take it or leave it. $8,000 a month is so little for this kind of buyout. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. Joe Biden snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. That's true. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. The party had failed to successfully navigate a new media landscape. Look, there's just no... You can hem and haw about Hassan being a fair-weather friend to the Democrats in the best of days, but there is no arguing the fact that Democrats have gotten absolutely dog-walked by Republicans when it comes to cultivating relationships in new media. Like, it is insane that Democrats still think that, like, pitching an idea on MSNBC or something is how you get information across these days. Or these embarrassing initiatives they come up with every 6 months about, like, appealing to young people and their ideas like, well, what if we gave another few million over to consultants who will tell us to, I don't know, whatever next year's version of Skibbity Toilet will be, okay? Or maybe 10 years ago. Like, they're always out of date. Now Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, Jesus fuck Umbrella? Raccoon City? Why does this sound so evil? Funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. Sure, why not? Okay. Jesus Christ. We love a political scandal with real lore. Maybe they have a Dummatresk. That would be worth it. The program kicked off last month. That's how long it took for this to fall apart. And creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they would be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Okay, that's what I want to hear about. I should be clear, by the way, I have no problem with the Democrats or any Democrat affiliate groups funneling money into new media influencers. I have no issues at all with that. I think that's cool. I think that ideally this should be done totally transparently. In reality, it's not always that simple. I know that sometimes there's going to be a degree of obfuscation, and you have to be a little realistic about that. But the devil's in the details, you know? But it seems like this was a big overreach with a pithy amount of money for little gain with a bunch of clauses attached. I mean, we'll see. Let's see. Some receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, like Olivia Juliana, Lauren Piretra, Brett Adair, Susan Lambert, Sandra Jennings, David Packman, Leigh McGowan, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus about the 1630 Fund financing opportunity this spring. They were told Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online, and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact. Why was this being done? Like, what was the push? This started last month? Like, what's the operation? What's the goal? What are you trying to get the word out about? What's the ideal? Like, a little late to affect the election. Just another dart being thrown at the board? Following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Holy shit, red flag. Oh my god. Anytime you want to talk to, so in practice, anytime you want to talk to like a young upstart progressive Democrat, you have to go through Chorus first. You lose your funding. You get financially dependent on them, and it's like, oh, you're axed out of the. Is that why they're doing this now? Paranoia because of Zoran? They're like, oh shit, Zoran actually got like a big boost from being able to attract the attention and like affirmation of, you know, independent left-leaning online media. So if we preemptively grab up those people and make them financially dependent on us, then maybe we can incentivize them to not do that. Vosh is leaving so much on the table and is saved because he doesn't talk to others in the space. Hey, listen, if you have insider deets, spill the tea, sis. Come on, let us know. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them. Send Wood creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Zoran, oh, there you go, and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Eee. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. Oh my god. For all of this for 8,000 a month. Holy shit, like they are demanding everything. Your fucking soul. Vosh, that's a flat out lie. Hello, person who earlier sent the David Pacman video. So your contention is that Wired obtained copies of the contract that was sent out to multiple content creators online and is lying about the contents of that contract, which could be posted and thereby entirely delegitimize the article? Like, I'm not saying it can't happen. Stuff like that has happened. I wouldn't expect that from Wired, though. Like, just they get the contracts, then just flat out lie. They add a clause. They just make it up out of whole cloth. Look, we'll take a look at the Pac-Man video afterwards, okay? But calm yourself. I'm sure we'll scrutinize it when we're done reading. Don't you smiley face at me. You're messing with powers you can't even begin to comprehend. Smiley facing at me. The audacity. The contracts viewed by Wired prohibit standard partner disclosures, declaring their creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. It's so scummy, like on every level. Jesus. The Federal Election Commission declined to comment. You'd think they'd leap on this. The creators have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month? What the hell? There's work involved? You're already selling your soul out to these people and you have to go to fucking Sunday Mass in addition to it? Holy shit. Hate working for money? The money isn't for the work. The money is to buy them off. That's crazy. I don't know, man. You got to get in deep with that one. It's like the difference between a policeman accepting a bribe to look the other way and then the guy who offered him the bribe saying like, "Okay, now pick up my fucking laundry, bitch," and spitting on his shoes afterwards. Like it's crazy. What the fuck? The disrespect. Ethical concerns. Says that it's predatory. Da da da. Okay, I think we get the gist. I think we get the gist. Eventually, the creators in the group chat agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us, Orlands, a creator who was offered $8,000 a month, said in the group chat. Some influencers for Chorus Creator Incubator Program were offered as little as $250 per month, according to one creator who declined to accept the deal, while others were offered membership into the Amplifier cohort. Oh, fuck. They have goddamn MLM tiers. Oh, boy. See, I'm sorry. No, you're $8,000 a month was what you could make up to once you enter our Diamond Shill program. You need to make 70 videos praising Netanyahu first, or something, type shit. The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include economic equity, affordable health care, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. Founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch Network, Koch Network, I always forget how to pronounce his name, and under Trump it has soared. That's great. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million. Money like that, and they're offering $250 a month, man. Big money donors, which of course they're not required to disclose. Thank you, thank you. Still one of the top spending politically oriented nonprofits in the entire country. Damn, they're getting into the news here. They're doing investigative journalism. Maybe Wired is the Walter Cronkite of the modern age. Already, creators in the program are creating good content together in a new weekly series called Good News in Politics. Oh, no. Hold on. No, on your time. That's fine. Well, you figure that out. 6 creators in the program share a collaborative video running through political wins. No? Oh, it's Instagram. Ah! Okay, it didn't autoplay audio. That's good.
Officially announced that he's running for Senate in 2026. This is a man who has never lost an election since he entered politics in 1986. Let's go.
United Health is facing criminal and civil investigations for their Medicare bill.
Oh, fuck. It's exactly what you'd expect it to be.
Billing practices.
Homicide rates are hitting record lows in major U.S. cities.
A man who admitted to being a fascist during a debate with Mehdi Hassan was fired from his job.
Oh, it's just them reading out Twitter headlines. Oh, man. Stay for 2 minutes of wins of the week. Follow these creators, bring you hope instead of doom scrolling. Is that really bringing you hope? A Nazi who debated Mehdi Hassan, who, by the way, hey, Democrat Aligned Media, do you really want to give clout to Mehdi Hassan? You know what he has to say about you? Got fired and then raised like $40,000 from sympathy donations. Is that really like the slop content? Democrat slop content. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazela, who's running for Congress in Illinois, I've heard about this, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her consent. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer be used for fundraising purposes. It's kind of ironic because I have a feeling that Chorus would prefer that people on their payroll don't interview people like Kat Abugazela, you know? Just a suspicion that I have. Several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout that controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, Ali O'Brien, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new Creator Incubator program. Why do they call it the Creator Incubator program, man? Also, yeah, of course they're doggedly defending Chorus. They've been integrated into the shill tier. What the hell? Oh, here they're talking about Tenet Media. The $500,000. Damn, that's fucking grim. Okay, I guess by like excessive, one might even say kind of annoying demand, I have to look at the David Pacman response to this. The video is, oh, this is from 1 hour ago. Oh shit, this is like, is it drama? Am I doing ongoing drama? Is that what I'm doing now? Is the drama right behind me? We can fly now? They're trying to take us down. Okay, well, I mean, I'll hear a counter.
All right, I was not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama. I hate the circular firing squad that
It's like I'm watching a video of mine.
Often builds on the left. But it's really important that my audience know what's going on, so I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday, and the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus. And I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David, is the DNC telling you what to say? How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing.
Okay.
And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can...
Okay, I
make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing the, well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears.
As we can see, I'm not subscribed, so I'm not engaging in any disingenuous posturing right now. I came here with an open heart and an open mind. Hell, chat linked me the article.
From me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. It's for years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections.
Again, like the big divide here that's going to keep getting the Democrats shot in the foot over and over is that for the Democrats, they will not tolerate dissent. Like the Republicans essentially bought out, either explicitly or implicitly, Joe Rogan, basically the #1 content creator who does politics, but Joe Rogan right now is criticizing Donald Trump pretty regularly. They didn't demand some kind of like undying contract of fealty where Joe Rogan could never say anything critical of Israel or whatever. They basically gave him creative leeway to do what he wanted, but they still got pretty favorable coverage from Joe Rogan. And there were points where Joe Rogan's coverage of Trump and especially Elon Musk went from like positive chud viewing to glowing. Like there were points, I think, at least in the segments that I watched, where Joe Rogan's coverage of them came across as like very compromised, you know? Obviously he's an idiot in the best of days, but you know, there's still sometimes a difference, right? But with the Democrats, it's like you have to be in ideological lockstep with them. Unfortunately, this is one element of the, like, this is the nugget of truth to the argument that like there is not any ideological unorthodoxy allowed on the left. But it's not the left, it's the Democrats, right? Like the Democrats need you to basically be on board with everything. You're not really allowed to be a dissenter in any issues, not meaningful ones. Would you be okay with things like this if they didn't defend Israel, for example? No, because like the problem is that the entire DNC sucks and sold us the fuck out. That's the problem. It's not just Israel, man. Like that's a big part of it. To me, like continuing to defend and lie to defend in obvious genocide. Just like, there's no arguing this, man. It's obviously happening, but constantly they fall upon the sword for obscure, economic and political and social reasons that have nothing to do with the interests of their base. Democrats overwhelmingly believe that Israel is committing a genocide. But like, the DNC sucks. They suck strategically. They suck ideologically. They're bad at appealing to their base and not their base. They suck at everything they do. So unfortunately, the reason why there are left liberals online who are more popular than the Democrats, who have that energy that they don't, is because they understand where the Democrats fail. And therefore, any attempt to co-opt their energy from the Democrats will fail, because once you take away the criticisms of the Democrats, you take away the authenticity that makes them better. It's like I said with Mamdani and Cuomo, okay? You can try to ape Mamdani's energy as much as you want. It's not possible. And it's not just because Mamdani is charismatic and very good at what he does. He is exceptional as an individual. But it's also because his exceptional personal skills are informed by a set of beliefs that Cuomo can't have and can't pretend to have. And that's it. There's no matter how much Cuomo like hems and haws and pretends to be upset that Mamdani's occupying a rent-controlled apartment rather than like a homeless woman or something, it all rings totally insincere, because nobody actually believes that Cuomo cares more about the homeless than Mamdani. Nobody buys it. You can have all the money and you can have all the prestige and all the name recognition in the world, but at the end of the day, politics is about fire. It's about popularity. It's about convincing people. And the Democrats are shockingly unconvincing. They are so bad at the politics part of politics. If the Democrats could have their way, they would automatically win every election, not to be dictators, but so they could be incompetent bureaucrats for the rest of their lives, unmoored from the expectations of regular elections. They could just sit in their chairs indefinitely and fiddle with buttons, sort of make marginal tweaks from the outside. Anyway, sorry, that's my grandstanding.
Because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period.
The extremely wealthy super PAC that's aligned with the Democrats. This is just how money moves. Of course, something like this wouldn't happen like directly from the DNC coffers. It would be from a PAC. Why would they would take advantage of the obfuscation you would get by running the money through a super PAC. Like that, this means that's like saying that the Republicans aren't aligned with something being backed by like Murdoch or Co-Media because it's technically a super PAC and not being directly funded by the GOP. That's ridiculous.
Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content.
It is very possible that because David Pakman is an exceptionally large content creator, they might have given him a separate contract. They said they obtained copies of the contract, meaning that they got copies from the people they talked to who were willing to disclose. It's possible that David Pakman just got a different contract. He might be getting paid more. He might have less ties than him. It wouldn't surprise me, though. I mean, the man's got like a huge number of subscribers. It would make sense to me. Also, let's be fair. David Pakman isn't exactly a loose cannon cop who at any moment could break with the DNC party line. I'll put it that way. He's not exactly a high-risk agent if you wanted to give him money and then not specifically stipulate that he not step against the DNC party line. Could probably assume that fairly.
I've never covered a story because Chorus suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because Chorus suggested I not do it. There is no content relationship of any kind. So what does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on multiple platforms the way
They pay people $8,000 a month to give them classes on how to be better YouTubers. No stipulations. Did you see other people's contracts? I mean, have you seen other people's?
I've been doing successfully for decades. They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing.
Okay.
They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions who contact you? They do legal trainings so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now,
I mean, he's large enough that it probably wouldn't really be an issue with him, I imagine. That would be my guess. I'm not even accusing him of lying. I'm just saying, like, his contract might have been different, and I sincerely doubt he's been shown the contracts of other people. But the idea that an organization like this would pay out salaries to so many people for no reason other than to improve their ground game, you know? Like, just, oh yeah, get out, make content better, you know? Be a better YouTuber. Probably not.
I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other, most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about
Is that a circular firing squad? It seems to me like an article exposed something that seems pretty shady and also seems right up the Democrats' alley. Like, it's pretty easy to imagine anybody, any super PAC associated with the Democrats, the kinds of people who are willing to dump tens of millions of dollars into funding the Democrats through PACs, like, that they would go, yeah, we should, like, get the good content creators to, you know, grow in prominence, the ones who won't speak out against us. We know the Democrats do stuff like that. I mean, in fairness, all political parties do to some extent or another. I just think that Democrats aren't very savvy about it.
What's happening. Now, let me go to another aspect of this. I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh,
I'm out. This is bullshit smearing. Man, what the hell? This is why you can't do drama, man. You can't even talk. I feel like I'm speaking pretty neutrally. I'm not even accusing him of lying. I'm just saying he was probably given a favorable contract. If what he's saying is true, it definitely seems more likely to me that somebody with over 3 million YouTube subs would be given a different, more favorable, less restrictive contract than for Wired to lie about a clause in multiple contracts they received, when we already know there are differences between those contracts, because Wired said that there were some that got $8,000 a month, some that got only $250 a month. So we know these contracts differ person to person. They're not all the same contract. So I you know, it's, if I was a shady Democrat, you know, operation looking to target content creators and, you know, pay them off and make them amenable to me, I would not go after David Pacman thinking he could be swayed or bought with $8,000 a month. He probably makes quite a bit more than that.
oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022, it must have been because Chorus told you to.
Damn, he still got that in his head, though. Because I forgot it, but now I remember his take on Bolivia. That's crazy. That was like a fucking whip. That's like deep lore. If you asked me, I don't even remember what it was about. I just remember that there was some kind of contentious take about Bolivia from like 6 years ago. God, I wish I had a better memory, man. I would have the receipts lined up. I'd be like, remember that funny expression you made in that video in 2023 when somebody mentioned the possibility of future funding to Democratic candidates? very suspicious.
Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group, this thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that, maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David, not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group. And now
Did I skip over that or did I read that? I don't recall that. Brian Tyler Cohen is, and I apologize, I'm not trying to like flatten here, similar to Pac-Man with respect to the like toes the party line Democrat stuff, right? I know that Cohen does pretty good like Twitter posting, like he's pretty active on replying to current events or talking about them. I don't think I've ever seen his videos, you know?
He's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing.
I know Deepak doesn't give a shit what I have to say. However, I will say, from my perspective, see, I don't have the subscribe button checked. It's not blending in with the dark mode background. From my perspective, the concern is not, Deepak, that you are allowing a Democrat-affiliated super PAC to determine your talking points or whatever. Your talking points are consistently partisan pro-Democrat. Like, I'm not saying you have no individual personal beliefs or whatever, but like it's pretty easy to know what you're going to say or what you believe on any issue. I don't think your integrity is what I'm necessarily concerned with here. I mean, from my perspective, being aligned with the Democrats kind of innately compromises integrity, not as much as being aligned with the Republicans, but that's just my perspective, okay? My concern here is that the broader allegation from the Wired article is that this is an effort to kind of groom content creators, get them hooked on a nice, easy paycheck with a stipulation. And once they're reliant on that, you know, maybe they upgrade from a studio apartment to a 2-bedroom. Maybe they get a car. They need to make those car payments, right? As soon as they're reliant on that money, even a couple extra thousand a month, you know, depending on what a person's making, that can be a lot, especially to younger people, right? That now it's like, in their mind, it's like, okay, I feel like what the Democrats are doing right now is wrong. I want to interview this young progressive candidate. I want to condemn what's happening in Gaza, but I can't because the contract explicitly prevents me from doing so. And if I lose that money, I'm out the water, you know? That's my concern. It seems like a shady operation to try to stop a trend that's been going on for a long time, which is young people being really, really, really fed up with the Democrats. Like just like young people might vote for them, lesser evilism, but nobody's going out there enthusiastic about them. That's what I'm talking about. So that to me is the concern, more so than any individual's editorial authority.
Us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content
To
creators.
beat the Republicans, wouldn't we have to embrace Pac-Man and Brian Tyler Cohen as allies? That has nothing to do with the subject of the article, Thralix8. If you just like David Pac-Man, why not just say that? Like every minute you can say, but change the text so you don't get auto-muted. Say, I like David Pac-Man. That's fine, man. I'm not coming after you for that. But the concern here is about the influence they're trying to have over the broader media landscape, right? Or independent media landscape. Also, when am I out here saying like, you know, Pac-Man and Brian Tyler Cohen are equal enemies to Republicans in our war against fascism? Come on. I do think that to a large extent they represent tendencies of weakness and ineffectualness within the Democrats that I think hamper Democrats in their ability to resist Republicans, right? But I don't think that's like a deliberate process. They're not Chuck Schumer, right? They're not like evil deep state money men who have been squatting in their office for decades and have close ties to Wall Street and don't give a shit as long as they're, you know, presiding over the financial transactions they're expected to preside over. You know, they're just like non-entities sitting in office or whatever. Pac-Man is pro-idea. Well, yeah, Pac-Man's a Zionist. Pete. I mean, like you have to be to toe the party line with the Democrats, right? You open criticism of what's happening in Gaza, pretty much just like, well, if there is criticism, it has to be done through a specifically like anti-Netanyahu framework, right? It has to be like well, Netanyahu is mishandling or mismanaging or whatever, but fundamental criticisms about the nature of the genocide and the relationships that it's born of and such. I think that for the most part, that's not really tolerated within the Democrats. His excuse is that he only covers American domestic issues. Look, it's fine. When was the last time I put out a segment on Israel, okay? You all know how I feel about what's going on over there. You're all aware of my position. You're informed on how I feel about it. And I feel like if you've been paying any kind of attention to how the previous segments went, you probably have a read on any one of the innumerable bullshit propaganda pieces they put out, and you know how I feel about every new horrific story, every new massacre. You don't need my take on all of those, okay? It's not about that. It's just about, like, I think the reason lots and lots of young people are upset with the Democrats isn't just because young people are errant, flighty college communists who, read one word of theory off a blog post and instantly become wannabe revolutionaries. I don't think it's because every single one of them is like a play-acting, LARPing Bolshevik who has a Red Army hat sitting in their closet, but is too nervous to order pizza on the phone. I think some of them are like that. I think the main reason is the Democrats are fundamentally uninspiring. That's it. They're uninspiring. They do not inspire people. And I think that if there is a project that is trying to make more left-leaning people with a public platform uninspiring, I think that's very bad. And that is what I'm concerned about. I'm repeating myself.
As am I. And so the framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing, it's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure and people understanding how do you build a content machine.
It doesn't inspire confidence, though, that Deepak isn't like criticizing the underlying concept of what I'm concerned about, but is rather rebuking the idea that he personally is controlled. Like his response is that he isn't bound by that contract, but he's not really talking about what kind of impact it would have. If anything, it feels like he's passively kind of condoning it, right?
How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it.
And this is just kind of like gross, right? It's not really, we just read the article. It's not really about attacking and degrading. I think it's a legitimate ethical issue. Like, apparently Wired received copies of the contracts. Like, it's not like a smear piece. Obviously, there is a bias to the writing. It's obvious that in writing this, Taylor Lorenz thinks this is a bad program. But that's a fine editorial bias. That's fine. Media isn't neutral. It's not a smear campaign. Treating it like it is comes across as really defensive. Like, they're trying to take us down? That's the title.
So I won't even speculate. My involvement is as I've described it here. There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether you trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide what sort of structural organization the left should pursue. But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses. When we start turning...
I really don't think it's the circular firing squad. I think it's an incisive article criticizing what seems like unseemly behavior. Circular firing squad describes like infighting tendencies, but this isn't really that. He keeps saying that because he can't say cancel culture. That's true. He is kind of just saying cancel culture, right? Like he's trying to make it seem like he's getting above it all. Like he's the untriggered one. He's the pragmatic one, rising above everyone else's myopic desire to drag each other into the mud. But it's I don't think the article can be described that way fairly.
Turning each other over what at the end of the day? So I'm sick of the losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win.
It's also like I'm going to drop this without clarification. It's a MAGA sentiment. rise above the cancel culture. This didn't even happen. But also to the extent that it did, it was good. If you want to win, aren't you tired of losing? Let's win together, not address the meat of the issue, you know? I don't know. Maybe that kind of proves my criticisms wrong. The Democrats are ineffectual. Like MAGA won, so maybe adopting that energy is to their benefit. I don't know. Real patriots know that Deepak would never accept deep state money or something. I don't know. Was this video meant to debunk shit? I've seen a lot of pro-Newsom stuff on Blue Sky running the same win. Do not question the party, just vote harder to win. Yeah, it's a little bit grim. We're backed up against a wall right now, you know. My advocacy for Newsom is in the most, like, conditional possible way of, like, you know, he is a actual demon person. But I guess I would rather him win in 2028 than, like, a double demon? I don't know. But this is barely even lesser evil voting. This is just, like, we are in hell. We're all in hell. We've died, and we're watching Lucifer and Beelzebub and whatever, like they're shooting lava rocks at each other. We're just watching them duke it out right now. I'm just trying not to get hit by the debris, you know? I might have marginal opinions on, yeah, who should win the blood war, but I'm not going to be happy at the end of any of it. Big difference between that and going like, fuck yeah, Beelzebub. Vavash Newsom so bad on trans issues. Yeah, I said he's a actual demon from hell. What do you want? Is that not enough of like a general criticism of his his demeanor? Like when I say that, you think I'm leaving something on the table? You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not give the man too much credit. He's also a transphobe. No, I know. No. Interesting. How the fuck does that get titled? I need to think on how that's going to get titled. I have no idea how to sell that. Are you still vote blue no matter who then? It's kind of an asinine question, man. Especially since it seems like the entire Democratic establishment has dropped vote blue no matter who, now that there are still a bunch of Democrats who won't endorse Mamdani, even though he won the Democratic primary against the, like, Republican-backed Cuomo. Like, who believes in vote blue no matter who? I guess I'm the only one who actually believes in it. I don't know. Look, in 2028, if it's Gavin Newsom and, I don't know, Hitler running against J.D. Vance and Carolyn Levitt or whatever, yes, I think people should vote for Gavin Newsom. But don't you know we're in hell? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it getting hotter? Can't you feel the temperature rising? You can't keep asking me these questions, man. You have to condition my answers the understanding that we live in hell now, okay? Is that why you're wearing a tank top? Yeah, it's pretty warm today. I need to think for a little bit on how to title that article. I want to try to like restructure how the YouTube videos come out a little bit. Not restructure, that's the wrong way of putting it. What tone are you selling to people when you put out a video? Hardest part of the fucking job, man. Deepak crash out. No, I don't want it to be about Pac-Man, because it's not really about Pac-Man, right? Literally the only reason I watched that video is because one person in chat was insisting over and over that it would exonerate all of the people implicated in the article. And which I think says a lot about the person who suggested that, because that video did not even remotely do that. Shilling for that chorus contract. Oh yeah, you know it, baby. You know I want that. Yum yum. Speaking of electoral politics, this is the Fash gun tuber, right? I was named in the Shooter's Manifesto. Brandon Herrera. 250,000 views in 1 hour. All likes. He's going to win the election off of this one. I don't even know what the election's for, but he's going to win. I was named in the Shooter's Manifesto. It's every right-wing gun tuber's worst nightmare realized. Be sympathetic.
This video is going to be a departure from the normal educational or funny content you're used to, because I have to address a very serious topic. I wasn't going to talk about this originally because
this guy is the one who made like trans shooting targets and shot at them. I think I remember that. Gun tubers, man. Well, anyway.
Because I didn't really want to give any more attention to this topic than there needed to be. But after learning more about the situation and processing some things, I thought it was important that I speak up in my own words and clear some things up definitively. I will say that I've been doing YouTube for over 10 years now, and this is the first thing in my entire career that, speaking candidly, has kind of fucked me up. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me catch you up. On August 27th, at time of recording less than a day ago, a deranged, biologically male nut job tried to go end the lives of innocent children at a Catholic school mass. This is one of the most heinous and indefensible acts I can think of. Killing innocent children at their place of worship.
It is
He
pretty
did
bad.
end up taking the lives of a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, as well as injuring 17 others, predominantly, again, mostly innocent children. This is obviously horrific and a
We're
clearly
really burying the lead on this one, right?
targeted hate crime.
Do you think if he kept talking in this conciliatory tone, he could actually make it to the end of the video without mentioning that he was mentioned? You know, like he just never addresses it. He's just talking about the shooting and then video ends.
But the reason I'm coming to you in this video is that I was specifically mentioned by name. In the psychotic ramblings that the shooter released before he went out to go do what he did, he specifically mentions me by full name several times, including a push to vote for Brandon for president. When I first found out about this, I did not want to believe that it was real. And then I listened to the video, and when I heard it with my own 2 ears, I got fucking sick to my stomach. I'm gonna go ahead and say it now, and I would like to think this goes without saying, but again, I wanna leave zero fucking wiggle room for interpretation. I condemn every part of this to the deepest extent of my fucking soul.
Okay.
It is unreal to think about this level of evil being carried out by somebody who even knows my fucking name. He goes on to say that apparently we met at SHOT Show in Las Vegas and that we talked and that we agreed on a lot of things, which I want to make abundantly clear right out the gate. I do not believe that that happened. Now, if you're unfamiliar, SHOT Show is one of the biggest weapons conventions.
You meet with a lot of random people. You would have just been looking at like a nondescript, you know, kind of weirdo and talked for like a 30-second period. Oh, you know.
In the world, it's industry only. It's not something the average person can really go to. Like, it's not as easy as just like showing up and buying tickets. Like, it's not a gun show. It's an industry trade show, and every year me and my friends will do like a meet and greet or something like that at booths of companies that we work with. Fans from the industry who are already there at SHOT Show come up and take pictures. It's very normal, and for the most part, the community is incredibly respectful. I meet hundreds, if not thousands, of people there every year, and I have no control over who these people are. But I can legitimately put my hand on a Bible and say, I have zero recollection of ever meeting this creep. I asked my friends who
That's a convincing argument to the average person watching this video. This is actually like super boring. I guess I don't know what I would really expect. Like some kind of ideological engagement with what it means for a person like that to endorse you and explicitly say like, vote for this guy.
also there, and they had no recollection of him. And believe me, this is the kind of person that would stand out at SHOT Show. NSSF, the organization that runs SHOT Show, has actually released a statement as well saying that they have no record of this person ever having attended SHOT Show. So right out the gate, the evidence points to this claim of having met and talked with me is likely made up. But
I watched this already, Vosh. He does not. He does say he's going to set up charity work for the families. Okay, well, that's good. So people can't sneak into venues. Well, it's kind of like totally irrelevant. It's more like a complete non-engagement, I guess, with the implication, you know? You get 50 million mass shooters in America every year who are waving the I am a right-wing chud incel, you know, and I want to die flag, and every single time we have the same conversation. It's not about their gigantic I am a right-wing chud incel flag. It's actually about their purple hair, or, you know, their one errant left-wing comment on a forum from 7 years ago when they were 13 years old or something. It's always some shit like that, man. Over and over and over and over again. Where's that fucking meme? There it is. I found it. That's a good one. Quote, Destiny? I don't think he has blue hair anymore. Good bit, though. Good bit. He's out there. He's fighting a war right now. You hear all I saw. Listen, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not keen on the H3 Hassan Destiny drama love triangle bullshit. All I know is that when I woke up and turned on my phone and looked at it this morning, I saw it was, what was it? We have unearthed Ethan Klein's ancient Reddit alt account, pedo_troll. Here are the million comments from I didn't read. I just saw the headline and like a bunch of screenshots packed underneath it, and it was pretty funny. They're warring. Did you see Fantano got slap sued by the lead singer of a dog shit band at Fantano 1? No, I didn't see that. Really? Nothing makes me happier than seeing slap suits get fucking rocked, especially when it's by content creators. That shit is... I watched that this morning. Think you can forgive an old man for looking at that super quick? Vosh suddenly caring about music. I don't really care about music. I like Fantano. Admittedly, I haven't seen many of his videos. He just seems like a cool guy. Also, you know, content creator solidarity. The musician's a really bad person. I can tell. It's just a vibe thing. Just a vibe thing. You know what? Whenever I see stuff like this, you know what lives in my mind rent-free? Like, it pops into my head randomly and has many hundreds of times. It was back in that era. Maybe the era is still going, but it was back in that era where TikTok musicians would try to create like the flashiest little 10-second portion of the song they put out on SoundCloud. They're probably still doing that, but I feel like there was a time where it was maybe more popular. And there's this one of this guy walking down the stairs, and he goes, "I'm a 5'4" man whore who slits his wrist," or something like that. And it activates. It's so compelling. It activates. You've heard? Okay, some of you have heard it, because I swear I got like memed and reposted a million times. But that shit lives in my head rent-free because I feel like it's a perfect parody / encapsulation of a particular era of people trying to do like their own wannabe copycat bullshit off of Evanescence or Fall Out Boy or whatever. And whenever I see people who look like this today, I think I'm looking at the modern version of that. Does that make any sense? That's the feeling that I get. Blood on the dance floor core? That is hard to say. You go, King.
I won my lawsuit. Can we do a song? Can we play a song? Can we play a song?
By the way, this is the same guy who wrote the My Life is Like a Video Game song. What? Is that true? My life is like a video game. Always try. That what? This guy? No way. Hold on. I have to confirm that. That's too funny to be real. My life is like a video game song. Song by Falling in Reverse. Holy shit, it's him. Oh my god. It's him. Oh god. Does this type of music have a genre, and is it groomercore? Is that what it's called? Music heads in chat. Slash MU regulars. Okay? I need you to speak up. I can't believe he made this.
Growing up to be a big boy.
I can't believe it. This guy lost a fucking lawsuit. I can't believe it.
Some confetti coming down. Some confetti. Woo! Yeah! Hey everyone, Lothany Suit Tano here, the internet's legalist music nerd, and it's time for a review of a lawsuit that was recently filed against me. And
does Vasha know who Ronnie Radke is? Listen, I'm so out of my fucking element right now, okay? I know less about this than not only like the median chatter, but the bottom quartile chatter. I guarantee you that if you took the, like, any person watching and put them in my chair right now and sent me off to Siberia, like, you would probably have more to say about this, but I still want to learn, okay?
Was hilariously dismissed. Now, before I begin, let me say I am absolutely not trolling in this video. There's no vegan cookie recipes or gags or any goofiness happening here. Now, if this situation is alien to some of you guys watching, that may partially...
I'm sorry, I know I get flack for this, but just to be clear, you realize that when you chastise me for being musically illiterate right now, you're implying that My Life is Like a Video Game is a good song that I just can't appreciate, right? Like, when I make fun of that and you guys are like, oh, there he goes again with his nonsensical, ignorant music take. Like, you realize you're on the other side of that line, okay? Yes? Oh, okay, well. I can't say I haven't watched that TikTok video quite a few times. The one of the nerdy looking guy with the glove? The power glove? It's a power glove, right?
Be because I was pretty quiet on the topic as it's been happening, and this whole legal to-do has been ongoing since like the end of last year. And over the course of all of this, I didn't go through the usual YouTube drama channel rigmarole of, oh no, look at me, I'm in legal trouble, donate to my Indiegogo, which is...
He might be, I think he might be prodding Ethan Klein there a little bit.
Is not to knock anybody who does that sort of thing, or say that I won't have to do that sort of thing at some point in the future, because I understand lawsuits can get pretty expensive, but I didn't want to blow this up into something bigger than it needed to be. And also on top of it, I didn't really want to give the person who was suing me the satisfaction of maybe seeing me squirm, or just for him to have the capacity to read into anything that I'm doing or saying, or just...
That's been me, man. That's always how I default to things. And I've always wondered if I ever got like hit with a slap suit, you know, if some piece of shit was like, you know, Vosh called me an idiot, this is defamatory, fucking whatever, you know. It like where I would fall on that line, right? Like the desire to be totally quiet about it so that you're not giving them any satisfaction versus milking the ever-loving shit out of it. You know? I feel like it's just financially responsible to milk the ever-living shit out of it, man. I feel like you have to go down that road unless you're very confident that you're going to win. Oh, I want to know what the like instigating force was here, you know?
cause more of a fuss over this, because it was pretty clear from the start what this person was seeking was like some kind of reaction from me, a takedown, a payment. And as a result, I think it just made more sense to handle this in a quiet, mature, adult fashion. Now, who exactly am I talking about here? The man who sued me? Why, it's the most amazing musician walking the planet today, of course, Mr.
Why would you ever get these tattoos? I don't understand this. God, look, the edges aren't even well defined. Are they tattoos, or did he just like rub the back of his hands in ink? Why do they look like this? Tekashi 6ix9ine Core. I feel like Tekashi looked a lot better than this.
Mr. Ronald Radke. Hi, Ronald. I know you're watching. Love ya. Thank you for paying me back my legal fees, but we will get into that later. Mr. Ronald Radke, if you're unfamiliar, is the singer, songwriter, rapper, frontman of the band Falling in Reverse. And before the year 2023, I was living in what I consider to be the pre-Ronald chapter of my existence. A blissful, dreamlike time when I barely even knew who this man was. In fact, you can even go back into my YouTube content history on all my channels and see, like, it's not like I've been talking about this man and his music for years. I've been doing the needle drop for over a decade now, but I've only started talking about Ronald's antics and his music recently. But, you know, Ronald Radke, being the popular monster that he is, he couldn't stay off my radar forever. Especially...
Can we get a poll on how people feel about the Game Over song, My Life Was Like a Video Game? Can we get a poll on that? Can we see how people feel? I want to know, like, do you think it's a bop? Do you think it's an epic fail? I bet that's how he would call it.
As I was seeing him on social media in the last few years, just constantly going after and attacking people commenting on him and his music, whether it be content creators or even just random fans. And I'm not talking about like a quick reply or a snappy clapback or something like that. You only need to spend 10 minutes on this man's Twitter or his TikTok to see him absolutely obsessing over every negative thing that is said about him.
What's up, guys? I'm going to read some comments from some of the ugliest, most disgusting, fattest, stinkiest looking people I've ever seen in my fucking life that probably just masturbate to the idea of being with me, but will never be able to be with me because I'm so far out of all of their leagues that even if they bought a VIP meet and greet and I saw their face, they wouldn't even be allowed to meet me.
And often the way he engages with this criticism says more about him than the person he's replying to.
Like, Fantano wouldn't mind me watching one of his videos in this context. He's a cool guy. I think he's a little wary of me. He unfollowed me a while ago. Not that I use my Twitter. Oh, I was going to talk about with you guys, by the way. We're entering a new age, a new epoch. I'm going to start using my main Twitter again. I'm going to cleanse out all of my follows and rebuild it back from square one, because it's been too fucking long. We need to dust that shit off. Are lists any good? If you enter a list, does it feel normal to browse? Because I feel like I need to segment the like posters from the data nerds. You know? They're okay?
Like this tweet from 2024 where he talks about being a violent felon, ex-drug addict, multimillionaire, multi-platinum selling recording artist, cultured and well-traveled with common sense, handsome, 40 years old, and looks younger than most 25-year-olds. So it only took me a handful of examples of me seeing behavior like this to start wondering, why is this guy so loud and insecure and annoying? So of course I started reading more of his social media posts, looking at various articles about him, looking into his criminal record, because again, this is a guy who proudly portrays that he is a violent ex-felon on the internet. So yeah, it didn't take me long to come to the determination, my own personal opinion, that this guy sucks. And so I wrote and recorded a video called This Guy Sucks, which addressed all the reasons that he sucked.
2 years ago.
It was one of our more thoroughly researched videos that week, because I thought the likelihood was going to be pretty high that Ronald would see this video and not like it very much, and that maybe possibly I would become the object of his affection. And I mean, I'm not bragging here, but I would say the video
Thank
had
you.
about that
Woo.
effect. And if you don't believe me, here's a picture of Ronald completely unprompted, dressing up like me for Halloween. The man is into role play. And to add some irony to this man's defamation suit, he also alleges in this Twitter post that I like reading sex books to second graders. So yeah, after posting...
Is that meant to be like an anti-wokeness thing? Like, is he accusing Fantano of doing like drag time story hour? What is that in reference to?
that this man, honest to God, filed a defamation suit against me, which again is funny because number one, he's not very careful with his own words. And two, another reason this is funny is that Ronnie historically likes to revel in just how bad his reputation is. So yeah, Ronald Radke didn't really take all that kindly to the "this guy sucks" video. However, it seemingly took a while for it to really get under his skin. After all, that vid dropped in 2023, but it wouldn't be until the following year that he would really begin crashing out over it. He even made an almost 10-minute TikTok response to the video, where at one point he offers to pay my ex $250,000 to come work for him and tell him all of my secrets.
$250,000 a year starting offer right now. You come work for us. You want to play games, Anthony? I can play some games, and I'm a good person. You're going to see just how good of a person I am on how I treat your ex-wife.
Which, you know, is like very normal behavior that a normal person engages in who is normal.
He could be taking all of this out of context, okay? We could be watching a very deceptive and manipulatively edited video.
But yeah, when it comes to the lawsuit Ronald ultimately filed, it took him a minute to really build up to it. He spent days tweeting about me on Twitter saying he's gonna sue me, he's gonna sue me, he's gonna sue me.
Sir, this makes you liable in court. I will sue the ever-living beep out of your ass. You don't realize that. I will use every last dollar.
He was also doing some deep dive research into my background too, like really hacking into the Matrix. And
Taylor Lorenz responded to the Dark Money article she wrote. Did she criticize David Pacman for not wearing a mask in his response video? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She makes herself vulnerable to this.
Digging up very hard to find personal information like I live in San Diego. I didn't really say anything because...
Girl, you gotta let that go. Am I girl or is she girl? Because I agree with girl, you gotta let that go, but in some contexts and not in others. Girl.
Who am I to stand in the way of such impressive detective work? Now, you might be thinking, Anthony, that's crazy. Why would somebody think that? That's a crazy thing to think. Someone would have to be stupid to think such a thing. Well, no, I kid you not, because Ronald, in fact, followed through with his lawsuit, filed it originally in California, and sued the wrong Anthony Fantano. You heard that correctly. Apparently, there's another Anthony Fantano out there in America, and Ronald found that Anthony Fantano and sued him. It took a while for Ronald and his legal
team. You can just sue anyone, right? You can sue absolutely anyone, and until a judge finally takes the time to look at the case, like anything can sit out there, you know?
To realize this error. And when I did eventually get served this lawsuit right here, as you can see from the photo on the screen, it has my wrong initial in there, presumably because they didn't even change the name after suing the wrong Anthony Fantano. From this point, we're kind of getting deep into the weeds of very boring legal rigmarole, so I will try to keep it mostly to the good and interesting bits. Now, while it is true I do not live in California, the state where I live actually has a law on the books that copies a California law, an anti-slap law. You may be asking, Anthony, what's anti-slap? Well,
I know.
It allows defendants to file a special motion to dismiss when a complaint is based on the opposing party's exercise of its right of free speech, right to petition the government, or right of association under the U.S. or CT constitutions. Essentially, what this allowed me to do was essentially tell the court, I believe I am just exercising my free speech and my journalistic rights, and the only reason this lawsuit is being filed is to silence me, essentially. So after filing this, if the judge found that, in their own opinion, to be true, after looking at all of the facts of the case, of course, then this whole thing could essentially be dismissed with Ronnie owing me legal.
Yeah, the other Anthony Fantano is now bankrupt, legally destitute. He's gone. Just another incidental casualty, you know, collateral damage in a war between titans.
Fees that I've had to shell out over the course of the process. Because yes, keep in mind, none of this is happening to me for free. I basically had to pay out of the ass every step of the way of this whole thing. Retaining a lawyer costs money, filing the anti-slap costs money, negotiations from there costs money. So please watch the hell out of this video and hit the like button. So yeah, all that money and this very tense process is understandably going to make even me, who was very confident in my rights here, break a sweat. However, all of the headlines and Ronnie's tweets and his crash outs and announcements on this topic publicly essentially put me in a position where I was like, I have to see this through.
It's like unlosable, right? Because he's constantly dropping equally or not equally, far more defamatory shit constantly. Like there's no way this would stand. This is one of those things where I feel like our eagerness to be nominally democratic actually makes things way worse. It's the same as like housing regulations. Like regulations sound good, but right now in America, it is legally impossible to build anything because there's a regulation on the books in every city that says that if you try to build something, somebody will shoot you. If you try to build a duplex, somebody will shoot you. If you try to build an apartment building, they'll kill your entire family. So like there are bad regulations. And likewise, I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like this country gives way the fuck too much ground to overly litigious people. Like, it is insane that our legal system is set up so that you need to put an anti-slap law in place to prevent wealthy people from just annihilating you and burdening you with hundreds of thousands of dollars of legal fees. For which usually at the end, if there's no slap law, even if you win, they pay what? Maybe your legal fees? That's it? Years and years and years of going into debt and desperately spending, maybe, and the payout at the end, maybe, is that some portion of your legal fees get paid for? Absolutely insane.
Can't just allow this to quietly settle in his favor or anything like that, because that's going to send the message that anybody who hates me can essentially just like pull up with lawyers anytime I say something they don't like and shut me down entirely. And honestly, fuck that. You don't become the biggest music critic in the world by folding like a bitch. And again, also,
is he the biggest music critic in the world? That can't be true. There's got to be some guy in India who's got more YouTube. Whatever China has for YouTube, there's got to be a guy. I was about to say some shit that sounded real funny in my head, but I think the moment that left my mouth, it would have been really racist. I promise you that it would have been respectful to the cultural heritage of the Chinese people.
So knowing Ronald's history of going after anybody and anybody that has like a little bit of criticism for him online, I also wanted to see this through so that other content creators out there could see that Ronald is not unbeatable and he's just a big annoying bully. Allegedly, that's my opinion. That's my opinion of the guy. So yeah, fast forwarding toward the end of this thing, and our lawyers are having oral arguments in front of the judge. And I shit you not, Ronald's legal team legitimately tried to argue that part of the reason my comments about him were so damaging was that he's not even actually famous. Yeah, he's just a small bean, a little guy, and I'm like the big bad buff sexy.
Like it's genuinely insane that this is the level a defamation suit can be taken to, where your lawyers have to make arguments to dispel the lawsuit, you know, to a public figure. Because you have to meet the actual malice standard. Like, unbelievable.
Hot, just voluptuous music reviewer who's just towering over his little weak baby body, and he's, oh my god, he's just so powerless in my shadow. Again, if you spend...
I used to talk more like this. I don't talk like this anymore. Contradictorily, I was way more boastful when I was fat and ugly. And now that I'm not fat and not ugly, now I'm like... You do you, man. I wonder why that is. Do you think it's because once you actually lose weight, now it comes across as conceited? Like if you're doing the Tacoma Wept shit when you're 300 pounds, it's like obviously a joke. But if you do it when you're 200 pounds, then it's like, you know, oh, he's gotten really full of himself since the weight loss, hasn't he? Yeah, now it actually feels like you're bragging. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. That bravado has to be kind of tamped down a little bit.
Any lick of time on Ronnie's social media, you will see very quickly, very immediately, this man thinks he's like one of the biggest artists in the world of all time ever. So yeah, that argument doesn't exactly gel with his very twisted reality. And yeah, thankfully the judge saw through this like any rational person would. Shout out to Judge Shah for the banging decision that I got here in this anti-slap.
He paid them off. So many people think you were being serious with Tacoma Wept to this day. I think that's because of Hassan. Hassan has always been really, really amused by the Tacoma Wept thing. The Tacoma Wept thing was literally just me being like, yeah, haha, I have lots of sex with hot babes. Like, what? It's... No, I acknowledge it's funny. I think it's crazy to take that totally at face value. I thought it was funny. I'm not saying it's not funny. That was the point. I think a lot of people think that I thought everyone in Tacoma fucking punched their own ticket after I left. Yeah, it's the one thing he brings up every time. In fairness, not the worst thing he could smear me for.
Dismissal. I will actually quote from some of the portions here. Here's an interesting bit that essentially talks about how I based my video on, well-known elements of Ronald's reputation. Again, he is the popular monster after all. The plaintiff was named by music news outlet Loudwire as one of the most controversial singers in rock and metal as a result of his criminal history, allegations of sexual...
You can counter with the fashion video if Hassan talks shit. How the fuck do I counter with the fashion video? Hassan's more fashionable than I am. How the fuck do I... He's a fucking Insta model, man. He may not know like the 7 ancient techniques of getting a proper lapel roll, but he dresses up and goes outside and looks better than me. What do you want? I'm not going tip to tip against him on that level.
Abuse and incendiary political statements. And again, that's not me saying that. That's a quote. That's the judge. Ronald, don't call your lawyer up, please. The judge also cited that in the midst of all of this, Ronald had a lot of unhinged, unfounded personal attacks that he launched against me, including saying that my viewership was made up of paid bots from India. The judge also said that my video spoke to public concern as well, saying that speech that involves a matter of public concern includes issues of economic or community well-being and other regulatory matters. This would appear to include unethical behavior alleged against a regulated professional. Indeed, public allegations that someone is involved in crime generally are a matter of free speech of public concern. Another section here in the decision has more to do with me than with Ronald, because personally, I just love that...
Like, do you think it would be a better system if, in order for a lawsuit to begin, you had to pitch the argument to somebody or a judge or a panel or a tribunal first? And then that would have to be like a grand jury type of situation. Like, in order for an indictment to be leveled, like there sometimes needs to be some kind of standard met. But like with lawsuits, literally there is no bar. Like you can just do a lawsuit under any circumstances. And then sometimes the judge will toss it out. But like, I feel like, I don't know why I'm trying to like soft pitch solutions to British common law.
The term sussy wussy was included in an official legal document of this sort because of my word choice in my original video about Ronald. Sussy wussy, which is a legal term. Perhaps most directly, the plaintiff's premise of malice is contradicted by the portion of the video where the defendant states that charges against the plaintiff were dismissed, true, but the fact that all this behavior is piling up is
might
quite...
be cool now, but I remember when he was cringe. Everyone's seen the damn video, man.
Today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that are...
He hates this one, right? I'm sorry, I'm trying to open up. I'm like a corpse flower, in that I'm a big boy. I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with the environment that I've silently stood in for a while. Oh man, this has so many dislikes.
Our generations of
This is a war.
How's the drip though? I don't really know anything about streetwear. I can't comment on it.
Sussy wussy. Yeah, I'm also sorry to whoever had
loaded
to
in the clip
type
waiting
out
for us
sussy
when we get
wussy.
back.
I apologize.
Fucking
I won't do it again. The judge
6
also
shots in the
found
cylinder.
it very interesting that Ronald's TikTok video about me essentially included an admission.
He was just agonizing about it over the day. Oh, it must be so fucking hard being Hassan. Oh, there's a cringe video of you being hot but like kind of dumb 7 years ago, man. How difficult it must be to be like chained to anchors of your past, you know? Motherfucker getting bubble bath GQ interviews, piece of shit.
When I talk about him, I'm racking up his algorithms and sort of just making him more popular and more successful, essentially.
All of you done is has helped me because all of your fans
reverse blackface?
will come to my comments and just rack up my algorithms, and maybe I'll catch a couple incel fans from your fans.
Which, yeah, I mean, statements like that kind of undercut any claim of damages that you might have. So there you go. Ronald Radke being the author of his own undoing once again. And yeah, as a result of Ronald losing this, he had to pay me legal fees. But of course, not before uploading a bitter ass video to
1 million views? I didn't realize he had that kind of clout. Fuck, maybe I shouldn't disparage him. It's not reverse blackface. It's a loving tribute to highly melanated individuals. I lost my lawsuit with Anthony Fantano. 1 million. I didn't realize he had that much of a online presence.
I'm going to make this quick. I lost my lawsuit to Anthony Fantano, but the reality is it makes me happy. Let's get in.
Oh. Well, that's convenient for him. That really worked out in his favor then. It was kind of like the game was rigged from the start, really. There was actually no way for Fantano to truly win in his heart of hearts.
Into it. For some of you guys that don't know, Anthony Fantano is a music critic, and he goes online and he judges music out of a scale of 1 to 10, which he rarely gives anybody.
Well, I don't actually want to listen to this guy talk for 15 minutes, just to be clear.
10
or maturity.
I'm suing you. That's why I sued you. The audacity. If I
pieces of shit, but no, trying to talk about their experiences having been sexually assaulted, and he doesn't do the same thing that maybe some other artists do. When they're hit with similar allegations, they might make a statement, they might apologize, they might disappear into the shadows, never to be heard from again because they're cowardly pieces of shit. But no, not Ronald. Ronald doubles down and sues.
This is why I sued you, Anthony. You're making it seem like I doubled down on actual gang rape and sued somebody to silence them. That is why I'm suing you. That's why I sued you. The audacity. If I was in front of you right now, dude, listen to what I'm saying right now. The audacity for you to imply that I...
This guy made my life is like a video game. I can't wrap my head around that, man. That's fucking crazy to think about.
Really gang rape somebody and...
Jesus Christ! Okay, Fantano. Sorry. One video over on the tab. My apologies. Fantano, take us away. Wrap it up.
To the Falling in Reverse YouTube channel, which is actually such a mess of a video, but loaded with some interesting points that I do want to address. So I wanted to say at the end of this video here, I am going to go over a lot of Ronald points in that video.
Ooh.
Just not going to do it here because it's just such a shit lasagna that I have to unpack. But still, maybe my favorite parts of that video are when Ronald essentially admits multiple times that this lawsuit was doomed from the start, but he just like had to do it and had to go through it anyway for like the principle of the whole thing.
The reason why I'm making this video is because I sued Anthony Fantano, and my lawyers told me there's a small chance you will win this. But that's not why I sued him. I sued him so I could make this video right now.
And again, that and along with other things said in Ronald's video, I will address in...
That's like a Mr. Beast premise right there. I filed 100 slap lawsuits. Watch what happened next.
Another upload. I just felt it important to do this separately because I just wanted to talk about my own experience here being sued. And while, yeah, it was not super positive, it was kind of necessary. And
wasn't there another YouTuber who had been like extensively covering a lawsuit that they were going through that they ended up losing, actually? It was like a video game high score or speed run YouTube channel. Carl Jobst. Yeah. He made like 1 million videos on it and he ended up losing, which must have been a little bit anticlimactic. Yeah, it sucks for him. He lost to the bearded guy. Many people do. Fantano's cool. He's a cool guy. I don't have to be that musically knowledgeable. You know what's really fucked up about you people? You know what's really fucked up about the system that you don't know, that you can't appreciate? It's the fact that even if I did get into music in some capacity, the meme that I hate it would persist indefinitely. I could try really hard to have a good opinion. I'd be up here, I'd be trying to like I'd assemble one from first principles. And I'd deliver it, and you guys reflexively, you would be like, "That's ass, buddy. That's comedically bad." The past will haunt them. Yeah, and Hassan's still complaining about a 7-year-old video. Honestly, I thought you liked video game OSTs. Is that wrong? You can't say that, man. There are lots of like really good video game OSTs and everyone agrees they're awesome and people love listening to them, but you can't say that's what you like listening to. You can't do that, man. People will tear you apart. They will fucking lacerate you. Oh. These days, it's more acceptable, I find. Okay, yeah, like how everyone wears sweatpants at the grocery store. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck is going on here? Dude, we have way too much shit on the burner right now. Let's go. Let's go. Politics! Okay, first of all, TikTok. What is Taylor Lorenz saying? Apart from presumably chastising David Pacman for not wearing a mask.
Since my article came out yesterday about the 1630 Fund funding a bunch of these Democratic influencers through this secret program, a bunch of these influencers have spread just the most absurd lies sort of in response, which I think is quite revealing. I think that sort of speaks to their transparency and commitment to the truth. But I just want to...
Evil-looking face. I don't think... No. I don't think Taylor Lorenz is evil. I think that she's very online, and I think that sometimes she gets a couple of topics. Like there are some subjects that are chips on her shoulder, and they set her off, and she overcommits to speaking against them, and sometimes she says dumb stuff as a count of that. I'm not in a position to criticize people for having said dumb stuff. She does get silly with it sometimes. It's been known to happen.
I just want to clear some things up. So some of these creators have said, well, I never hid of my affiliation with Chorus. Here I am right here on the Chorus website. No one is arguing that. I've reported on these people's affiliations with Chorus. I've written about Chorus even prior to this article. The point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 Fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 Fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 Fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so
the interview she did with the OnlyFans guy was really wired. I have no idea what you're talking about. OnlyFans guy?
See these people online saying, well, this was never a secret. I always disclosed it. please point me to where they've ever said that they were receiving payments from the 1630 fund. When we went through and looked at these contracts, the stipulations in the contract are very clear that creators cannot disclose the identity of their funder, the 1630 fund. And actually, after I started reporting my article as well, creators were told that they were not allowed to speak to me, they were not allowed to speak to the press, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know what to tell these people other than you were not open and transparent about the fact that you were receiving money from a dark money fund, or that you were part of a
for me again, the main thing is the limiting what people can say.
A scheme, a program run by this dark money group. And I think that that is the problem here. Dark money in politics is a huge problem. It's been a significant problem on the right for years, and I've covered that as well. But as somebody else put it online, you know, Democrats also using sort of dark money, shady tactics that are described in our story as unethical. You know, that doesn't help the problem. That's like fighting fire with more fire, like pouring fire onto the fire. It doesn't bring transparency to our political system. It doesn't engender trust in independent media. And also, I'll just clear up something else, is that these people have accused me of taking dark money. Nothing could be. I've never taken money from any sort of dark money group, ever. I'm on a Omidyar Network Reporters in Residence program right now. Omidyar Network is not a dark money group. What are you talking about? This is a reporting fund that is not dark money, because there's a level of transparency to it. And whereas these dark money groups are not subject to the same level.
Why does this have so few likes and so many comments? Don't care. Heritage Foundation, Federalist Society, Judicial Watch, Newsmax, OAN have been collaborating on messaging for decades using dark money revolving door employment. Dems do 0.1 as much. Wait! What the hell? The Heritage Foundation, Federalist Society, Newsmax, OAN, etc., they aren't powerful because they're specifically using dark money. They're powerful because they have a lot of money and top-down organization that allows them to coordinate their positions. Transparency in their a lack of transparency isn't what makes them strong. It's just convenient, you know? We're talking about independent media here. Already seeing comments saying, well, if the Republicans do it too, then it's fine, bro, what? Again, my issue here primarily is with limiting what other people say, in my opinion. Whatever the case may be. Okay. We looked at that. You guys want to look at some other stuff? It's not good. Remember how there was a big mass shooting the other day? Remember how the perpetrator was a trans woman? Not really a critical component of the, you know, the manifesto or the reasoning or why it all happened, but, you know, an incidental fact that unfortunately is going to be made very important. Take a look at the New York Post headline. Jesus Christ. Demonic. Transgender maniac shoots up Catholic school morning mass, killing 2 kids. They really are a permissible target, huh? Like, as racist as this country is, the New York Post would not run this saying black maniac shoots up Catholic morning school if it was a black guy or something. Like, that, like, it is insane how permissible of a target trans people are. While true, being trans had nothing to do with this. Yeah, maybe we could make it about their eye color instead. Or the fact that, you know, they were white. Who cares, right? Minneapolis school shooter Robin Westman confessed he was tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself. They were detrans. Doesn't make a difference to these people. That's the line they're going to go with, by the way. The line they're going to go with, because the whole thing is about moral degeneracy, right? The whole thing they're going to go with is that the left social impetus to transition, the grooming that the left does to make people trans, you know, which I hear so much about, is turning them into psycho sex killing freaks. And for that reason, there needs to be a total crackdown on all forms of transition-related healthcare. That's how they're going to go with this, okay? Obviously, this has nothing to do with shootings, but But, you know, they'll look for any excuse they can get, right? Westman, 23, later wrote that he regretted being trans and just wished he were a girl. Okay, that's not quite being detrans. Listen, I'm not trans. I don't want to transition. I just wish that I could go to sleep one night and wake up the next morning in the body of the opposite sex. Oh, okay. Oh, no. My apologies. Sorry for mixing you up. I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve this body with the technology we have today. I also can't afford that. I like feeling sexy and cute, but my face never matches how I feel. I hate my face. Maybe that's why I like furries so much. You can give yourself a new body and face. I want to be that black face mask on Beyonce's body Lamau. I don't know what's being referred to here. Was there like a music video where Beyonce wore a face mask? I don't know. It's not. It's not important. "5 years later, he seems to have shrunk away from his new identity, scribbling on another page of the notebook. I don't want to dress girly all the time, but I guess sometimes I really like it. I know I am not a woman, but I definitely don't feel like a man." Whew. Glorifies the Sandy Hook Massacre. Unfortunate pigtail bun things. Yeah, you get the gist. So how are they running with this? Well, pretty much exactly how you would expect. So here's RFK Jr.
Prevent it, and we're still trying to get a lot of answers to a ton of questions. But the one thing is clear: you are dealing with a person who's trans, that was transitioning. Are you going to be examining at all some of the drugs that are used in order to make that transition happening, to see if it plays a role? Because we also know there was a trans shooter in the Tennessee situation.
Yeah, we are doing those kind of studies now at NIH. We're launching studies on the potential contribution.
Healthiest man in America. Healthiest man in America.
Of some of the SSRI drugs and some of the other psychiatric drugs that might be contributing to violence. You know, many of them on there had black box warnings that warn of suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation. So we
on estrogen? Oh, sorry, right. They're talking about SSRIs.
We can't exclude those as a culprit, and those are the kind of studies that we're doing.
So I've never seen that medicine, but you're saying that if you get it,
what's up with their hard-on against SSRIs? I'm sorry, I know it comes across as a little bit overly simplistic, but they are just evil. SSRIs are a complicated medication class. They often do harm more than they help, which is why they have to be used conditionally and with proper psychiatric supervision. You need to be careful with how you use them. Some psychiatric medications are a little bit more easygoing. Like, I think SSRIs generally have a higher risk factor than, say, stimulants like Adderall or Ritalin or whatever, you know. Anything can be used negatively, right? But SSRIs, I think, are potentially bad for you. When they're necessary, they're necessary. That's medicine, man. Sometimes a person needs a big shot of copper into their arm for some reason. I don't know. They're life-saving, though? Yeah, it's medicine. That's how it works. That's how it works. They have a hard-on against SSRIs. They have a listen, they're going after like Adderall too. They have a hard-on against SSRIs because they have a hard-on against psychiatry in general. They have a hard-on against the concept of mental health. The fascist worldview is one where if there is a mental health problem, it is not a mental health problem. It is a spiritual problem. All problems with your brain are caused by you not being based in trad enough. It sounds like a joke, but that is what they want everyone to think. That's why they talk that way all the time. Oh, you have depression? It's because, like, you're a woman and you have depression? It's because you're not pregnant with your 5th child, you know, as a housewife, you know? You're depressed as a man? Of course, feminism has made you depressed. Women aren't submitting the way they're supposed to. All psychiatric problems can be explained away by the material world or by your life not properly conforming to their political values. So they're anti-psychiatry in general. Nazis called psychology Jewish science. Yeah, no. Fascists have always explicitly been against psychology, broadly. I mean, there are some like psychological branches they fuck with a little bit more for their own reasons, but like broadly in terms of it's used as like a practice. They don't want that. They don't want that.
Some of the side effects could be homicide, suicide.
Well, there are black box warnings on some of these psychiatric drugs that warn about in their clinical trials that they saw suicidal and homicidal ideation. So, you know, we are going into that with an open mind.
That's great. So we have the anti-SSRI angle. How about this one?
I've seen a lot of calls for action, you know, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right, actually, is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration would support?
I would have to check with the appropriate people on that.
Not a denial. But still, like, that's where we are. And that's the question that's being pitched. A new category, specifically about trans crime, like that's camp territory, to be clear. Like, that's exactly where that leads.
Now more than ever.
My second question for you is that there have been media outlets who have glazed over the fact that the shooter was confused in their gender identity. Does the administration believe that this element needs to be investigated in the shooting?
All of the elements are being investigated in the shooting, absolutely. Which is why...
Keep in mind the White House press pool has been absolutely filled with right-wing journalists. Like, there are a few people in there who are your, you know, CNN, MSNBC, whatever the fuck types, but you've got your OANs, your Newsmaxes. You've like, if they turn the camera around, man, I guarantee you that 80% of that audience is just Hitler. They're all trying to get her to say, they all want the answer to this. Like, when are you going to start putting the pink triangle armbands on them? That's what they're looking for.
Part of the reason the FBI director came out and immediately confirmed that facet of the investigation. John.
That's why the FBI director came out and immediately confirmed the fact that the perpetrator was transgender. The FBI director, head of an intelligence agency. That's why they stepped out, and their priority was determining, yep, the criminal was a Jew. Sorry, that's what they would have done back in the 30s. That's exactly what they would have done back in the 30s. I'm not trying to make a joke. That's just explicitly what they would have done. Oh yeah, I've seen this one making the rounds.
Trace, as you know, correct, 100%, and she's 100% correct. I am now about to launch Gideon, America's first ever AI threat detection platform built specifically for law enforcement. It scrapes the internet 24/7 using an Israeli-grade ontology to pull specific threat language and then routes it to local law enforcement. It's a 24/7 detective. It never sleeps, and it's going to get us in front of these attacks.
Would it have picked up on this, do you think?
100%. I wish my program would already be up. We're not launching until next week. I've got a dozen agencies on board.
Israeli-grade ontology would be one hell of a course section in like philosophy 101, man. That would be some crazy Hitlerite shit. You want to hear what sounds ontological to your average Israeli? Jesus fuck.
I just unloaded a major Northeast agency with over 2,700 sworn. This is America's early warning system.
Lieutenant Mark Evans.
So, overwhelming increase in school shootings since the COVID lockdowns, right? Like exponential increase, huge numbers of people going out there and lone wolfing their way through it. A disproportionate number of them are far-right radicals, as we know. They've been waiting for this. Do you know how many school shootings there have been since the year began? I don't know. Let's find out. How many school shootings so far in America 2025? At least 44. 91 incidents of gunfire on school grounds by mid-August, and a range of between 8 and 146 incidents of gun violence, depending on your definition. Because there's a bunch of different ways that you can define them. Al Jazeera? Do we feel like... Thank you. No? We don't feel like? Okay, that's fine. I don't care anyway. I'm not mad. Here's a great map. School shootings by country 2025. USA, USA. They've been waiting for an excuse, you know? That's it. The war against the other can never stop, so they've been waiting for an excuse. You wait for the statistical inevitability, eventually, that some mass shooter is going to be, you know, transgender or whatever, and then you run with it. It's not like they really makes a difference because they say every mass shooter is transgender, but like they're being very opportunistic about this, you know? I don't think this map is accurate, though. Anyway. Fox News host initially blamed white men for the shooting. Well, considering the fact that people on Fox News don't believe in transgenderism, they would still have to believe that, right? Anyway, it's really grim. I don't know what we're going to see from this, but I guarantee you that this is going to be like they are going to advance this and we are never going to hear the end of it. If there's a push they are going to use to try to go for a nationwide imposition against trans healthcare, or, you know, ramping up the surveillance state in the sense that it specifically targets queer people or anything like that, like we're kind of looking down the barrel of that, you know? So that's nice. Shooter was associated with the satanic fascist grooming cult 09A. Here's a thread. No, I've seen this. Yeah, no, and I've talked about this, like, I would say basically every time we cover a shooting, which is that overwhelmingly, when you see these young, deranged, suicidal neo-Nazi school shooters, they're groomed by an online community of older Nazis who send them out like Pokemon. Yeah, it's a huge terror cell, and the government doesn't do anything about it, presumably at the very least, because this administration supports their agenda. Jesus Christ. They're still always overplaying it, though. Health and Human Services must immediately get involved and violate the HIPAA laws to forward every transgender and transgender questioning person to local law enforcement for immediate detainment until we can figure out why they keep killing children in schools. This is a matter of national security. How fucking sweaty do you think he was typing this one out? Yeah, this is Hitler shitposting, but they do really want it. This needs to be handled by the federal government with no mercy. They need to be treated as we treat terror organizations. He was definitely also hard. Yeah, probably. We'll see how things go. Great, Mekabishi. How do we title? I have to send something off to the editors, don't I? They're going to use this to attack trans people? They're already using this to attack trans people? Something like that, I feel. Something opportunism? Something expect? Something, They've been waiting for this one. They've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and then the thumb is like the New York Post. The article, Let me send that over. Then we can get to the good part. Wait, Tempest. More clickbaity. They've been liking this one with the Trans Menace New York Post. Yeah, the Trans Menace New York Post thumb, and like, you have to have some text over it. It can't just be the thing. It has to be just anti-trans crackdown, something like that. Maybe that. Yeah, anyway, I've sent it over, Tempest. Thank you. Dude, it is so fucking warm in this room right now. Holy shit. Ethan's trending to the top of faux moi. What's faux moi? What does that mean? Is that French? I'm not French. The current Zeitgeist archives? What the fuck is faux moi? Just a drama sub? Damn, I should use this more often. I gotta build up my resources again. Holy shit. Isn't that the sub Elon tried to get banned off Reddit? I have not heard of this. I'm totally out of the loop. Totally out of the loop. Did you see what Cheryl Hines said about my Jack? I have no idea what you're talking about. You guys want to see a real black pill? Okay, hold on. This one's really fucking good. How much you all pay for rent? Post a number in chat right now. Whew, some of those are toasty. $7.50 a week? Yeah, I learned about that. That in Australia, you pay you pay rent by the week. That's crazy. What happens if you like forget? I feel like I'd forget all the time. There's 4 times the opportunity to forget. That's fucking crazy. You get killed instantly? That's probably fair. Okay. If I have the context on this correctly, a member of the Pod Saves America podcast is interviewing, this isn't on Pod Saves, but it's some other project, is interviewing a member of the LA City Council.
Great, that's important, but are you focused on what will ultimately make California affordable for the people in your district?
Well, I am. By law, I really have no jurisdiction anymore because it's an ED1, right? But we still, as a team, got together with the developer, the high school across the street, other stakeholders, and instead of building something that was potentially 6 stories, we got it down to 3 stories. And we also got the developer to also work with us to make sure that it helps the families of the area. We also said, instead of a ton of office space, we do want you to also incorporate a few more parking lots and EV chargers. So yeah, I mean, there's some developers that have built housing where it looks like a big...
Look at this. He's like in shock. There are so many city councilmen who are exactly like this, but they usually don't go on to interviews and just talk about it openly. I can't understand what she's saying. For some reason, she's bragging. Okay, so first of all, she says she has no jurisdiction over the construction project. But then she talked to the developers and got them to cut the building size in half, added more parking spots and EV chargers. And she's boasting about it. Do you have any idea how bad the housing crisis is in Los Angeles? It's a city with infinite land. It's infinite sprawl in all directions. And like 90% of it is single-family housing. Unbelievable. Widest goddamn city on earth. That's probably not true. It's got to be Tokyo, right? Tokyo's fucking huge. More absurd statements from the full thing. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. This woman is like the supervillain behind. Oh, it is on Pod Saves America. I thought it was on like a secondary podcast. She's like a supervillain. It's crazy. I want to hear her justify it. I want to hear her explain.
Hey, everybody. California, we have the fourth largest economy in the world. We also have a massive affordability crisis. Most Democrats agree that the state needs to build a lot more housing. But when you start talking about where and how, it gets tricky. A new state bill called SB 79 is being hotly debated. It would override local zoning rules to allow for more housing to be built near transit stops and bus stops.
There should, flat out, I am like so red-pilled on this. There should just not be local zoning. Like, I don't think city council members should even have a say in it. Why the fuck are city council members having the authority to override broader projects? You're a fucking city council member, okay? Go shine somebody's shoe or something. Jesus Christ. Like, what? Genuinely, why? They don't get to do that for anything else. They don't get to do that for like broader transit projects. They don't get to do that for fucking like any other economic activity taking place. Why the fuck do they get to decide for housing? What do you even have to say to spin less storied housing as a good thing? Because oftentimes, and this is me being charitable, because I think oftentimes the real thing that happens is that developers collude with council members to keep the supply of housing low so that they can continue to make very, very, very low risk, high reward housing projects. Because building a ton of housing might make you a bunch of money in the long run, or it could fall flat if interest dries up and you just have to sit in those properties. But if you are only drip feeding property into the city, they might prefer like a guaranteed high ratio of profit, but slower, you know? But even considering that, there's the social factor that the only people who show up to the city meetings where they discuss these zoning projects are 85-year-olds, people who will die tomorrow. But they want to make sure the thing written on their tombstones is, don't put a big apartment building full of poor blacks next to my family home. It's just HOA shit over and over and over again.
Supporters say it's key to building more, bringing down rent and boosting public transit and cutting emissions. They call themselves YIMBYs, or Yes in My Backyard. Critics, including LA Mayor Karen Bass, warn it could undermine local control, push people out of their homes, and strain roads and infrastructure. Here to hash it out, we have the lead author of the bill.
Fuck Karen Bass, dude. What the fuck is this? I support the intent to accelerate housing development statewide, but this bill risks unintended consequences for LA. 1.2 million views. I bet you this shit got 7 likes.
Out of their homes and strain roads and infrastructure. Here to hash it out, we have the lead author of the bill, Senator Scott Wiener. And we have LA City Council member Imelda Padilla, who recently voted with the majority of LA City Council to oppose the bill, a resolution that the mayor signed. First of all, thank you both for being here. I really appreciate it. We think it's important to have a space to have debates, congenial, even where we have disagreements in this big progressive tent. So I really appreciate it. I cleared this with both of you, but I just want to note that I'm gonna call you Imelda and Scott rather than your formal titles, just because it gets exhausting. Senator Wiener, Scott, what is SB 79 designed to do, and why is it needed?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me, and hello, council member. So as you know, big picture in California, we have a massive housing shortage. For the last 50 plus years, our state has made it progressively harder until about a decade ago to build any kind of housing. And so we have a massive housing shortage. In terms of number of homes per capita, the ratio of homes to people, we're the second lowest state in the country in terms of the homes that we need. So we need to build more.
I've talked about this before, but you guys are aware that the next time the census is conducted and the apportionment of congressional seats for the population of each state is reassessed, Texas and Florida are going to pick up like 6 seats between them, and California and New York are going to lose like 5. And that's all because in Florida and in Texas, they build new houses so more people can move there. And in California and in New York, they don't.
And we talk a lot about where we don't want to build. in terms of in the highest severity wildfire areas. And some people don't want to build in the coastal areas. It's a lot of talk about don't build here, don't build there. But the question is, where do we want to build? And if you think about that, putting more housing right around our highest quality public transit stops, trains, subways, rapid bus service makes enormous sense in improving affordability and availability of housing, strengthening our transit systems, lowering traffic congestion, and lowering carbon emissions. So SB 79 authorizes more housing, multi-unit housing in the half-mile area around our highest quality public transit stops. Not any old bus stop. It has to be very high-quality transit.
Councilmember Padilla, that sounds good to me.
Yeah,
that sounds great. We need that. California has a housing crisis.
God, it makes and thank God I'm sexist too, because it really makes her easier to hate with the fucking horn-rimmed glasses. Am I right, fellas? Really tells you beforehand without even knowing their positions.
Why did you and so many members of the city council come out against it?
Well, I gotta say there's about 3 different things related to why I was on the side to oppose this bill. One is when Sacramento directs local jurisdictions to take on things that are unfunded mandates, it's never a good thing. But the 2 that are more personal to me and more seen as I do my work as a council member is that I think SB 79 operates from 2 assumptions that are actually pretty false. It is false to assume that there is local leaders that are not interested in building the housing and that we're not trying to work on it. And I think
that's true. That's true. Look at Los Angeles. Look at how few new developments there are. That's true. That's completely true. That's objectively true.
City of Los Angeles is a city that specifically has been showing that with a lot of the work that we've been doing with our CHIP program, the Citywide Housing Incentive Program ordinance. So to assume that we're not trying and then making an unfunded mandate is, in my opinion, very irresponsible. And the second thing, the most important thing to me, because I do represent an area where there's a lot of potential and we are building and we are engaging, is that there's this assumption that developers, when given a leeway, are going to come into a community and build something that addresses all of our social ills. When you give developers freedom, they build to make the best bang for their buck. And for myself, as someone...
Yeah, no shit. As in more properties.
Someone who has, gone above and beyond with engaging with developers, even when I don't even have that much jurisdiction. For example, the Executive Directive 1 that our mayor put together, it stripped away everything from the council members from being able to engage, so to speak, so that it can be done in a much faster way. But, I still went and talked to the developer and made sure that they didn't just build this gigantic thing near transit without remembering that at the end of the day, when you build high density, quality of life issues should leave that conversation. What do I mean by that?
What? Yeah, what the fuck do you mean by that? What? You don't want to build high density around a transit hub, like a metro stop?
I like to talk to folks about...
I'm sorry about the noise, guys. I can't do anything about it.
Importance of our multi-unit dwellings being built to incorporate laundry and washer in every unit. I remind them that these are children who are not going to have a front yard or a backyard. So what are you doing to incorporate some green space? You're going to have seniors.
No. You don't. Oh, no. Not every house needs a fronted backyard, you fucking Angelino. Oh my God. That's what parks are for. You live in Los Angeles. It's like 14 million people across the metropolitan area. Not everybody gets a fucking front and backyard.
That don't want to just stay indoors. So what are you doing to create a space for them to also be social and, be able to sit, enjoy some shade in the hot LA sun and, be able to people watch? Developers don't come in with that mentality. Developers come in with the mentality of, this is how much money is available.
Motherfucker, you decide where the parks are. Developers don't place the parks down. The parks are zoned for by the city. You have a Parks and Recreation department.
How do I build as much as I can? Because in the long term, they're going to make the money. But we also have to remember that they're going to have neighbors, and neighbors should be able to engage. But again, I go back to my first assumption. it's irresponsible to assume that we're not trying. And SB 79 pushes that assumption.
Honestly, the vibe that I get from her is not that she's a pawn of the developers, but that she's genuinely really stupid. And she's lived in a bubble. The only people she's ever heard from are like concerned grandparents who don't want the aforementioned poor blacks living nearby. And she actually thinks she's doing a good thing. She thinks she's doing a social justice.
So, Scott, what's your response to those objections?
Sure. So first of all, before I was in the state Senate, I was a local elected official. I was a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, which in San Francisco is essentially our city council. And before that, I was a neighborhood association president. So I am a big believer that in local participation and engagement and local decision making, which far more often than not, it's better to make decisions at the local level. But there are times when the state has to step in when you have an issue of statewide concern. We don't let school districts, make whatever decision they want about the number of days a year that they educate kids or whether they teach math or whether they teach history. We have standards. And until about 10 years ago, California had a system of almost total local control on housing. And it drove the car into the ditch, and we generated this massive housing shortage because, and I know this as a former local elected official, the pressure that you can get from small groups of people not to allow something to be built is tremendous. And cities have a race to the bottom sometimes. My neighbors aren't building housing, I don't want to. So the state stepped in, not just this bill, but a series of laws to create statewide standards so that cities were doing their fair share and actually building housing. And it's
insane that we don't already do this. Like, we do this, there's so much other civic infrastructure that we have meaningful state or nationwide standards for. When it comes to stuff like electrical grid and sewer system development, when it comes to transportation, when it comes to road layouts and like police and fire services, there's so much infrastructure where we're like, no. Like, look, cities can have some decision making over where it's placed or whatever, right? Like, a city can choose to put the fire department here or there or whatever, but a state would not allow a city of 20,000 people to not have a fire department. If they were stupid enough to try, you can't not have a sewage system. Like, you just have to. Sorry. You can figure out how to build it. You need it, though. But for housing, which is the bedrock of all of this, the people who live there, which is why we build infrastructure in the first place, for some reason, we allow every single individual agent affected by the potential housing construction to pitch up and complain. Why?
It's had a real effect. We're seeing cities zone for more homes and issuing permits more quickly. And I want to be clear, LA's done some good work around housing, so has San Francisco. But this is not about criticizing. It's about acknowledging that we need more housing, and putting more housing near the best public transportation is one of the smartest things we can do for housing, transit, and climate action. That's what this is about.
So, Imelda, I hear you saying that it's wrong for the state to assume that local leaders don't want to build more housing. And
all evidence to the
I take
contrary.
that at face value. I believe that members of the council understand the importance of building more housing. And yet, LA has a housing element that was because of a state mandate, right? LA is supposed to build 456,000 units of housing, I believe, between 2021 and 2029. We're currently only on track to hit maybe a third of that.
Which is still way the fuck too low. Again, LA County has like, what, 14, 15 million people in it? So what is that then? That's like a 1/30th increase, like a 3 or 4% increase in residences over the course of a decade?
Right. I think we've issued far fewer permits than necessary to hit that goal. Your colleague, Nithya Raman, who's my council member, made this point in this debate, which is that the city hasn't really done enough to be trusted to do this on its own, that it actually needs a push from the state, given the scale of the crisis. And I'm wondering what your response is to that and why you think LA hasn't kept up with the housing element.
Well, I think Councilwoman Nithya Raman should speak for herself, and she should speak for her own district. But for my district, we are working to increase the density. I have a district that has a lot of potential. right? We're building the East Valley Van Nuys light rail corridor. We're improving the G line, and we're also talking about the future of the Sepulveda Pass. And simultaneously, we do know that Metro has also committed to playing a role in increasing housing along their stops. But that is exactly
Dana, you're a
point,
tyrant.
is that Los Angeles, like, I'm not here to defend the past, right? Here in Los Angeles, we are being much more intentional this generation to address the housing crisis, because as the senator mentioned, maybe in the past there was definitely a group of elected leaders who felt that pressure from the very strong, organized, small groups. But I think we're in a new era here in Los Angeles where we don't need the pressure from Sacramento. We're being very intentional about working with our communities for the next round of our community plans, to make sure that we do talk about density and where it goes. And it is
Just let Masaigu Japan post what the fuck. You can't let a Japanese post about a housing development. I don't want to hear about it from people who have lived in Tokyo. Wow, that must be so great for you, being objectively better than us in every way. That's great. Oh my God, you keep rent costs down because you build so much new housing that the rent prices stay borderline stable relative to inflation and have even through the pandemic. Wow, you have the largest, most populous metropolitan area on Earth, rich and diverse and filled with culture, lots of parks and heritage in places that have existed for 1,000 years, built alongside high-density residences that people are clamoring to live in but are still cheap. That must be fucking great for you!
In the theme of around transit-oriented development. But again, you know, I know the senator mentioned that he's familiar with my job description because he used to have my job, but I don't know if he agrees with the second part of my argument with why I don't like SB 79, is that we can't assume developers are ready to just show up and give us the best development.
Yeah. You're fucking kidding me. Are you kidding me? If you zone and issue permits for construction in Los fucking Angeles, you're telling me that there aren't developers who are going to take advantage of that? Oh yeah, it's Los Angeles, you know, it's a risky gamble.
Community needs. So to strip my role of being able to say this community is more families than, you know, a bunch of individuals that just need studios. We need things related to families. We need things related to the workforce that lives in the region, and really think that way is something that you completely lose because developers are not forced to have a conversation with the people who they're building units for. And I think that's a problem.
So, Senator, what is the response to that? And what have you been doing to address some of those questions about local influence as the bill's been moving through the legislature?
Absolutely. First of all, I will say...
I know a lot of people don't give a shit about this, but this is legitimately why we have a housing crisis in the United States. Like, we're looking at a personification of the crisis. That's what we're looking at right now. It's crazy. I don't think I or any of you have ever seen an interview that revealed this this so directly. Normally, like when people engage in NIMBYism from a political perspective, like they're already a politician, they're already a city council person, they're sneering at you and lying the entire time. This woman doesn't seem to be smart enough to understand like the implications of what she's saying.
Are important points that the council member raised, and I do want to address them. And I want to say, as it's moved through the process, we made very significant revisions to the bill in response to feedback. We significantly strengthened the anti-displacement demolition controls in the bill. We increased the affordability requirement in the bill. And we also made much more robust what we call the local flexibility alternative, where cities can craft their own alternative plan that accomplishes the goal of the bill, but does it in their own way. For example, we want the density on one side of the station, but not the other side, for example. And so we've worked really hard based on tangible feedback from cities up and down the state, and we've taken that feedback seriously. I do want to stress that the bill does not override like all local requirements. If a city has a requirement that you have to, for example, I don't know if any cities have this requirement, but if a city has a requirement that you have to have in-unit laundry for units above a certain square footage or whatever the case may be, this would not override that.
Why the fuck would it?
The bill...
So she just explicitly lied about that. Like she either invented the lie herself or was given a canned response.
Very clear that if a city has an affordability requirement higher than the baseline in the bill, then that applies. If a city requires certain impact fees to create.
This is the shit that I meant, by the way, when I said that one of the big black pills that you might take from the situation we're in right now is that modern society has gotten so complex and compartmentalized and bureaucratic that you can't have like a big history-changing figure in either direction. No one, left or right, can meaningfully like steer the course of history because everything's so cut up and segmented now, you know? And this is what I think of when I say shit like that, man. The fact that, like, at least in America, because in China, they can build things. You're allowed to build things there. But in America, you can't have a bold infrastructure project across your state or your country because of shit like this.
In space in a neighborhood, or to build out the sidewalks, for example, the bill does not override those fees. So cities will still have significant latitude to adopt requirements to meet whatever needs they think are appropriate. What this bill does is it says you can't do what we've done for so long, which is to make massive, massive taxpayer investments that I support to build new transit, and then surround it with only single-family homes, so almost no one can actually walk to the transit station, and ridership is low. We've done it here in the Bay Area, in San Francisco, in the East Bay Peninsula. It's happened in LA, and it's not sustainable.
So, Imelda, what is your response to that? Like, it seems like they are trying to address some of these concerns.
It seems like your ass is getting fucking knocked all across the room right now. Honestly, it seems like you're getting blown the fuck out. How do you feel about that?
Are there other changes you would like to see made? Do
you have any additional arguments now that the first sort of buffet course of arguments you've served up to this state senator have been devoured messily in front of you? Do you have anything in addition that you'd like to contribute?
Then garner your support for the bill? Do you ultimately view the bill as being a good goal that you could get behind if there were enough local constraints?
No, I don't think so, because like I said, generally, I'm not a fan of Sacramento making unfunded mandates. To tell local jurisdictions...
See, look, yeah, I'm telling you, and again, he's a pod saves guy, so he's not a based and radical leftist or whatever. He's on the right on this. He's on the abundance course. But from his perspective, it's like, why the fuck is this woman against empirically good things?
Without providing the funding to then build things out. Only puts us in a place where we have to think outside the box to potentially fund stuff.
Why would the state of California need to fund it when the developers are the ones building the housing? Like, you still have to build stuff like sidewalks and parks and stuff, but those fees are trivial compared to what you pay in road maintenance alone. There's a reason Sacramento's not paying for it. It's not like a highway project where it's all the city pitching in. Yeah, the shit the developers will build will be profitable. It will produce a tax base that will increase the revenue for the city.
I think back to the day when I saw all of my colleagues argue over this. And, those who did not support the work that we did with our own planning department, the CHIP, were the most vocal. And then it became a total call out of, well, you're not building, that's why I support it. And it's like, well, you didn't do the work related to figuring out how we can do something local that addresses our housing crisis. So this is all very political. But philosophically, there's moments where I'm in a position where I'm told, hey, this council member is not supporting this land use decision. Will you back the NIMBYs instead of the YIMBYs, right? Myself, it's not a matter of the YIMBYs or the NIMBYs. I generally believe that a council member's number one job description, especially in the city of Los Angeles, is land use decisions. People get elected for the conversations that they have with folks about what they're going to do to keep...
just unfathomable to me why city council people are given authority over that, but...
their neighborhood looking and growing the way that they want it
growing.
To. So, for example...
we want it to grow?
The state to say, here's your opportunity to build something that is potentially 7 stories high, when nothing around it is 7 stories.
Who the fuck cares? Los Angeles is an ugly, squat, shitty little megatown. There is nothing beautiful there. The only things there that are of beauty are in the neighborhoods around those I grew up in. You're what, Van Nuys? There's no fucking way. I don't give a shit, man. Jesus fucking Christ. These people would shoot down building the Eiffel Tower because the rest of Paris is capped at 8 blocks or eight stories. It's unbelievable. Who cares? Okay, so now you have a landmark. You have a sight line. Who gives a shit? Pull up Google Maps. Fine. You want to see? You want to see what Los Angeles 6th City Council District looks like? Sure. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what we're preserving. Let me just see if I have my mental math correctly. I'm looking at a map of Los Angeles's districts. And I believe we're looking at this general area, right? Let me see if I can't find a specific like neighborhood. Let me here. North Hollywood. Oh, that's right. My apologies, people. Oh, heaven forbid we disrupt the natural beauty of North Hollywood, that sun-scourged shithole. Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. Oh, no. Let's appreciate the beauty. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's heavens to Betsy. You wouldn't want a 7-story apartment building. Oh God, look at this rickety South African poverty fence over here. Jesus Christ. North Hollywood. It's the hottest place in the world, believe it or not. Or at least you'll believe that when you're there. When you're on the street, like crossing the sidewalk in the sun, it feels like it's 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Every road is 18 lanes wide. There's nothing for you here. Death awaits you. When you look up, you will see vultures circling. Gotta protect the character of the neighborhood. Oh, look. Oh, these are some of the 3-story buildings that she's okay with. Well, they look great. They look fantastic. Let's go down one of these side roads. Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I prefer this to single-family housing. There we go. Is this the mythical front and back lawn that I've heard? This is it's very efficient space use during a housing crisis. California set to lose like 4 seats in the next congressional redistricting. What are we spending our land use on? Well, in addition to the single family home here in this extremely dense and highly populated city, what if we reserved 2/3 of the lot space for a driveway? Grass? Oh, grass can't grow in North Hollywood. What are you fucking talking about? Look at this. This is North Hollywood. I don't know why going up past the Hollywood Hills, going north of the Hollywood Hills, increases the temperature by 20 degrees, but it does. 125,000 in 1970, 1.2 million now. Is this property right here 1.2 million? Did you just look that up? That wouldn't surprise me. You just looked up the property right there in the top left. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, 1.2 million. Yeah. Gotta preserve the character of the name. Is this a park? No, it's just a weirdly long dead grass stretch. You know what I'd love to see in my residential neighborhoods? 4-car wide. Oh, look at this. Can't you just feel your skin blistering as you walk down this? Not even a sidewalk. This is the neighborhood she's talking about. North fucking Hollywood. Wait till Vosh sees Florida? Yeah, but you know what they do in Florida, motherfucker? You know what they do in Florida? They build houses. They build houses. That's why they're going to get Congress seats in the next redistricting. Oh, but let's not forget North Hollywood's famous shopping district. You know, I have a friend who lived in North Hollywood. You know how much North Hollywood sucks? They lived in an apartment block that was hidden behind a barbed wire fence. You got in via a card that let you in through a big pull-aside gate that let cars through. You go into your apartment building. The rent on that property was raised by $600 a month because 1 mile down the road, a shopping complex with a Trader Joe's opened. Not even enough cars to fill the road. What the fuck is wrong with this place? I have a villain for you to blame. It's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. The reason that area is a blighted hellscape is because of the decisions made by people like this.
Because the state allows it, it's almost an insult to everyone who voted for the individual who they believe is going to help grow and clean and maintain their communities as they would like them to.
But see,
as they would like them to. Okay, we have to preserve the cultural heritage of that festering boil on Satan's asshole called North Hollywood, you know?
To me gets at the core of the issue. And first of all, I just want to say, I appreciate you coming on here because I am out there in favor of SB 79. You're on with the proponent of the bill. So I appreciate you coming and being willing to have this debate. And I really want to be fair to your point of view. But what I hear there is what you're saying is, well, there weren't 7-story buildings here in the past, so there can't be 7-story buildings here in the future. But that freezes California in a moment when there were far fewer people in this state. And
most of Los Angeles looks the exact same way that it did back in the 1970s. Genuinely. Like, and no exaggeration, if you took like land area percentage or whatever, you take a look at how did this house look 50 years ago? Unchanged. Except now they have fucking Ring cameras on the door. Unchanged. It has been frozen in time, and it was not good to begin with.
Concern in what I'm hearing from you is there are legitimate issues that you're raising about what locals feel about the character of their neighborhood. I'm not saying that those aren't legitimate concerns, but it seems to lose the forest for the trees, which is we have an emergency. There's only a quarter, 20% of the number of affordable units as the number of people who need them. We are losing people to Texas. Right? They are making a claim that we are failing in California to build enough. Like, this is an emergency. The problem isn't that there are going to be buildings too high near transit stops. The problem is there is nowhere for people who want to come to California to live. It is pushing our entertainment business out. It is pushing young people out. This is an emergency. We should all be freaking out about
more, by the way, more and more, like even Hollywood, like movie studios do more and more business like away from California because it's just it's so difficult to run anything there. Everything's expensive. Yeah, they go to Vancouver, which is cheaper, though admittedly these days not by much. Also Georgia. I think Georgia's a popular one. New Netflix studio in New Jersey. Oh, a bunch in Texas. A bunch in Texas.
How urgent it is to do anything humanly possible to build housing. And you're worried about whether or not there's a place for a few senior citizens to sit up.
I really do appreciate, by the way, the fact that he's upset about this, okay? I would actually say that he, and not just him, but like maybe the pod save atmosphere in general, is the example of what I would call the good liberal. In the same kind of sniding, condescending tone that a person of poor political disposition might refer to a person of color, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. They clearly care about good outcomes. They care about good outcomes. Like, he's incredulous over this. And it's not as though liberalism can't do abundance. It's not as though liberals are incapable of building cities. Liberals built these cities. Ideologically, liberalism fueled the development of the entire fucking post-industrial revolution Western world. Like, it's not as though it's not possible, you know? It's just the modern expression of it has grown so thick in the weeds, you know, so incapable of change and development that we're in the position we are now. And I appreciate the fact that rather than like doing the Matt Iglesias thing, right, and just turning into a smug contrarian who understands that everything's going wrong but doesn't have the moral courage to speak out and say why, who just wants to make a buck off of that contrarianism, I appreciate the fact that he cares. I do appreciate that.
Inside a building that developers are trying to build. And I'm saying, great, that's important. But are you focused on what will ultimately make California affordable for the people in your district?
Well, I am.
Radicalizing moment for pod saves. The radicalizing moment for pod saves was when they had on the 4 Kamala Harris staffers after she lost the election. I swear to God, if there was a gun in the room at that moment, one of them would have put it in their mouth. That was the radicalization moment. Just these consultants and how out of touch, and they're young too, like barely older than me. Young consultants, completely out of touch. Just abysmal interview, you know?
And this is why I said, speak for yourself. And that's why I also said, we can't assume that the superhero here is the developer. So for example, under the emergency ordinance, I'm bringing a set of tiny homes into an underutilized Metrolink parking station. I didn't have to do any outreach, but I started a neighborhood watch. And I also had a
great. No, that's great. No, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great.
Whole town hall related to addressing that component. And there's also an ED1 that's being built on Victory and Balboa. And going back to what you said, the neighbors didn't want it at all.
If you ever wondered how China can have a per capita GDP that is so much lower than America's, even after you factor in the easier construction due to lower wage costs, stuff like that. If you ever wonder how China can have, like, build these mega cities in just a few decades, whereas America is just stagnating and rotting and dying despite being so much wealthier, this is why. This is exactly why. This level of incompetence would get you killed in a Chinese bureaucratic system. I'm not joking. No, genuinely, yeah. Like, this kind of behavior would be seen as, at best, malfeasance, and at worst, like, some kind of treachery in, I think, a lot of governments throughout history.
They just didn't want the density. They wanted me to kill it. But by law, I really have no jurisdiction anymore because it's an ED1. Right? But we still, as a team, got together with the developer, the high school across the street, other stakeholders, and instead of building something that was potentially 6 stories, we got it down to 3 stories. And we also got the developer to also work with us to make sure that it helps the families of the area. We also said, you know, instead of a ton of office space, we do want you to also incorporate a few more parking lots and EV chargers. So
a few more parking lots in North Hollywood. In North Hollywood. Oh, how is it possible? How is it possible? You built a few new parking lots. How can you tell? It all already looks like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some developers that have built housing where it looks like a big, ugly cement box in the middle of the neighborhood. But what I want is something that people will be proud of, something that people will be excited to say, this is why I'm coming to Los Angeles, because you really think that all these young people that are seeking the Hollywood jobs that want to come to Los Angeles want to live in a cement-looking building?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, no. I'm sure the young people who go to LA looking for jobs are definitely taking residence in single-family housing that is only available for sale and is never rented in North Hollywood. Oh yeah, all the young Midwestern wannabe actors with stars in their eyes who travel across the states and buy a $1.2 million property. My fucking hometown is ruined because of these people. It's been 50 years of these people with different forms, faces, and voices doing the same thing over and over again.
And find it to be dignified? I don't think so. But SB 79 creates a situation where the developer can actually do that. Build something that no one is excited about.
Scott, is there a part of this where people just need to accept that if we're going to build the amount of housing we need in the speed that we need it,
we just need to start some people, right? I mean, that's his Joker moment radicalization pipeline. He's well, okay, listen, past a point, you do start to appreciate why Lenin just started, you know. We just need to take the Chinese approach. We go in there with an army of construction men, and if somebody fills the concrete foundation, it's because they didn't get out of the way in time.
some of these concerns can't be addressed, that we just got to move fast and not everybody's going to like it.
No, literally. He's literally there. He starts out being like, I would love to hear the battle of the minds on this particular issue. And now he's like, do you ever think that like democracy doesn't work and only the tyranny of force can get us mixed development housing? Do you ever think he's like twirling a gun in his hand? He's like, do you ever think it's the only way that'll work?
I mean, no one's ever going to be totally happy, but I do want to say, like, the bill, in addition to the other things I mentioned, preserves cities' ability to have design standards. So if they don't want a cement building, I haven't seen any cement buildings, but if they don't want a cement building, they can have design standards that take that into account. I live in a neighborhood too. I've lived in my neighborhood for 28 years. I'm passionate about it, and so I'm, when the council members, constituents who are passionate about their neighborhood, I get that. I'm passionate about my neighborhood as well. What I've also learned over time, and I've seen this in San Francisco, when it comes to the housing disaster that we have in the state, San Francisco was the tip of the spear. We went over the cliff probably before any other community. And I've seen the carnage that has happened in terms of how many people have been pushed out of our city. Where I have had older gay men who are long-term HIV survivors say that if I lose my apartment, I have a choice of either moving back to Tennessee and having bad HIV care, or having good HIV care in San Francisco and being homeless, because there's no possibility for them.
San Francisco is another great example of this. If I could, hold on, let me pull up maps. San Francisco has been making an effort to improve things, so it's not entirely representative of the situation that they're in at this exact moment. But there are sections, again, San Francisco, this area, the Bay Area, should have a population of 500 million and should have a higher GDP than the rest of the United States combined. And I'm not joking. From a land use, climate, and development access perspective, this area could be another Tokyo. Like San Francisco could be a mega city that stretches out all the way to Stockton if they wanted to. Keep that border. But they're not. They're not. Where's that infamous strip? Is it the Sunset District that I'm thinking of? Again, this is an incomprehensibly wealthy city. The amount of money that flows into this city from its tax base per capita is obscene. And a lot of it looks like this. Don't get me wrong, the houses themselves are a little bit cute, but look at this. Like, per capita, there's more wealth here than Tokyo by a lot. This should be one of the world cities. This has more potential to be that for the West Coast than Los Angeles does, if it was managed properly. It's all like that, by the way. I think that was actually like a relatively nice chunk of house. It's literally the whole. Look at how wide these streets are. Like, is this a highway? Oh, well, that person didn't want to be on Google Maps. Somebody's walking. Hey, any San Franciscans who can tell me what like a nice walkable neighborhood is? I just want to drop into something that has a little bit of contrast. Seriously, look at how much of the square footage of San Francisco is that bullshit. The Castro, the Inner Sunset, Castro, the Inner Sunset, Castro, the Richmond, Noe Valley. Okay, I'm looking for any of these. I'm not finding it. Just Google Dolores Pike. You Google Dolores Park. Fuck you. Grids, it's all grids. Well, there's nothing necessarily wrong with grids. New York is grids. 2 South now? Okay, okay. There is no Dolores. Chinatown should be walkable in theory. What about Japantown? It's all fucking grids, man. That looks kind of nice. Oh, kind of more of the same, but a hell of a lot cuter, huh? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. We need to finish this fucking debate.
To be able to access housing. I have had seniors come to me and say, I used to not like your housing policies, but my kids just moved to Indiana with my grandkids. I'm not going to see them very much because they had no hope of getting housing here, and I now support your housing policies. So the look and feel of neighborhood, really important.
Yeah, everybody wants their neighborhood to stay exactly the same as it was when they were born until their children get born and can't afford to live there. And then they get priced out because their fucking property taxes go up or something, you know?
It's also important about who's living in that neighborhood.
I'm so fucking tired of the entire Western, mostly the Anglosphere, all policy being dictated by people who are going to die in the next 20 years. Why? They're not the most economically productive. They're not any more politically savvy. They just turn out and vote somewhat more often. Gen Xers vote plenty. So much of our fucking... It's worse than the United Kingdom.
People are getting pushed out, and young people see no future. And when you send your kid to school and they have 3 teachers in a year because the teachers can't afford to live there and they're moving, that is a problem. And I think in addition to the look and the feel of the neighborhood, which is important, we have to be talking about people. And our housing shortage is strangling the state. It is strangling our economy. Businesses can't find workers at times because the workers can't afford to live nearby and they're not going to commute for 3 hours. We are falling short of our climate goals because we're forcing people to drive so much because we don't build housing near the jobs or the transit. And it is absolutely spiking poverty. When someone's paying 70% of their paycheck for housing, they are going to be living in poverty. And when we have overcrowded housing, because people have to live together to afford housing, that creates its own problems. So in so many ways, building more housing and doing things differently is really critically important. Understanding that that can be really hard for people, for all of us.
Imelda, given that you've said now that there aren't changes that could get you to support the bill, and you believe Sacramento shouldn't be dictating how Los Angeles builds, and that you acknowledge that this is a crisis that needs...
Fundamentally conservative rhetoric, by the way. The idea of like, oh, well, we're not going to let the government tell us what to do. Fuck you? What the fuck are you talking about? Masagui comes back instantly back to Japan posting, you smug piece of shit. Oh, I can take a walk down my preposterously slim staircase and go to a cafe right on the ground floor of my... Fuck you. Piece of shit.
To be addressed. What, to your mind, is the reason Los Angeles is so far behind in building enough housing for the number of people we have, that we have one of the worst homeless problems of unhoused populations of any city on Earth? What is stopping us from building enough? And why do you think you can solve it without the push from Sacramento?
Great question. So look, I'm not here to defend the past, but I do blame a lot of it on past leaders and past voters as well, right? The folks who elected individuals to make decisions in the past, this is what their preference was, right? Local control is very real in Los Angeles. It's why we have a very strong neighborhood council system. We developed the neighborhood council system to avoid secession from Hollywood and the San Fernando Valley, right? And they did that because they felt like City Hall was not paying attention, specifically on issues related to land use. So we are in a time where we are addressing the ills of the past that were very NIMBY, but I do trust that right now we have a mayor and a council that is a little bit more brave. But I also, in terms of addressing
she's not saying shit, dude.
Housing.
Want to hear something even more annoying? Japan's modern urban planning system was developed by American academics brought in by MacArthur in the 1940s. Fuck, you took it from us! The ability to do dense urban planning is actually like it's like there's an eldritch artifact. There's an SCP that emits the ability to do that, and you fucking took it from us. You know what I bet it was? MacArthur brought it over, and when Truman sacked him, he was like, fuck you, and left it with the Japanese. You pieces of shit. I'll never forgive you.
Various types of housing. But here's the thing. This is why I was shocked with the who voted for what with this, right? Because some of the ones that voted to support this bill, in my opinion, did it for the theatrics. of looking like progressives, but really in the nitty gritty, not doing the work.
I'm hearing the tension. I'm hearing the tension from the council, and I'm loving it. But
I'm sorry, but when when I'm hosting town halls, focus groups, starting neighborhood watches, so that my district can actually engage, even though we don't have to, because we
San Francisco is a more walkable neighborhood than Seattle, by the way. I don't necessarily know how much I can trust this. The problem is that, like, it kind of depends on the neighborhood, right? Like, there are huge parts of San Francisco that are not walkable at all, and huge parts of New York that are basically as walkable as anything ever could be. Like, it's as good as it gets, you know? Like in Seattle's case, I don't know what is it like just the city? Is it like the Seattle-Tacoma area? I don't know what's getting counted. I try to think of it more as like a neighborhood thing, you know? Most of Seattle is average. The Capitol Hill area, like anything from First Hill, like north of that, it's pretty good for walkability. San Francisco is really walkable neighborhoods. Obviously, when people think walkability in New York, they think of Brooklyn and parts of Brooklyn and parts of Harlem and most of Manhattan, you know? I've never been to Boston. I've always wanted to, though. Boston. Seattle's nice, though. But I don't think it's the most walkable city in America.
A lot of CEQA exemptions given that we're under an emergency order, but I see my council members doing absolutely nothing.
All right. But
with all due respect, but you're going to look like the cool guy or the cool girl because you're supporting SB 79 at the state level. I'm sorry. Get to work and stop siding with state policies that technically would reduce my job description. My job description is to engage with my community about what sort of things they want to see in their neighborhood.
First of all, I'm loving hearing that the cool kids are YIMBY now. That's interesting. But it's not really.
Yeah, that's really fucking straightforward, huh? Don't do policies that get in the way of my job, which is to block housing development.
Really an answer to my question. I hear you that we are dealing with a failure that is decades old. We should have been building all the way through. We're paying a very heavy price, and it's going to take time to address it.
We really need to pay attention to the community plan process.
But that doesn't explain why we're so far behind in 2024, right? Like
I'm so done with this woman. Okay, look, I'm trying to mix up how I do my content. I have been so like hyper optimizing for segment production for so long that I think it's cooked my brain a little bit. I think I'm learning way the fuck more from this than I ever would have just going through like AP News shit or whatever. We have to do less news. It has to be less news coverage. I don't want to be a fucking pundit, okay? I think I'm learning more. I feel like over the past few years, I haven't learned or grown at all in my analysis. It's just been like, I'm covering the news stories, which I do fine at, but I want to try to like spread out a little bit.
You're in the council now. Mayor Bass is the mayor. You like Mayor Bass. You're claiming this new leadership is going to solve it. We're still only doing a third of the number of permits we need last year.
But Bosch the views? No, I know. I mean, that's like a trade-off, right? But I did pretty well back when I was like that 4 years ago. So I don't know. It's kind of like the trap of falling into the comfortable routine a little bit, like what I always talk about in terms of physical fitness or your social routine or anything like that. You always have to be a little bit dynamic in how you engage with stuff.
Meet the housing goal. So is that not something you're responsible for? Are other people at fault for why we're so far behind in permits? Are you on track in your district for permits?
That's a great question, and I don't think that we're going to be able to unpackage that answer in this short interview.
Are your views low doing this now? It has been one day of me trying to change my mindset on this after a big stream yesterday. So I don't really have any numbers to get back to you on at the moment.
Because then there is other things, right? There's then we approve something, but then they have to go get the financing, right? And then we approve something, and then there's a lot of other bureaucracy related to, oh, there's a sanitation issue before you can build, right? Or there's a this issue and a that issue. So there's definitely things that we still need to do in order to make sure that once we approve, we actually start the construction. But again, this is also very new and part of this generation. So I think we're getting there. And it is definitely within my vision that if the voters allow me to be here for the total of 12 years.
Oh yeah, YouTube chat, are you appreciating the fact that I got rid of the 30-second The 30-second chat timer. I completely forgot that was there. Sorry.
It's gonna be a very different neighborhood compared to when I first got here, because I'm very intentional, like I said, about making sure that we address it.
Last word over to you.
Should I bring it down more? Should I bring it to like
this?
5 seconds?
What is your response to the point that local leaders are moving forward? It's just taking time. And just to close it out, for people that aren't from California, for people who see this in the context of this broader abundance debate, what do you hope people take?
Let us emote. I'm probably going to add channel memberships soon, by the way. You know, like the thing, it's subscribing. Like it's like subbing on Twitch, you know? I'm probably going to add those soon and like bundle a bunch of emotes in there so that you guys can... I need to find out how I'm going to package it, but you know, I think it's fair. What do we get though? You get the satisfaction of financially supporting me, your favorite content creator. Also, you can post funny frogs.
Away from this debate and this bill.
First of all, I think that having a state-local partnership is...
Please never do members only shit. That's the only way to do it on YouTube. On YouTube chat, if you want to give people emotes, like there are emotes they can use by default, but if you want to give them custom emotes, it has to be in the form of membership. Also, it's my job. Also, it's just funny frogs. Also, I like money.
Really important. And I have never been of the view, like when I have these conversations, as I'm in my 9th year in the Senate, and so we've been talking about this from the state perspective for quite some time, I go out of my way not to demonize local elected officials. As a former local elected official, I know how hard it is and how hard local elected officials work. And I know the council member works extremely hard to do right by her community, and I admire that. And there has to be a partnership, and it's a balance, right? I don't want complete state control. But I do think the state...
This guy should be so much less civil.
...needs to set standards. And I'm also a council member, a strong supporter of good investment in infrastructure, and I want to help cities invest in that. But I do want to just say that this is really about... we have had such a broken system for a long time, and I know at the local and state level, a lot of people are working to fix it. It was a system where we methodically decided not to zone for enough housing.
You know what I love? I love the fact that he's wearing a tie. No one wears ties anymore, man. I love that he got up there in the chair and he put his shirt on. He you know, buttoned it up proper and he got the tie on. I think he looks nice.
Down zone and ban apartment buildings and say you're only allowed to build single family homes. And then we set up a permitting system where instead of doing things in a good government way, which is to set the rules ahead of time, and then if you check the boxes and meet the rules, you get your permit immediately. We decided that meeting all the rules just qualified you to go into the political mosh pit for every single permit. And so we've seen housing that's compliant with all the local rules get caught up in a 5 or 10-year process or get mutilated or killed. And that's government at its worst, and it's helped get us into this crisis. And the ramifications are the ones I talked about earlier, that, you know, 3 teachers in a year for your kid, people getting pushed out, and so on and so forth. It's also, in terms of when we look at the broad politics of this country right now, that in the next census, and there was an amazing piece by Jerusalem Demsis called "The Democrats Are Committing Parricide," that because blue states have done such a poor job building housing, whereas red states have been building a lot of housing. And so we're seeing a population shift from California, New York, and Illinois to places like Texas and Florida, North Carolina. In the next census, we are projected to lose the big blue states about 10 seats in the House of Representatives.
Remember a couple of months ago when we saw that weird group of Chinatown NIMBYs in New York City who were really, really, really adamant on no more development in that neighborhood? I don't know. I'm just thinking about it.
To the red states. And that means 10 votes in the Electoral College. And that means had Kamala Harris won the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, that would not have been enough to win the presidency. So we're strangling our economy. We are also moving ourselves into a situation of just us being in the structural minority as blue states, with all of the horrors that we're seeing in this administration becoming long-term. So we have a lot of work to do, and I look forward to that partnership to get it done.
Councilmember Imelda Padilla, thank you so much for taking time. I do really genuinely appreciate you coming on, because it was a little bit of 2 against 1, because
she didn't issue a single coherent defense of her position. the entire time.
Really believe this is ultimately the right thing, but I do genuinely want to understand what the perspective is of someone who opposes it, in part because I think we need to address those to get enough people on board to get behind it if it's not going to be stopped. And Senator Scott Wiener, thank you so much for your time as well. And for everybody listening, do us a favor, please follow this channel, subscribe to this channel. Also, reply below with your
like and subscribe. She was proud to get more parking lots and less housing. The fucked up thing is that I think to a lot of more socially centrist but economically on the nose liberals, they would perceive her to be a progressive force. Like, she's the person who's striking down the greedy fat cats in the construction industry. She's the person who's preserving the neighborhood, cultural legacy and heritage. A lot of stuff that kind of sounds like adjacent to being left, but isn't. I don't know. Final boss of the NIMBYs. That's an easy one to put out. Dude, I wanted to play some fucking Hollow Knight, but there's another thing. There's another thing. Okay. I've never talked to the man. I don't have a character read on him. You don't think Adam Friedland has YouTube content idea and stuff, right? That'd be crazy. For like a down and dirty cumboy bug man with like a edgy, irreverent show. There's no fucking way, right? Okay, I don't know. You know, YouTube. I've been hit with some surprise left hooks in my time. MR covered it. Always late to the punch, huh? Always late to the punch. Yeah, it's crazy, but Adam Friedland in his like shitposty YouTube interview show got Ritchie Torres on, the congressman and arch Zionist, big shooter for Israel. This is the guy who essentially like talked about petitioning Congress to ban Hassan off Twitch. That's this guy. 1.5 million from AIPAC, yeah. Now, of course, Adam Friedland is going into this discussion with a natural buff because Adam is Jewish and Ritchie is not. So there's like a lot of, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of like presumed involvement or dignity or whatever, or like you can't speak in our issues that I imagine he'd get to take advantage of. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. You know, this is primo content. I am genuinely surprised that he agreed to do this. I'm not watching the whole thing. It's primo content. Do you have the timestamps? I have Twitter clips, which is about the only thing I've ever had, to be honest. Look at this. Look at this. Just look, okay? Just look.
If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government, but there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with the flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might be.
And I'm telling you as a Jewish person how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this, so you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this. And the same year the state of Israel was established, in 1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens.
This is so fucking sad. Yeah, Adam Friedland, I hate like pure irony posters because once you rob a person of their sincerity, they're basically just a shell. He's always been really fucking sincere on Israel. Like, there's not much irony posting. To be clear, I irony post on it because it, like, to me, it's this so, like, unambiguously evil, monstrous thing that everyone in power is okay with and is lying to defend. And it sometimes feels like the only thing that you can say about it is just like a ruthless derision or mockery or you know, nihilistic, like, well, I guess nothing matters, blah, blah, blah. And I try not to do that, but I mean, inevitably, I guess, you know, I'm sort of limited by my scruples as well. But he, in my opinion, you know, he kind of adopts the best attitude. He does the strongest thing, which is to still be emotional about it.
You know, and I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, like, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school that, and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me
read the ADL surveys on it. Because
it's hard for me to talk about this in public.
Clearly,
because
I mean,
you're being a dick. That's mean.
Ritchie Torres is such a fucking sociopath. Genuinely, like, actually, truly a sociopath. Like, nothing in him. Empty. Did I hear that right? Yeah, he called Adam Friedland a dick because Adam was saying that incidents of pro-Palestinian anti-Semitic violence have been rare and largely overstated, which is true. We all know that the ADL is registering every single vote for Zohran Mamdani in the Democratic primary as a separate anti-Semitic incident. We're all aware of the fact that there's no reason to listen to them. It's okay, Adam isn't sold. Yeah, Adam isn't sold and will be going to heaven, or Jew heaven, whatever they believe in. Ritchie Torres does not, and will rot as worms eat his flesh. And he'll feel it. Jews believe in heaven, Lamau. Okay, all right. I'm just okay. All right. I'm not here to gatekeep.
And I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it'll stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down the hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled.
Torres' body language just telegraphs he hates having to listen to him speak. Oh, this guy, he does not give a shit. Look at him, dude. He does not give a fuck. I don't know why he agreed to this, honestly. I have no idea why. Does not give a shit about this, like, sincere emotional expression.
Constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating two different issues. So I don't understand.
Please.
It's like flatly, like, no engagement with anything that he's saying on a tonal level. Like, I think even a politician like Kamala Harris could recognize, in the context of this conversation, you have to take a kind of conciliatory tone. You have to go like, listen, I'm concerned too. Some bullshit, right? They don't believe it. Sure, fine. But you still gesture at it. Ritchie Torres won't even do that. He's just like over here fucking checking his watch, tapping his foot, going like, you know, when will this guy shut the fuck up? Why am I here? I don't know why he's there.
Me saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years.
He agreed to it for the same reason Slotkin did. They were told to do new media interviews. They didn't realize what it'd be like. Fuck, you're probably right. It probably is. In fact, it's possible that he and Slotkin have similar consultants. Like, the consultants they listen to might be from the same firm or might talk with each other. There's certainly a lot of, you know, cross-communication in environments like that. They might just be the same consultant. Who knows? But yeah, no, try to reach out to new media, but then you book these appointments not knowing what you're getting into. Maybe that consultant's actually an ally. They're like, yeah, Alyssa Slotkin, go on Breaking Points. They'll be really, really receptive to your Zionist arguments. Yeah, Ritchie Torres, Adam Friedland, he's Jewish and he grew up a Zionist. Yeah, no, just some light disagreements. Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
You know, like, it is the oldest, one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest.
Is there an older one? Zoroastrian? Is there one older than Judaism? Yes? Okay, I don't know. Zoroastrian? Okay, just like, Judaism's pretty fucking old, man.
Forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish.
Yes, Vosh, of course there is since the dawn of time. Monotheistic! Monotheism's relatively new, like in a human history kind of way. Anyway, let's not get bogged down with religious history. No one by the way, fucking sociopath. Do you have any idea how much... Look at the way he's sitting. Look at the way he's looking. Look at his expression. It takes active effort to be this unreceptive to the behavior of another, you know? Just very basic, like, human empathy. And I don't mean that in a, like, common sense kind of way. I mean that in a like, you are... I don't know what system in your brain, but socially you're conditioned to mirror some elements of how the people around you behave. Right after that clip, he said he felt like he was being lectured. Jesus Christ. What an evil fucking monster. What a piece of shit. Wretched person. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Well, for one, I haven't watched it my own in its entirety. And for two, I don't want to content steal on something like this. Even if I have a lot to say on it. You should watch the Adam Friedland show. It's very good. Sometimes he has musicians and athletes on. And I don't know what those are. I don't know who those people are, but I watch them anyway. And sometimes Adam Friedland will make a joke and I'll pretend that I know what it means and I'll laugh. You should play the very end. Okay, I'll take that. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'll take a look at the very end. What a poll, man. What a fucking poll. How does it open? Does it open with a bit?
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot.
Sociopath. Freak.
You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it.
Freak. Skinwalker. You're not reacting to emotional stimuli the way that I and everyone else does and should.
I like this guy a lot too.
Jesus Christ!
I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen,
Sure.
I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part in these big decisions like this. And
well, only one of 535. So.
Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number. No.
All right.
He's really fucking creepy. There's a hot mic at the end. I'll look at the very end. Oh, this is the opening to the... Is this... It's probably not copyright. Maybe it is copyright. I don't know. I muted it because I'm very cautious. I don't know why Captain Jack Sparrow is there. Anyway, hot mic at the end.
The Holocaust, it's the most embarrassing stuff to talk about in public.
I feel like every Jewish American should have a right to be who they are, to wear a kippah, to display a Star of David, to be proudly and visibly Jewish. without fear of harassment or intimidation or violence.
Well,
I mean, the freedom to be who we are is like fundamental for all of us.
Well, I think that from where I'm sitting, Israel might be a threat to that.
And you know, you have that view, but others have a different view.
Why are we still having this interview? This is exhausting. I'm sweating.
We can end the interview.
The AC's off. I'm just trying to find a button to shake your hand, dude. I don't want to fucking do this.
We could have talked about so much other shit.
No, I think you have an agenda to speak about this. I
didn't have an agenda.
I really did.
It's your number one topic.
It's not my number one topic. It's just not.
It is your.
It's not my number one topic. It's not
what
my
I saw.
Well, then I'm happy. I was not elected on Israel. You don't get elected in the South Bronx and the
I'm
Northeast
not
Bronx.
trying to make you feel bad or like.
No, but I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
That's always like the telltale sign of a shill, right? They get really defensive when they're reduced down to that. Even though it's true, Ritchie Torres would do anything for Israel. He would say anything. He does not care. It's the only fucking thing he talks about. Hyperbole, but still. You can't keep giving me clips, man, because the whole point, I don't want to, I can't do all the clips. Also, Jesus Christ, look at this. Fucking cinematography, Jesus Christ. One more thing about Torres. Here's his disclosing of finances. He's invested thousands into Lockheed, Northrop, and L3 Harris, all while pushing for a $17 billion weapon package to Israel. Yeah, no, yeah. All these people are, all Zionism in America is a military industrial complex money bid. It is nothing to do with anything else. They're all like that. Anyone else think that Adam's serving here a little bit? My editors say that I can't say the C slur anymore, unfortunately. Because YouTube treats it the same way as the F slur, which is bullshit. I should be able to say both. But you know what I mean. He's serving C slur. No, I know. Squirrel is losing her mind on Twitter, saying Friedland is betraying Palestinians by platforming Ritchie. The concept of platforming a sitting U.S. congressman. What? Like if you hadn't given him your YouTube interview show, he might not have had a vote in the House of Representatives? Okay. Whatever, man. Make sure you screenshot that and make it the thumbnail for your video. Honestly. Right? I don't know, yeah. No, I see it. Guys, can I be real with you? I really wanted to play Hollow Knight today after stream, but I don't think I can because it's actually so warm in here that I'm gonna die. I stayed up so much. All right, you've convinced me. I'll play some. I'm kidding. I'm just pulling your leg. I'm pulling your leg. Turn on AC while playing. What AC? Hold on, I gotta read these donos. I gotta read them quick too, frankly. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $5. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate it. Big Man Awuga, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Valtar, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Don't like when you fight with chat. I've been watching VODs instead to skip the angry rants. To be clear, when I argue with chat, I'm not really angry, usually. I like friendly contention. I know a lot of people don't take it that way, but I try to keep the tone right, you know? Tamora and Shoop the Whoop, thank you for the $5 both. Really enjoyed stream yesterday. I think it was really productive. Big Joel popping in chat helped both you and chat, it seemed. Well, it was, because the feeling that I've had is a little bit like I'm in a void. So having someone pop in like at that exact moment, it was pretty, prescient, I guess, or it was like convenient timing. It was appreciated. Big Joel's a Vosh fan? No, he's not a Vosh fan. He is cool though, and every time I've talked to him, he's been pretty chill. He did a debate with somebody, and I'm actually kind of curious to take a look at it. Can Soy Milk, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I forgive you for instigating the coffee crash out. Wolfs, thank you for the very kind $10. I'm a Pac-Man fan. You're covering this just fine. Folks just need to drink some water. Thank you. And with the 5 tier 1 subs, and now you all must drink water. Average Politics Enjoy, Kabuya, San Fran Beyond the Star, Dragon Park, and Super Goat are all now obligated to get a drink of water. Shoop de Whoop, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. Careful on your coverage of this. I don't think I said anything that could get me in trouble over that, but I appreciate the concern. Scooter, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Yellow sac spiders are actually harmless. That misinfo is based on one sus study. Well, I kill spiders because they're scary, not really because they're dangerous. But I'll keep that in mind. Provoke, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5. Would you be okay with me sending an email with music recs? Realistically, it's just unlikely that I listen to them. Not because I distrust your taste or anything like that, but like I'm just not that musically engaged. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like me saying I'm not that into vegetables, and someone's like, well, here's a list of good vegetables. I'm not disagreeing with you, and maybe I would really like them. I just don't know how much it would resonate with me necessarily. Shoop to Whoop, thank you for the 3 $5 donos. Thank you. I'll admit I'm somewhat surprised your interest in Americana through fashion never led to interest in the genre. Genre of what? Is there a musical genre called Americana? Happy birthday, the entity. Can you grab a cat? I can't grab a cat right now. I'm so warm. I don't want to hold a cat. It would make my hands too warm. Oh, I got muted for sharing Do Not Eat City Skyline series. Had to head out. Well, you must have gotten muted because I've already watched Do Not Eat 1's City Skyline series. Franklin, right? Very, very good. If it's not Franklin, it's a different name for a city. Very, very good. I like Do Not Eat 1 a lot. Majin Blaze, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Wolfs, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Yellow? Yellow. We all yellow. Thank you very, very much. Hey, it's Liam. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hey, Vosh, been watching and lurking since 2020 in YouTube chat. Finally moved over to VGG and loved it. Keep up the great work and bringing vibes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Yeah, chat, I don't know. I really enjoyed stream today. I feel like the vibes were good. I didn't hit the same peak viewership that I typically do when I gun through news segments in the first 2 hours, but I feel like the vibe was pretty good, you know? At least it's test of principle. Do you think venting to chat yesterday helped? Yeah, right? Communicating feelings can be a good way to help you understand what they are. Archrave, I probably am going to get a U-shaped window unit. Yeah, and block up the back over there, or at the very least significantly dampen the amount of light coming through there. And Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Hong Kong GeoGuessr? Hollow Knight GeoGuessr. Logboy 2000. I keep forgetting which White Leaf site I'm donating at. They all have the same format. I'm sure you can keep us apart. Hollow Guesser. Huh. Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Image pack, difficulty all, round count 5. Timer. Start game. Oh, hold on. I'm blocking the map. Okay. Clearly somewhere in the abyss. My guess is somewhere around here. Ah, damn, other side. Next round. Oh, well, this is where you access the... Yeah, that's got to be right here. That's pretty close. Oh, no, it's one up. I'm stupid and bad at games. Well, this is green path. So let me move around. No, it doesn't. Not a lot to work on or work off of here. My guess would be like somewhere in this area. Oh, not too far. City of Tears, big elevator building. Higher up. It's higher up in one of those buildings. I think that'd be somewhere here. Hey, pretty close. This is the area that's above the city, right? That's like the separate area. I forget what it's called. It's like this area, right? Like somewhere in this. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Passing grade, passing grade, passing grade. Okay. Good round. We take those. We did back in high school, too. Let me read the super chats, and then we'll get right into it. I'll turn TTS on. All yellow. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Pale Magpie, thank you for the $5 both. I noticed Deepak doesn't acknowledge the don't talk about the pack clause. Yeah, his video didn't assuage my concerns. I don't know what that is, Victorious Gardenosaurus. Godcat, thank you for the $2 donos. Ezak, thank you for the $2. Hey Vosh, what did you think of Game Dungeon? I don't know if I know what that is. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. Jesus Christ, why do you people live like this? I'm Irish. I walk to work. Takes me half an hour. I cross one road on my way. The rest is all footpaths. Sorry, bucko. Okay, we can't all live in a land where the footpaths were carved by, you know, fairy sprites and leprechauns 1,000 years ago. Some of us developed our cities after the car was invented. Cancer Central again, and to Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $2 and $2 Australian. Car worship will kill us all. Pale Magpie Diego B, thank you for the $5 both. The least realistic part of Cyberpunk is the fact that Night City got built all in California. Unironically true. I always think that when playing it too, you know? Can't think of two cities related to urban update because of you guys. Americans did kind of owe the Japanese some urban planning. I can think of two cities that really need an urban update because of you guys. I would actually be interested in like learning more about the extent to which the occupation forces involved themselves in the reconstruction of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, you know? Like how much did they get directly involved? Let me take a piss super quick. I'm going to pull up Hollow Knight first. We should be able to, if I'm not mistaken, like we should be able to make decent headway towards finishing the base game today. If we play today for as long as we did yesterday, we probably could just finish the base game. One sec. Game capture on. Okay, let me pee real quick. Man, it is toasty today. Valerie, thanks the $5. What the fuck does Brave New World mean, Vosh? I still don't get it. I just meant, like... I think it's very modernity. As a trans person, to wake up and read a headline, and the headline says, like, trans woman does school shooting, and you're like, fuck. And then you take a look at the picture, and she's... and you're like, fuck, it's a Han, too. I don't know. It's very modernity. It's a little mean. But it's... You know what I'm talking about? I'm glad I got it right, Valerie. I heard someone earlier say that she was a horse hun. I just want you all to know I would not look like that if I went on HRT, horse replacement therapy. There, now I've turned the alerts on. Oh, now it's funny to make fun of her looks? It's not something that I would do independently. However, 1 second.
Got into you through your Ukrainian punditry as a normie lib, liked your cultural, life, and socialist commentary, and now listen in to your gaming streams.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like, against punditry in some cases. When it comes to a war, you kind of have to cover the news. Thank you. No, the point that I'm making is just that regardless of whether or not it's mean, it is a fact that, like, 1 million trans women across America did the exact thing I just described, where they read the story and then they saw the picture and they went, fuck, it's a hun or a brick or whatever. They all did the same fucking thing, okay? And I'm only pointing that out. So basically, it's okay for me to be problematic. That's the point. Okay. I mean, they kind of killed 2 kids, gonna be honest. It's not a priority of mine to be nice to them. Listen, it's not about being nice to them. It's that there are a lot of trans women out there who are upset that they still have some masculine facial features. I do genuinely believe that evil radiates out from your soul and corrupts your physical form, and to that extent, like, she was always doomed. Thank you, Axel MB. I do think there's some real truth to that. Oh yeah, quick focus. We didn't get the quick focus. How do I...
Hey Vosh, I only care about the political content, but you sounded so upset yesterday that I decided to watch yesterday's and today's game stream. Kinda liking it.
Appreciate that. If I can just keep guilting you, this might be able to work. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Anyway, I guess the point that I'm making is that, struggle against dysphoria is something that a lot of trans people go through, and I might have to wait a bit before I can make a point.
Alright chat, today is bicep, lat and upper back day. 256 reps over 8 exercises. Cardio is optional. A Vosh viewer should do 6 concurrent pull-ups. Do your best.
6? I can't do 1. I wish I could. Hurts my chest when I hang. The point I'm trying to make is that I do think there is genuinely some truth to the argument that... Oh, no, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop, never mind. No, the swear got rid of it. What's this gay shit? Where's the politics? Listen, okay, Hollow Knight is extremely political. Don't you besmirch it.
Can you believe it, guys? Silk Song. Just a week away.
Just a week away.
Silk Song is in a week.
Almost here.
Woohoo. I am so happy about this information.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm really, really excited to play it on stream. I was talking about it with the PV boys, and I think it might be a good idea to turn it into a fundraiser for them. Get some memberships, you know? It might be the last one for a bit while I focus on working on my content and trying to figure out how I want to restructure my channel in a way that makes me, like, I guess, proud of the content that I'm producing. And to that end, doing, like, a big donation drive while running through a first playthrough of Silksong. That sounds pretty good. I mean, that's solid content right there. We want to go here, I think. I believe. Sorry, Scooter. Do some drawing streams? I'm not going to do drawing streams. That doesn't appeal to me. Drawing is like a quiet personal relaxation thing. Wasn't Progressive Victory just exposed as a slush fund for Destiny's friends? No! Okay, I don't know what people are referring to when they say that. Genuinely, can I find out? Would it be possible for me to know what people... Where is this claim coming from? Still got it. Bad Empanada just said that? Okay. Ah! I think Hassan Senator covered it. Okay, but like... Based on what evidence? Like, what is the actual claim being made? What's the supporting evidence for it? Fuck, my nail's not as long.
On top of the pull-ups, every Vosh viewer is required to drink water.
Okay, okay. Oh, shit. Love having 3 nail upgrades. So wait, genuinely, so everyone's aware of these accusations, but nobody even understands what the supporting evidence for them was?
Dono maxing all the way to pretend that TTS voice is my own. Yes, I will read Warhound one day.
Warhound? I think I've heard of that. BE shows evidence in the video. Okay, but I'm not watching the video. I'm playing a game right now, so I'm just asking... Ah! Got him. Being paid for by Peter Thiel? Okay, okay, I don't know. I had no idea PB took direct donations. Of course they do. I've done fundraising streams for them multiple times and encourage people to donate to them. Like, they rely on volunteers, but they have organizers and state leads and stuff that do a bunch of work that probably shouldn't be volunteer-oriented because it relies on, you know, long-term organization, bookkeeping, that sort of thing. Pretty sure this is the right way to go up to that area to defeat the last streamer. Bad Empanadas claims that PB pays content creators to do Zionist propaganda by supporting the Democrats or whatever. Oh. But what? But what's the claim? Like, what is the thing that happened? TV paid people like Destiny's chef? Destiny has a chef? Okay, let's get to the bench and then we can move forward. Wow. I missed the long nail. Destiny's a piece of shit. You guys are really getting away from the central topic here. I'm literally just trying to understand like what the claim, like what I'm looking for, to be specific, is evidence was found of a payment of $63,000 to X person with no reason given, or with like stated attached reason, do Zionist propaganda or something like that. You know? I don't think I'm getting what I want. Which, I mean, I guess is good. It's not like I want there to be substantiated accusations against PV. Dude, we're bouncing and moaning on it. Holy shit. Well, and I guess my response is that I don't have much to say about these accusations. I have no idea what they're referring to. FEC filings show PV giving thousands of dollars to people affiliated with Destiny. Do you want me to link them? I guess, but like, is there a purpose given? Because, of course, PV would occasionally do payouts, like paying people to fly places, or if there's specific work they're doing. It's for content, the YouTube content? Okay. Alright, let's get up here. You have to go up. You have to go up. Up, 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 up. Rabba! Woohoo! Gotcha. B saying it's time to abandon Hassan the other day is so funny. It is a little disappointing to me that Hassan would like...
Your content helped me get over my internalized transphobia. Now I've got all my documents updated and I'm consistently girl moding, so thanks.
You gotta consistently girl mode. We don't respect boy moders here. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks to you, I realized after a year that my problems were almost certainly due to costochondritis. Went to the doctor and sure enough. Thanks. I hate it.
My pleasure. There's a shocking lack of documentation on it because it's usually a relatively benign condition. It can be debilitating, but it's not really capable of being fatal, so it's not treated as seriously. And because of that, a lot of people just don't put much effort into trying to fix it, you know? Oh god. Okay, we're gonna take down one of these guys. These guys are a pain in the ass. Okay, horde fight.
Thanks to you, I've just covered all my deeply held political beliefs have always been correct. Thanks.
My pleasure. Ooh, but the damage is good. The damage is good. Oh. Quick focus. Fuck. Woohoo! Ah! It appeared right there. Oh boy. Okay, let's not get too wacky, okay? Fuck. No! We're getting a little too wacky, I think. Nice. Thank goodness for a quick focus, right? And some of you degens wanted me to take deep focus. My god. Imagine how silly you looked when you were saying that. Can you even... Do you remember? Fuck. Gotcha. Okay, we're good. We're stable. But not that stable. Easy. I think I have costochondritis too, just Google it, really? It's not that uncommon, it's just often relatively benign. I have a relatively bad case, but, you know, it's just usually not that serious of a condition. But it can get worse, and it can be chronic, and you want to take it seriously anyway. How's Umineko so far? Really enjoying Umineko. Really, really enjoying it. Very impressive.
Ba and I can't stress this enough, Panada. Going grass touching for the next 3 days. Air show with the Blue Angels and camping. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Nice. I fucking hate it when the Blue Angels come to town, so enjoy it enough for both of us, I suppose. Hell yeah. Pandada? Papanada. Hey. Isn't that stretch right there where the Path of Pain entrance is? Or, not the Path of Pain, the DLC one. The, like, super duper Path of Pain. Can you do the big sigh, Bapanada? Bapanada. See, I think that's a little sexy. Got him. Okay, that's the last of the Dreamers. Now we just have to get the 2 halves of the King Soul. First one we'll go to is the one in the Queen's Gardens, because that one doesn't require 1,800 soul points or whatever it is. Dream points. I do like playing video games, Suga. Is there no faster way to go down than just dropping down? You gonna post gameplay to any channel? The Hollow Knight VODs are getting uploaded to the 3rd channel, Vosh Vidya. And that's the last channel, I promise. Wait, what's the 2nd channel? The Vosh Pit, of course. Where's the nearest? Still have to go all the way down.
Isn't Vosh the first person to beat Dark Souls?
Bloodborne. The first person to beat Bloodborne. But I must have been up there for Dark Souls.
Hollow Knight this. Hollow Knight that. My ops go night-night from these hollows.
The night. Would the game be improved if there was some kind of magical contrivance that teleported you back to a stag station after you beat a dreamer? Probably not, but I want one anyway. What are we missing for the map? We don't have a map to the sewers. But the map to the sewers is a pain in the ass to get. What else do I not have, map-wise? Is that the only map we don't have?
The big thing that separates YT from Twitch is
No, it's
commenting.
this.
Most YT comments are made with the intent of being interacted with, especially the content creator.
Yeah, to an extent, I think. Less emote spam. I found a direct link to the receipts. The controversy is paying small streamers without many eyeballs to do streamer YouTube content, which are advertising services, separate from paying things for like flights and canvases. People like Hassan are saying the point of PV is enriching Destiny's friends while taking advantage of people who actually want to do good. Well, I know for a fact that PV has done advertising by like paying for prominent or popular people, you know, to speak of them. I don't really know how to look at the FEC.gov website data and parse any useful information about it, though. Like, how do I know who this went to? Oh, I see the names there. I guess they're paying Destiny chef. Oops. Does Destiny have a chef? That sounds like a claim that's being repeated, because it's sensational. Whoa. Yes, he had a chef? Okay, well, I think that's odd. In my personal opinion. Hello? How do I get in here? I want to get in. Let me in.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were hit by atomic airbursts which limited deep damage below the ground. Reconstructing them was easier than Tokyo.
Really? That's kind of interesting. I guess I could see that making sense. Oh. Oh. Okay, where's the next place we're going to? Queen's Garden, that's right. First, let's go up and make sure we can't buy a map to the Queen's Garden. Wait, do we already have the map? No. Okay, so let's check. PV was also just straight up paying Zionists, so people's donos were going to creators who were straight up pro-genocide like Icon. Okay, I feel like your framing on this is a little bit, weighted towards controversy. I have no doubt that in the many people who at some point received money from PV to do promotional work or some kind of advertising work or something like that, I have no doubt that, at least one of those people was a Zionist. Now, I've talked to the leadership over at Progressive Victory, and I feel like we're on the same page with regards to our positions and biases and what we prefer and don't, you know, Progressive Victory. And I certainly don't want money or attention going to, you know, Zionist or centrist or reactionary or conservative Democrats. That being said, you know, PV is an organization that I care about a lot, so I want to be a little bit more careful about our statements than that. Like, it's the kind of statement that is meaningless because it could be applied so broadly, right? Well, money went to a Zionist? In what way? Was there like a paid interview or were they paid to do advertising? Certainly they weren't being paid for their capacity as a Zionist. If they were, that would be very surprising to me. I think that if that is true, and I have no reason to believe that you're lying, I think that's probably something that I wouldn't do if I was in charge of the organization myself, and I'd be curious to hear what the organization's leadership had to say about whatever benefits they thought they could get out of it. Papanata. 3 maps! Oh, what a treat. I'll buy these. Her husband? Yeah, we've run out of areas to get.
Only MPFPSI plays WW1 game series. 3 games set on West, East, and Italy fronts. Trailer dropped for 2026 game set on the Ottoman fronts, Gallipoli. I recommend.
I have no clue what game series you're referring to. Why no Elegant Key? I don't know what it does. I forget what it does. Should I get it? I guess I should. Excuse me. Upgrade to Fireball? Oh. Oh. Alright, we got the maps. How's it looking? Howling Cliffs over there, which we get at from here. You access the Howling Cliffs from here, right? From going up here in the green path? And then there's Queen's Gardens. And where was the last area? The sewers, that's right. Royal Waterways. Which it looks like we more or less completely explored. Walk left. Back from the start, you can go left and up. Let's do that real quick. I like that area. All is well, Glorb. You can also go to Howling Cliffs by finding all the stag stations. Oh, that's right! I remember. That's always how I would find it. Yeah. Is it here? I think this is the... No, I've been here. I've been here. Very start. Very start. Yeah, I missed the Deep Nest one. Where is he going? I'm going to access endgame area. It's pretty empty, but I still like it.
Papanada.
Papanada. Papanada. Papanada. There we are. One Piece is dog shit. Oda is a talentless hack. All right. No, you can pay me to say any old thing. It's a safe and legal thrill. Look at all the dead bugs here. The Howling Cliffs are really cool. Like the whole outer border of Hollow Nest is just bug corpses. Is there any reason why the night starts off from these cliffs? Why does the night start out from off? Why was the night cast out from the city in the first place? Was he just banished? He comes from outside the kingdom? Well, sure, but he originates from the kingdom. Hello? Ooh. Tension.
Hele sommet. Bam. Finnel.
Zip, zip, zoop. Oh. Anyway, this area is pretty small. It won't take us long to get what we need in it. Is there a pale ore here? Am I remembering that correctly? No? Okay, I'm thinking of the top of I'm thinking of the top of the Crystal Peaks then. Ooh, yes, we do need more of your delicious essence. Yum yum! Gorb! Gorb! Very good. Okay, let's... What if we didn't play like shit, hypothetically? Is such a thing possible? Oh, the triple heal, man. You're so generous. Hey, come on.
UUUOOHHHBETTLEORICHE.
I couldn't agree more. Fuck. What happens if you, like, leave in a fight like this? Because it's not really a closed arena. Diotrici. I really am enjoying Umineko. Apart from Umineko being, like, weirdly repetitive with some of its lines, like, it seems like it's kind of a masterpiece, a little bit. I'm not that far in. I'm only, like, midway through Chapter 2, okay? So no spoileronies. I mean it, I'll get real mad. Holy shit, it is wordy. It really makes me think, like, how many other visual novels and properties similar to it, like, you know, just any long-form story, how much better would it be if the writer was bold enough to just write more? Stop trying to craft a cute, quirky little one-off sentence that perfectly encapsulates the mood of the scene. Just describe it in a paragraph. Who cares if you're repeating yourself a little bit? You know, go ahead and describe the room fully. I feel like if you're a good writer, there's the potential to get a lot of good out of that. Not necessarily because you're being overly verbose, but because you're not anxiously leaving anything on the table. I know somewhere here there's a dream tree. I'm gonna find that. Oh! Map man.
We can pay you to say anything. Smug pay.
No. I said you can say anything if you pay. That's very different. There we go. Ooh. More shit, man. Where's the goddamn dream tree? It's got to be down here then, because I remember it being on the right side. No, okay. Grim? Yeah, we are by the Grim Troop. Do we want to do... There it is. Do we want to do the Grim Troop? Because it takes a while. Like, it takes a lot of effort to do it, coward. What happens after you finish the game? Can you keep playing? After you defeat the Radiants, do you get to keep playing, or do you have to save that for the last? Yes, you can. Okay. So my thinking then is first I focus on beating the base game. Like, let's, you know, one thing at a time, one foot in front of the other, etc. And then after that, I guess we would do Grim. I'm more excited for Godholm, though. You know, Godholm has way the hell more content. Even if the quality of the average fight isn't as good as, you know, Grim. You can't do Godholm without Grim? Really? Oh. Okay. Yummers.
The statements of the TTS bot perfectly reflect Vosh's real opinions.
No, no,
and
no,
are
no,
official
no.
financial advice.
No, 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 no. Okay, wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was thinking. There's no way we're... Done? No? Okay. This area is quite large. There it is. There it is. Umineko has done a good job capturing on maybe my main drive in life, the main thing I care about, which is getting taunted by beautiful, powerful women. I think it's doing a good job on that front.
Minthara or Yushiro Maya Eva? If you could only choose one.
Minthara. Minthara's smarter. Like, they're both fucking evil, but Minthara's smarter. Fuck, what was the point I was trying to make?
Join Progressive Victory.
I strongly encourage that. Hello? Red essence. I'm trying to gauge who has taste. That's fair, that's fair. Look, I keep in mind I have not even come close to finishing Umineko, whereas I have beaten Baldur's Gate 3 times. So, keep that in mind. Man, I love... Okay, I'm not going to spoil, and I'm not inviting you to spoil. However, I love narratives about common willpower overcoming supernatural power. I really, really like it when the conventional is matched against the supernatural, and through force of will, the conventional wins. And I think, unfortunately, the most common place you see this in regular day-to-day media is with Batman. And I think Batman is usually really, really badly written. So I don't tend to like his stories. I think that nobody lets Batman make mistakes. I think they just let him aura farm. They make other people stupid so that he can be smart and, like, get the point right. I wish...
She yees on my yee till I yee yee.
True. Unfortunately, like, stories about overwhelming willpower just don't work as well when you're dealing with a legacy character of, like, 80 years. Right? Like, I just don't care as much. I'm not going to get as invested in a gripping tale of a person's battle against overwhelming odds if this is issue number 473 of one of an, you know, infinite number of series or whatever. I just don't care as much. The stakes for Hiroshima Battler are much more real. I have no idea what's going to happen with him. What's down here? What am I doing? Hey. Charm? Okay. Well, we'll finish it. Ah! We're fucking him up. Ow. Do you like fantasy versus technology based on your rant? Are you on the side of technology? No, that's not a distillation of what I'm talking about. It's one of the reasons I really like the original Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. Because if you think about it from that perspective, the story is basically about all of the supernatural stuff in the world getting destroyed. It's about, like, human empires, human gunpowder, human ships overtaking the supernatural. And I like that narratively quite a bit. I like the fact that Jack Sparrow, like, dances on the line between the two. Yay. Oh. Hello, Joni. I'll let your spirit live. I don't know what the Project Moon games are. Nosferatu explores some similar themes. I agree. You'd enjoy Pathfinder 2e, barbarians can just cut fireballs in half. You're not understanding me. That's still fantasy bullshit. A fighter or a barbarian or a warrior or whatever in D&D is still supernatural. What I'm talking about is something that is definitively conventional, overcoming the supernatural. Like a SWAT team beating a ghost. Or in Battler's case, like inhuman stubbornness and willpower beating a witch. You know? You should listen to the section after Chapter 7. I cannot say why. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it anymore, because eventually somebody's going to say something that spoils. Chapter 7? I didn't even know there were that many chapters. Jesus. Ah! How do you not get lost in this game? I do. So you're saying Jack Sparrow is a mage with a gun? No, that is not what I'm saying at all. No, I have not seen weapons yet. Okay, I think we're pretty much done in this area. The stag station's at the bottom, right? No, there's one more charm. Where? You remember too much, Posadas John.
Will you be doing the Path of Pain?
Yeah, for sure. At the top or at the bottom, guys? Bottom right? Okay, I have to trust Venture, because Venture's been my... Need a name for a black kitten? I'm afraid I'm not very good at this sort of thing. I can't really say. Poop head.
I want stories like what you talked with Chad about a year or two back about humanity reaching a point where their technology could kill gods.
Well, okay, I don't remember what exactly I said back then. I feel like stuff like that is pretty common, especially in shit like JRPGs. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. Hello. Yay. This might take a bit. My fireball's unupgraded. There we go. Yes, I did once write fan fiction about a SWAT team going into Five Nights at Freddy's. I mean, sorry, going into Freddy Fazbear's. They wouldn't go into the game. They would go into the location in the game. You what? Listen, they're ghost, possessed animatronics. Don't you want to know? Aren't you curious whether or not a SWAT team could beat them? Don't you want to know? Like 2019, 2016. This was like ages ago. I have no idea when it was. Link? It doesn't exist anymore. Man, this was ages ago. I have no idea. Yeah, don't you want to aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of being fucking nice? Don't you want to know whether or not a SWAT team could defeat the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics? Aren't you tired of being a fucking bitch?
I first watched the Indiana Jones movies very recently, and I love how much of a dumbass he is.
The indie movies are very, very, very good. We don't talk about them enough. It's because they keep making new ones. It tarnishes the legacy. Okay, where is the damn stag station? Top? All the way up. Okay. And then we're done here. And then we can go to Queen Station. Didn't they get stunned by a taser in the FNAF movie? Yeah, and I think you could make a decent argument. You can't unlock the station from the outside? Okay. So I just have to leave the way I came? Okay, gotcha. Opinion on Lex v Superman? You mean like in general or the most recent movie? Crystal dash off the cliff, yeah. That it's a shit movie? Yeah, the Five Nights at Freddy movie is ass. But I think that a taser could stop one of them for a bit. I think it's just my interest in making the unknowable knowable, you know?
I grew up in a liberal family. Mother thinks Cuomo will win, so still relatively new to learning about socialism. Do you have recommendations on learning more?
Oh, fuck. I'm not much of a reader. I'm illiterate. Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century is an excellent read if you're more
My
theory-oriented.
fab D&D campaign I ran was the inversion. I ran Camus the Plague as a setting pre-COVID. Supernatural characters grappling with overwhelming mundane forces.
Overwhelming mundane. I like that. I like overwhelming mundanity. Hello! Chat, look who's come to visit. We'll deal with you guys in a bit. Okay, we got the Howling Cliffs. So we want to go now to Queen's Gardens. The fastest way to do that is Queen's Station. Let's get a move on. Do we want to go from the bottom or from the top? I guess we can do either. Always top? Always top. Queen's Station, then. No, that was bottom? Fuck! Well, I have to access it from the same way either way. Always bottom. This is the closest stag station either way, right? Okay, so it's one more up. Two more up. Bosch confirmed bottom. Nah, I'm not that brave. Sorry. I respect what they do. For me, specifically. I've always found this area very annoying to navigate, but goddamn is it pretty, huh? Unsung heroes. They are plenty sung. I feel jellyfish are so underused in art. Was there a, fuck you. Was there a jellyfish boss in Sekiro? Because you could go underground in Sekiro. No? They have jellyfish in Japan, right? Like the coasts, the many, many coasts of Japan. It's not like that's a jellyfish-free area, right? Yes? Okay. I can't go up through there, so now I go down. It's so bad it's like a pest to them? Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, they can be a pain. I know when they float up on the water, it's just like a big sticky blub that you can't step in because it'll make you go ouch. I mean, in regards to Lex v Superman, I think, what do you think about the rivalry in comparison to your like of Human Will? Oh, yeah, I mean, I do like it, and I think that when it's done well, it's done really well. I just think that oftentimes, unfortunately, and this is just usually the case with comic writing, it's one of the reasons I'm liking Umineko, it's impossible to take willpower as a force seriously because everything feels like a cheap cartoon trick. Like, if a story is really well written, I would consider cutting your own arm off to escape a trap to get back at the person who laid that trap to be superhuman willpower. Like, I think that the drive that it takes to do that, the ability, like, if you imagine you get your arm caught in, like, a bear trap, and you know somebody set it, and they're out there, and you want to get them, like, to saw off your arm, or something, shoot it off, you have a shotgun, whatever, I would consider that superhuman will. I'd consider it Kino. I would consider it, goated. I would consider it sauceful, you know? But the problem is that in comic book writing, everything is taken to such comical extremes all the time with very little, like, emotional buildup or payoff. It doesn't feel, like, earned pretty often. I can't get up there, dang. Not yet, at least. Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Red Sun. Perfect example of Superman versus Lex Luthor in that dynamic, right? Perfect example of that relationship, you know? But Lex Luthor's intelligence and willpower are just comic book comedy. He's a 14th level intelligence. He could talk Superman into a suicide in just 7 minutes. Actually, if he controls every dollar in the economy would be perfect, because he's that smart. It's not human anymore. Now he's just another superhuman. All those are real things in the comic, by the way. None of that was made up. It's just literally just another superhuman thing anymore. You're introduced to Lex Luthor and he's playing and winning chess games against like 20 people at once. It's like, I get it, okay? I get it. It's one of the reasons I also don't like All-Star Superman that much, you know? It just really takes away the pathos for the extraordinary feats of these characters to be reduced to comic book antics in that way. There's no emotional stakes. It just doesn't feel real to me. It's the same with Batman. It's always like that with Batman, man. How often do you see Batman really struggle? Yes, I've seen the comics. I know what Batman struggling looks like, okay? Tibetan monk this, superhuman willpower that. There's no struggle, there's no trade-off, there's no great sacrifice or... Because there can't be a sacrifice, not a real one, because it's a comic, you know? It's... I mean, you have one-off graphic novels or whatever, but... I'm rambling. I'm yapping. DC does treat their heroes like gods, even the human ones, yeah. Sherlock, BBC is the worst example of this. Surely he would have a BWC, but no, I agree. Yeah, sure. In BBC's Sherlock, they can't think of a way to make him smart in a human way that's engaging, so they just make him like a cartoon super genius whenever it's convenient, and a fucking idiot when it's not. You should watch Gate. Gate is really ass. I'm sorry. I'm sure you recommend it because you like it, but I need you to know Gate is poop from a butt. Gate is like Japanese military propaganda with like a fucking cardboard box with a smiley face drawn around it. Are you part of any anarchist org, or do you just do debates? Buddy, I don't even do debates. No, I'm just a YouTuber. I'm an advocate, not an activist. Gate is for lolicons? Okay, whoa. I only saw one episode of Gate. I don't know that much about it. It didn't take me long to get a feel for what the anime was gonna be like. Are you even still an anarchist? I'll give you the same answer that I've given for years now, which is that I think my political theory is heavily, heavily informed by anarchist thought. I think that I take the anarchist perspective on a lot of political questions, whether or not that means that an anarchist and I would agree on, like, the final implementation. Probably not. If for no other reason than because, like, find me two anarchists who agree on everything, right? Like, who knows? What's the, you know, the gatekeep here? So I just want to cut through this really quick and connect these two. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about when I say, like, you kind of ruin the charm of superhuman willpower being a feature when it's done in a comic booky kind of way? Can somebody think of an example that isn't from whatever the visual novel I'm currently watching is called, where that happens? What's an example of a character who's, like, in a very well done way, very persistently dedicated and willful in a way that's, like, almost hard to watch? Oh, Guts! 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 Why am I talking? Why am I thinking? Guts! Guts! I said Guts earlier, you fool. Yeah, that's why I remembered. Giorno Giovanna. See, I like JoJo, but pretty much every JoJo character is superhumanly willful. Like, every single hero and villain at some point will have half their face dangling off, and they'll be like, you! And then they'll do some, like, final attack that is, like, the ultimate expression of the spiritual manifestation of their will. You know? And I'm not against that, but you don't feel like it's real, right? Like, I'm not reading that thinking, oh my god, there's no way that you know, Joseph Joestar is going to have the willpower to do something like that. Like, no, I know he will, because it's JoJo, right? Subaru from ReZero. There are some things about ReZero that I enjoyed, but by and large, I did not care for that show at all. JoJo's magical as fuck, right? Yeah, JoJo's magical as fuck. But I'm talking about willpower here. Like, a magical character can still be defined by will. This was always my favorite bench in the game. I love the fact that there's no area to explore out here, because it's the Queen's gardens, right? The Queen would just sit over here, listen to music, and watch everything in the terrarium out there, or whatever. Not terrarium, you know, the gardens. Did my 90 push-ups? Nice! For me, a big part of inhuman willpower being an endearing feature is that it has to be basically a flaw, in a sense, right? Like, Guts is incredibly self-sacrificial and destructive and reckless and suicidal, right? For one. Urushimiya Battler in fuck, what's the name of the visual novel? Like, his stubbornness, which is his, like, overpowering feature, is also often framed as kind of childish and belligerent. Umineko, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it has to be... I think you can't always be focused on making your willpower character Orifarm, because that takes away from it. In reality, if you're pushing somebody to the brink, like, really to the brink, they should be impressive, even if they aren't coming across as cool at all. Even if they're, like, sobbing and the teeth gritted, they're desperate and they're crying out, and they're like barely holding it together, you know? Them overcoming that is the critical juxtaposition. And it's difficult to do that when you're obsessed with making your characters cool all the time, which is kind of what happens to Batman to a large extent. You guys don't have to suggest examples. It's fine. You don't have to. I have not read Worm, but it's been on the list for a billion years. Like, in my opinion, and you can say it's edgy or unnecessary or whatever, I think that basically all of the aura farming and all of the impressive shit that Guts does in Berserk is framed, contextualized, and neatly kind of set up by him being raped when he was a kid. I think that was an incredibly bold choice in, like, a grim action manga you know, a grimdark action manga, to be like, opening, fucking, let's go, you know? I think that looking at Guts from that perspective, and they don't shy away from it in the story at all. It's very obvious that Guts has trauma from it, you know? It was a super bold choice, and it makes him human in a way that no amount of, like, cool action scenes ever could have. It instantly, not to say that suffering is like the only way to humanize a person, because it's not just about suffering, right? It's about the totality of the emotional experiences that Guts has that allows his superhumanly heroic moments to stand out that much more. Unca's in the wrong biome. Yeah. Just filling out the map, I guess, since we're... Okay. So then we go up. Right, and then up.
What if ITTS don't know the ending? Spoiler hamu that D be a funny troll hum maybe. Ha 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 lol.
Well, thankfully my memory's so bad. I might not even remember it. Don't do that, though. Hey! You can't hit me. Hey! Are you caught up in Berserk's most recent chapters? No. Should have dashed through. I keep forgetting I have the shade cloak. Okay. We need to focus up. We're progressing too slowly. Ah! Oh, right. One place I shouldn't stand. Did you stop on Teardrop of Morning Dew? The last thing that I remember while reading Berserk is that, oh wait, fuck, I don't want to spoil. That's relatively recent. How do I not spoil that? I only read like 1 or 2 chapters after Mira died. Mira is not a character, friends. Mira was the mangaka. So many doors.
Is this episode another like 20-minute news 7-hour video game thing or?
This episode? Episode of what? Oh, you mean of the stream? I mean, we did 3 hours of politics. Would you prefer I just have ended the stream after 3 hours? Oh, these fucking things. Yeah, I gotta go back in the mines. Gotta be a news monkey.
Vosh, do you honestly think One Piece has stakes? No one dies. The amount of fake-out deaths is insane.
Stakes? No, not really. It's not really a high-stakes manga, right? I mean, it's pretty much just like a fun action romp. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think that's bad or like a failure of the story or anything. Big. Look at how fucking big the Queen's Gardens are. Wow. How cool would elastic powers be IRL? Probably be super useful, but you would need to have some kind of durability to go along with it, because otherwise being able to like stretch your hand out really far and then it gets like caught in a drawer. It does not take much to hurt a body, you know? Also, you would always look lame, like all the time when you use it, and that would suck. Oh. Hey, let me in! Somebody update me on the progress that Vosh has made. We're actually pretty close to, beating the base game. We've almost gotten the first half of the King Soul. Then we just need to get the essence necessary to get the other one, and then we have to jump around to White Castle for a bit. Technically, you can beat the game right now. Well, yeah, but we want to fight Radiance, you know. Anything else in this area?
This is your annual or biannual reminder to submit to Grandfather Nurgle, who loves you.
Not get me, motherfucker. I'm not stinky. I'm not a stinky boy. Right up in here. I'm a clean boy. Yeah, but you wouldn't feel pain anymore? Yeah, but it'd still be stinky. They came back! Fuck, wasn't there a path up I missed? Okay, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Vosh seems like more of a corn man. Why not Cheech? Or Zinch? Give me that at least.
It's the Redburn of Tank Top Vosh Gaming in a hot room. We're so back.
It does feel kind of nostalgic. I used to wear a tank top so often while streaming. And here I am. And it is a hot day. Here sleeps the traitor's child. Rip. Go up from here? From where? Playing video games again? White lady further up. Okay, white lady further up. White lady further up. White lady further up. White lady further up. Climbing up to see the white lady. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 white lady. Yum, 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 white lady. White lady. Yum, 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 yum. Wait, further up where? I already went this way. Right then up. Oh. Why she gotta be white? I didn't make this racist ass game. Rip. Yay! So many fucking places to go. How do I keep it all straight in my head? Fuck. Oh, right. You can't go through from the bottom.
Last dono. I didn't come for the Let's Play, but are you about done covering politics for a while? Show's getting shorter and short and you're doing more gaming.
What? I've only been playing games for 3 days. The whole thing is the show. The whole thing is the stream. I'm not covering politics today. I'm just talking with chat. I'm a live streamer. I don't think it's entitled. It's just a, you know, it's a question that I wouldn't have gotten It's not a question I would have gotten in 2020, and I think that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday, right, chat? Like, it's definitely an impression I've... Oh.
I have to take my friend to the airport at 4:45 a.m. He's going to Tokyo to be with his wife who can't immigrate here because of Trump, who he voted for. Ah.
Fun. White, libertarian guys and Asian wives, am I right? Oh! Buddy! Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Oh, I thought I had... Damn! I got my ass beat! I totally forgot how to fight this guy. This is a hard fight. Did they change this fight? I don't remember it being like that. At least the map's filled in now. They changed it? Okay, yeah, I thought... I half remembered this being one of the fights they adjusted, like Nosk. I don't think I've fought him in this state. Okay, let's go back up there. Damn, we died a while away. Fuck you. Okay, so it's up here, and then... This is why I said get Dreamgate. What's Dreamgate? Okay, isn't Dreamgate also something they added later? Guys, I played Hollow Knight right when it came out. Isn't Dreamgate something they added later for, like, one of the DLCs? Yeah? Okay, just making sure. Because I played the game pretty thoroughly back when it came out, and I did come back and play the DLCs, but when I came back to play the DLCs, I was doing it on the same save, so the map was already fully cleared. So I might not have interacted with all the systems. Ah! And then left? Okay, now for real. Creepy music, creepy music. Okay, let's be a little more diligent. Okay, it just walked into me because that's like a special one that exists to get bludgeoned by the lady. Okay, okay. Not get too big for our britches here. Let's go. Got a hit. What? Okay. You want the Shadow Cloak upgrade. Is it possible to fight this guy before getting the Shadow Cloak upgrade? No? Okay. It's an important part of fighting him. Oh! Ah! I'm playing so terribly. Oh, yes! Wait, no! Get him! Yes! Now that's Super Bug Will. Sorry, lady. No, Posada shot, I'm not. Who was the white lady again? Was she a moth? What manner of creature was she? Your mom? Yeah, but what manner of creature? Tree, that's right. Tree lady. She's so pretty. Hello. Oh, one arrives. Far it walks to find me. Did it seek my aid? Or did the path carry it by chance to so pertinent a place? It is true. True that you were awaited. No, perhaps that is inaccurate. True one like you was awaited. I have a gift, held long for one of your kind, half of a whole. When united, great power is granted, and on the path ahead, great power it will need. I'd marry a tree. I would too if it looked like this. Canonically extremely horny and in literal bondage, by the way. I mean, she would have had to, like, fuck the void, right? She's gotta be horny. It faced the gendered child? She's a fierce foe, strong in mind and body, striking reflection of her mother, though the two were permitted little time together. I never begrudge the worm's dalliance's bargain.
I watch Kyle to watch news. I watch Vosh to watch Vosh.
Yay.
Whatever he's doing, I'm here for it. Looking forward to the sourdough arc nodders.
We'll see how that goes. I appreciate that, thank you. When do you watch a Mossbag video about Hollow Knight lore? I don't understand the question. When do I? Like, when do I in my daily routine? When do I generally? What do you mean by this? I don't know if I've ever watched more than a few Mossbag videos. Love how this comment from her confirms the knight is no gender. When she says the gender one, she means hornet, right? But why would she refer to hornet that way? Because hornet's not a void knight the way that we are. Ah, she's happy. She is the king's only gendered offspring. Okay. Next place we go. Guys, we need to farm some motherfucking dream essence. I know there are some dream warriors that I haven't defeated. What's like the fastest place that I can go to slurp up some delicious dream juice? Kill the lost kin? Didn't I? Didn't I defeat the lost kin? Okay. False Knight then. And False Knight's in the starting area, right? To my left? What?
Luffy going through loneliness as a kid, then finding brothers, vowing to never lose family again, then waging war against the government for Robin really means a lot to me. Chat, please read One Piece.
I like One Piece a lot. I'm a big One Piece defender. I'm a One Piece defender. Man, there is like no fast way out of here, is there? Dream nail the warrior lady spirit to your left. No! I'm not dream nailing her! If I keep going bottom left, you can find a stag station. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Only way out is through. Isn't Oda friends with someone who had terabytes of CSAM on his PC? We're talking about fucking One Piece, the massive story, and like the top-selling fiction narrative ever. You know? Like, I'm not saying that's not sus as hell, I'm just saying we're talking about the damn story right now, okay? Fuck. Just wish it didn't take an episode for Luffy to land a punch. Then don't watch the anime. Read the manga. Bottom left? Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, let's not die. That would actually set us back quite a bit. Stag is under semicircle room in the middle. Oh, okay, that wasn't the way that I was gonna go. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, good. That saves us time. And then we beat the false knight. And then the dung defender. Wait, the dung defender's not dead though. He's not a spirit boss. What's the other spirit boss? Dream Warrior in Stag Room? What is Stag Room? Thanks, Thana. You need to enter from the left side. What are you talking about? Oh, wait, you're right. Lamau. He sleeps so you can dream nail him? Oh. Dog the stag. Yeah, okay, well, I was told it was down there, so I went down there, and then I found the door was closed. So I'm going this way.
Despite your flaws, I'm thankful for you, chat. Love to all, especially my girls. Rondo. Vash you familiar W. Alenka Zapanzik? Zizek contemporary.
I'm afraid not, no. But I'll support any Zizek contemporaries for sure. Okay, we're moving along. We go, yeah, go over here, then down. And that's how we get there. All right, bucko. All right, bucko. Didn't Zizek also have weird takes on trans people? Why? Why? It's every time anything gets mentioned. Didn't you fucking poop your pants once in 2nd grade, and when the teacher smelled something, everyone was already giggling, and when she asked who it was, you said that you didn't know, but what you didn't realize at the time was that everyone in class knew that it was you, and you only later, like 4 years later, realized that everyone knew? Let's talk about that! It's right here, right? Ah! The queen. Mamu! Exactly who I'm looking for. Hop, 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 hop. Hop, 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 hop. Fuck. Fuck. Luck never punished. Ma. He moves so fast. I actually find him to be one of the more difficult dream bosses. I lost Steel Soul 100% to that thing. No. Over here? Yay! Okay, and now Forgotten Crossroads, so we can beat the False Knight. Now go to Hidden Stag. Don't we want to go to the False Knight? Yeah, my bad. Never make that mistake again. The real question is if chat's transphobic. They gotta be a little transphobic. They're being exposed to me, and I'm making, like, Han posting jokes. Is Valerie still here? I have the pass. Ow! What's up here?
Zionist daughter or pro-generative AI son.
Hurts, but it would have to be the sun. Is Han a slur? Yeah, well, okay. I don't think it's a slur because it's not used by outgroups to hurt trans people. It's used by trans people to hurt themselves. Trans women to hurt themselves. It's yeah, I guess in the loosest definition, it fits the categorization of a slur, and you certainly should treat it as a slur if, like, people are throwing it around at each other. But its actual practical use, it's like an in-group pejorative, not an in-group out-group pejorative, if that makes any sense. Motherfucker. I'm so bad at video games. Glorp. Glowing womb. Neat. Is the N-word gender neutral? The hard R is. The soft A is not. Weird how that works, right? Ow. I thought both were gender neutral. The soft A is also gender neutral. But, buddy. Okay. It's like 99.9% of the time when black people are hitting each other with the soft A, they are talking about, guys. No, that's right. He's somewhere else. See, you ain't been in the black queer community enough and it shows, lol. Okay, who the fuck cares what black queer people think? For one, your own community would probably agree on that. The black community, thank you. And for two, no shit, standards of gender-neutral language are going to be different in the black queer community, okay? Come on. N-words and bitches, I know how it is. You don't, listen, I'm not saying it's 100% gender divided. It's more like dude. Like a lot of people say dude in a gender neutral way. I do. But I know it doesn't mean that to a lot of people. Where am I going? Why do I have a text? Oh my god. I hear him. Oh. Hello. These are the funniest little guys. I love them so much. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. Listen, okay? They're infected by the Radiants. This is the first boss in the game. This is the one we first fought. No, I have not played Animal Well. I want to, though. Okay. This guy's not messing around. Ow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I like to see. Just fuck me up. Ah! Oh, boy. Okay, now we get to heal.
Back from the hospital after a hit and run sent me head first into the curb at 30
Jesus.
miles per hour. Thanks, helmet. Just in time to watch this washed MF lose to failed champ.
God damn, I hope you're okay. Motherfucker. You can barely heal, too, because when you're hitting his armor, you don't get soul back. Why did I do that? Deep Sea Fission, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay. Let's try that a little bit better. You can dream nail him for more soul when he's staggered. Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Zizek is chill on trans, just convoluted and old. Recommend the book, Ethics of the Real, by Alenka. TLDR. Choose your morals and make them your master.
I think his language on trans people has at times been, like, pretty bad. Like, the ideas that he describes himself having might be largely fine, but sometimes... Ah! Stop! Whoa! Oh my god. Dude, we're actually getting fucking rolled. The great shell, it belongs to me. Oh. Ow! I need to stop double jumping over the shockwave. A single jump is sufficient. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we got some health back. Yeah. Ah! Fuck. Ah! Okay, we did better that time, though. We did better that time, except for at the very beginning, but we made up for it with some clever dream nail use. Fragile strength to be goated. No, that's okay. We're fine. Our damage isn't low. Ow. Oh, come on. Why I didn't hit? Real gamer. That's fine. We're only down 1 health, okay? Hoop. 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 Yes. Okay, that was pretty good. Nice. Back up to full. We have some soul in the bank. I thought it was Arnav over. It's over. I'm washed. No! No! We got him though. Don't we? Wait, wasn't that it? Yes. Okay. Alright, that could have gone worse. I could have embarrassed myself more. I never use quick slash much in my playthrough. Oh, quick slash borderline doubles your DPS. It's crazy how good it is. The only time quick slash isn't good is when the fight's openings are small enough that you can only ever really get one hit in at a time. In those cases, it's just a waste of a charm spot. Okay, how much do we need? We do need to beat the Dung Defender, I think. Okay, we can do that. We have time for that. We can beat the Dung Defender. The Dream Defender. The Dream... It's the White Defender or something? Yeah, because he was great. He was a once great and valiant knight of Hallinest. And this racist-ass game has all the great and valiant knights be white. Okay. How do I quickly get there? Royal Waterways. There's the poop. There's the poop right there. King Station down then through? You think? Would that be the best way? That's probably the best way. King Station down then through. Yeah. Okay. Chad, has he done Soul Tyrant? I have not done Soul Tyrant. Oh yeah, that's a bunch of free essence. Do you want Soul Tyrant more than Dung Defender? You can just as easily go there. Hit up the Dream Nail Lady? No, I'll go to her after I have enough. Do Poop Man? Alright, we're doing Poop Man. Soul Tyrant's probably... Soul Tyrant's definitely easier. Okay, do you know that the Dung Defender will get me enough essence? Does he give the same essence as the others? How much you at? Enough that doing False Knight again should get me there. Uh, 1454. White Defender gives 300. Oh, okay. They both give 300. Okay, then we'll do... Okay, we'll do The dunk. We'll do both. We'll do both. We'll do both. Why not? We'll do both. Where is he? Punch the floor under the big pipe with a switch. Punch the floor under the big pipe. Ground pound? I don't have enough soul. Also, it's not doing the rumbly thing. It's not indicating to me that that's an appropriate place to... Come on, where's an enemy? Where's an enemy? Okay, this is not faster than the other way. Oop, 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 stinky. Oop, stinky. That was faster. Poop, poop, poop. Poop. Poop! This guy is tough, right? Definitely harder than False Knight, because this was added in the DLC. Wait, like, this might be actually difficult. Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't know about this one, folks. I've been kind of warming up to this difficulty, not jumping right into it. Okay. Okay. Doma, doma. Okay. Didn't know he could do that. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Fine. We got a full heal off. Ow, it didn't matter for much in the long run. Okay, yep. It's all luck, never punished. He's probably at like 90% health right now. Don't hit me. What did I say? Oh, well that one's... Fuck. Oh. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh, it's all... my momentum! My momentum! He's mad. Oh. I feel like whether or not he hits me with that move is really inconsistent. Okay. Let me live. Yes! 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 Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come... Well. Oh. It's a shit show. It's a total shit show. Yes! Nice! I actually didn't expect to first try that. Total shit show, but I'm glad we got him. Sorry, buddy. He made poop recreations of his old friends. Good luck, man. Okay, now we're just going to do the Soul Master, which is a lot easier than that guy. And then after that, we can make a run at White Castle and pick up some sliders. Oh. Hey. No vegan option? You could eat the bread. Vegans love to complain as if bread isn't delicious, honestly. Sanctum is to your left? Son of a bitch, you're right. I'm just reflexively going back to the goddamn stag station. I think it'd be faster to access it from over there, though. From the storerooms. Multigrain bread is better. Or isn't? No, listen. Multigrain bread is delicious, and you're just a child. Once you've had actual bread, like fucking white bread does not taste that good. It's literally just a fucking gooey sugar ball. Seriously, like, it's not natural that store-bought loaves of bread, you roll it up, and you can get, like, a perfect shiny sphere. Well, that's American white bread? Yeah, and I'm American. What of it? Is there a right over here? Yeah, Wonder Bread sucks ass. It's not just Wonder Bread, it's just white bread in general. Pretty sure white bread is an American thing. I promise you that it's not. White bread exists in many countries. America's white bread might be uniquely sugary, though. That's probably true. Thoughts on Hawaiian sweetbread? Listen, the thing that makes white bread regular, like, store-bought PB&J white bread, the thing that makes it repellent to me is the fact that it's not marketed as dessert bread. It's marketed as bread. It's like, oh yeah, here's just some bread. Here's just regular bread. Like, no, this is a fucking dessert. You know? Hawaiian sweet rolls I'm okay with because they're marketed and used as that, you know? Like, if you're having a Hawaiian sweet roll, you're not thinking you're having the same thing as what European peasants were having fucking 400 years ago or whatever. You know you're having a dessert treat, a tasty little treat. But a lot of young people, you know, kids, they grow up and they just think of bread as a food group, you know? They're like, oh yeah, bread, this is bread, everyone eats bread, it's normal to eat bread. And they're eating this, like, insanely manufactured, unhealthy bullshit. There is good white bread, though? Yeah, of course there is. Like, sourdough and stuff. You missed Charm? We're gonna have to go back, you know. Alright, bucko. You have to let me hit you eventually. Fuck. Fuck. Oh. Doing a mix-up. Doing a mix-up. Where am I going next? Oh. Oh, thought he would do another. Fuck. Let's go. Go. Saying shit to me, man. Why did I have a memory of this being so difficult? Is it maybe because of the Godholm fight? Excuse me. Whoa. Ooh, that was clean. That's how I used to do it. That's how we did it back in the streets of Beverly Hills. Fuck. Not like that. I have disgraced the streets. Alright, round 2, buddy. I've already been through round poo, okay? You guys like that one? Or we're bringing jokes back. I've been told that I don't do jokes anymore. I just do wry, witty commentary. But I'm not British. I'm American, so we have to do jokes too. Hey, I disagree. Nice. Yeah, I remember that being harder. You're still missing 2 things from Soul Sanctum, Charm, and Upgrade. Well, I'm probably not going to use the upgrade, but I guess I'll take it. Might as well. I guess we're doing a 100% playthrough now. Ow. Okay. Down and out. Down and out. Pussy. Sorry. Can you... Can we... Why am I going down? Too much glazing gets you muted. I do hate over glazing. It does feel very insincere. I didn't even see what it was. I agree, Newts. Wait a second, Newts. The tier 2 subscription. The moderator badge. It couldn't be. No. It must be nothing. So goddamn useless in these games. Have you played 9 Souls? No, I have not. Honestly, the kind of game that I've been wanting to play lately has been like a sloth game. I've even been playing a couple of short idlers. I've been wanting to... I want to play some kind of like pixel RPG where I go into a dungeon and shoot fireballs and blow everything up, and then next time I go down, I have plus 9% fireball strength. Caves of Kut? No, no, not linear enough. Plus you can die. No, you just said you're just saying shit. Left and up? Up, up, up? There's no more up. Oh, I found an up. I found an up. Ow. Ever played Halls of Torment? Yep, 100%ed it. All achievements. Thank you. Thank you. See, I'm very good at video games. Ah! 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 I have neighbors now. I shouldn't do that. Oh my god. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. It'll endear you to them, I promise. Maybe you're right. It's kind of outside the sanctum. Look, I don't really give a shit about the fireball upgrade. I'm not using that shit. Go back to the entrance. Okay, 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 okay. As long as it doesn't take too long, okay? Because I want to go to the lady. I want to go to the lady so that I can get the thing so I can do the Path of Pain. Ah, fuck. I was hoping there'd be another one I could summon the elevator with so I wouldn't have to wait so long. Fuck. Nice. You want Shriek for Radiance? I only use my weapon. I only use the nail. I'm like that in Dark Souls too. Maybe just play like a Dragon Quest game? No, Dragon Quest is turn-based. I want the satisfaction of meaty combat. Honest to God, my, like... I think that everyone who cares about video games a lot has a game that is to them like the game. It's like the game that in their head that's always the fucking... It's always what they have going on in their head. It's the template against which everything else is compared. For me, that game is Diablo 2. Is it this way? I see you. Oh, wait, that just... Oh. It's up here. Oh. That's R6 Siege for me. Hey, listen. Buddy, you're out of your league. You're out of your league, man. I'm so over-leveled for this. I'm actually I'm surprised he survived this long. I've beaten the better version of you. That was the soul shitter. The soul sucker. Can I say sucker with an A? Or is that like... Is that AAVE? It is, but you can say it. Thank you, not the one known black person. Wait, Vosh, I thought you was black. TFRSB, there's no way you're black. You can't say was like that. I'm on to you. Yeah, don't you go, aw, hell no, posting around me. That one girl from Subway takes one like it. That's true. Guys, we're almost there. I think we will finish the base game today. I think that's my goal. And I'm going to move quickly in that direction. Now we need to go to the burial grounds. Where is this? Completely forgotten where they are. Resting grounds over here. Okay, yeah, there's a stag station right by. Resting grounds. Finishes and kill Radiance? Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard, right? All we have to do is get the 2 halves of the King Soul. We've already defeated the 3 Dreamers. Then we go over to the big black egg and dip our balls in soy sauce and rub them up. Like, Radiance isn't any more difficult than Dream Dung Beetle. Damn, so all of White Palace too? I mean, let's try. Let's try. Doom. Ah, well, that would have been nice to have. Yummers. Awaken Dream Nail! Yippee! Awoken. Go to Sly's shop? No, we gotta go to the guy! You're always trying to distract me. Was he at the beginning yesterday? No, I was at the beginning of this stream, actually. This is all like 2 hours of progress. I still don't know what the Radiance is. Is it a cosmic entity or just a bug? Radiance is a god. It's a god that like manifests as a kind of blobby orange fungal contagion. And right now the god entity of Radiance is contained within the Hollow Knight. Though it's been leaking for quite some time. Radiance equals rot? No, not really. If anything, kind of the opposite, right? Because everything that's succumbed to the radiance... Yeah, the radiance is the sun. Things that are bound by the radiance are kind of like transfixed by a light that they can see. Got your ass. Hey, why are you void on the inside? Wait, how many void creatures did the king produce? Like a whole ton? Hmm. Fuck. It's not from the king, they're like robots? Okay. Well, on the king's orders. I don't remember how many, I don't remember how much, like, shit there is in the White Palace. I don't even remember what I have to do here. I just know there's a platforming challenge. How difficult was that platforming challenge? Okay, wait. There's two platforming challenges, okay? One of them is the one from the base game, and then the second one is the Path of Pain. And the Path of Pain is from the DLC. The Path of Pain is quite difficult. I remember equipping specific charms for it. But the regular one isn't that bad. Oh god, I'm stuck. Oh. One Piece world building is dog shit. Why do the fans hype it up? Let me check how many times you've said that, out of curiosity. You said this verbatim a bit ago. All you're doing is shit-talking One Piece. Why? The world's greatest. Why? Why are you so desperate to hook this conversational subject? Aren't you interested in Hollow Knight? You know this is a very good game. Yum. Oh. Okay, we did the thing. And that opens this? No. Opinion on gun tubers? Don't think there's anything wrong with making YouTube videos about guns, but holy shit, gun-tuber culture is just like Fash Central, man. Like, genuinely, it's like the biggest fascist channels on YouTube, easily. Oh, okay. Dude, we're gonna fucking easy mode this shit, man. We're gonna easy mode this shit. My air game, Harry Potter 3 on the PC, great game. Harry Potter 3, that's an interesting one. I don't know if I know that one. Back when Harry Potter was woke. You're not real. You're not real. Interesting. Okay, we have to use our shadow dash. The shadow dash did not work.
She hollow on my night till I silk for her song.
I don't know if that works. I don't know if the concepts are similar enough. Yeah, I only know of a few good gun tubers who I could, who I could speak positively of. And even then, I don't really remember them. Not a great space. Okay, so if I can't shadow dash through, what the hell do I do? Oh, I see. I see. Easy. 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 Okay. Easy. Oh. Easy. Wait, hold it. Fuck. Listen, I've played Super Meat Boy, okay? This shit ain't nothing to me, alright? No! This shit ain't... Gotta dash through there, can't jump. Okay, that was a little embarrassing, I'll admit. Oh, so would that be. That would also be. I remember this. Okay, we want to go over. Like that. Fuck! I thought we could clear it. Okay, it's fine. We have a template. We have a template. We don't have a template. We don't have a template. It's all over. We're 2 mistakes away from annihilation. Ooh. Can't you pogo off them? That's not honorable. That's way easier. Easy. Thank you. Oh, I thought these were infinite. I guess that's only on the path of pain. Woohoo! Woohoo! Maybe a quick grub song plus deep focus. Maybe don't be annoying. Maybe I've got this. Maybe I'm better than you. Maybe your skills are nothing compared to my own. Maybe I don't plan for failure. Yeah, I don't like that one at all. I don't really have a good mental idea of what a dash length is. Something like this? No, farther. A dash length is greater than the space the next. I have to jump 2 here. I did it too quickly. What if you walked? No, that doesn't work. The developers don't want you to walk there. They don't believe in that. Thanks for getting me killed, though. Where was I again? It was, I think? No, no, definitely not. No chance. Cool. Walk works, you just fucked up? No, I don't think that's possible. There's simply no way. Go in beast mode. Go in beast mode. Go in beast mode. Go in beast mode. Oh my god. I will vote. All right. Why are there 2 paths? Oh, wait, never mind, I'm stupid. Don't get that stuck in my head again, please. It is pretty... It is a pretty effective bit of political propaganda. I see it, I see it. Fuck. How the hell do I do this one? What's the math here? Dash down. Okay. Elementary. Okay. Oh. Oh. Too fast. Obviously. I knew that wasn't enough. Pogo? Pogoing won't solve the timing problem there, my friend. The problem is that my heart's not pure. I don't believe in myself enough. If I was pure of heart and believed in myself like a true shonen protagonist, then we wouldn't be having this issue. See, and as soon as I recognize the problem... Easy. I want to go up, right? Not down? Yeah, I want to go up. Okay. So, dash through. What are we doing here? Can you bounce on these? You can, okay. Okay, yeah, you can. Dash through pogo. Dash through pogo. Dash through pogo. Okay. Yay!
Vapanada, Movadis.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Nice! Papanada. Fuck you. Got their asses. Yeah, it's pretty good. That was clean. I'm pretty happy with that. Wait, is this the part where they drop me in the middle of the two guys who... No, okay, that's after the next platforming segment. That's when I get booty blasted. Are those guys infected too? Well, they're not real. We're in a dream. Between two guys booty blasted? Oh, they get you. They get you deep. They fill you up. Woo! Nice try. Oh! Oh, I didn't know! Ah! Easy. Luck, never punished.
This shit is BAPANADA. BAPANADA.
Ba-ba-nada. Oh, baby! Oh, shit! White boy got moves. Papanada. Wait, right or left? It's over here. Nothing's over here. Okay, that answers the question. Down? Yeah, down. Hoo-hoo. Ooh. 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 Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. Oh, oh, oh. What kind of drugs? Yeah, I'm high on life, buddy. I'm high on life and gamer juice. Which is a Schedule 1 controlled substance. Up, right? Up that way? Yeah, up that way. This one is definitely easier than the other path. The other path was, the other path is the trauma that I remember. This is relatively peaceful. Only millennials say they're high on life. Guilty as charged. Millennials might say it the most, but for Gen Z, it's actually true the most because they use alcohol and marijuana less than other generations. Or at least alcohol. Ah, it goes all the way down. Dang. We don't have money. I think you guys smoke weed more... Ow. You guys smoke weed more often, but you drink alcohol less. Because alcohol is typically a social drug, and weed isn't. Am I right to be going down this way? I'm not, like, being stupid, right? Okay, yeah, I'm correct. We're knocking out the White Palace pretty quick. In my opinion. And after we're done with this, we get to go fight the 2 final bosses. Oh, whoops. Na 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 na. But that's the Radiant song. You're wrong, Vosh. Gen Z doesn't drink because they're aware alcohol is a poison. Okay, One Piece hater. That's because none of you guys are getting pussy. Come on. You're all vaping lead. It's not my body is a temple shit. You're just not in proximity to parties. Ooh! Fuck. Kinda knew that was gonna happen. Had a feeling. Damn. Okay. Let's not bounce ahead so quick. Let's not bounce and moan on it so quickly we don't know where we're going. Wait, would jumping up there just skip a bunch of content? Like, am I supposed to go up and left, and then it drops down to up and right? Yeah, that is what it does. Okay, not really a bunch of content then. Some content. We're speedrunning. Eh. Ooh. Pretty fast, pretty speedy. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, but I can't hang on long enough. Unless. No. What if I, hold on. Wait, what if it goes up? No. Okay, wait. It goes down. Double jump. Wait, no. Okay, wait. It goes down. Comes back up. Little hop. Ah. How do you do this? You can spam super dash to stall. That's true.
Yes, let's drink during the most financially unstable part in history because we can afford to get drunk, and also let's drink the drug that causes 3 million deaths in 2019.
I don't know if you're aware, but the language that you've chosen to use comes across as defensive. I don't know if you're intending it to be that way, but it makes it seem like you interpreted what I said as like a personal attack against you, and that you are responding to it by defending the moral and the moral righteousness and the conscientiousness of you not drinking alcohol, as opposed to it being a party thing. To be clear, I don't drink, or very, very rarely, though in my case, that's because alcohol basically immediately makes me very sleepy. I don't think it's good to drink, you know, but like, even drinking semi-regularly probably isn't bad for your health, you know? Okay, why am I finding this so difficult? Am I thick? Oh wait, I know what to do. You guys were giving me tips on how to, like, stall on the wall. You should have just said, get good, and I would have been like, okay. It's inflammatory. Having your body inflamed all the time is horrible for your health, and drinking does that to people. Light drinking, light alcohol consumption is not, for most people, is probably not causing significant negative health effects. I don't recommend you drink. It just feels to me a little bit, it feels to me a little bit like you guys are having trouble on the pussy and parties front, and you're, rather than accepting that, you're turning it into a health issue. Because, like, the reason Gen Z isn't drinking as much is not health related. That's definitely not it. It could be money related. I think that's a fair angle.
Get good, Vosh. Get fucking good. Re.
I'm trying. I think I'm doing pretty good. Ooh. Fuck. Man, I'm gonna fucking die and go back to the bench. That's gonna suck. No! There's no way. There's no way. That's unfortunate. That's okay. We'll get back to that point pretty quickly. Oh, wait. Wrong way. Steel Soul over. Do Steel Soul runs end if you die here? Fuck. Yes? Damn, that's crazy. Well, if you're playing Steel Soul, you'll have Deep Focus plus Hive Charm on, so it's not... Fuck.
Just bought a Switch 2 in preparation for Silksong. Have to eat noodles for the next month. Ba pa na da.
I gotta get a Switch 2. I want to play Donkey Kong. I want to play the Donkey Kong game.
Vosh, this AI voice is doo-doo water. Although I hate AI, please look into better TTS voices like Tangia for TTS, since then chat can play with voices better.
Maybe. Yeah, I haven't changed the TTS voice in like a really long time. I do want it to sound like a robot, though, yeah. Fuck! What? Nice. Wait, can I bounce up there? Can I bounce and moan on it and get up there? Yo! Easy! Let's go! Speedrun strat. Ooh! Ooh! Whoop. My poor neighbors. Wow, Bosch is an expert on bouncing and moaning. Yeah, Jesus, maybe I should bot him. Oh, I had it! I had it right there! Huh? Uh-oh. Down to 2 health. Oh, fuck. I remember this. I just got a dash, right? Yeah, this one's dash and then a little more. How do I do that? Down. Okay. Okay. How do I do this one? Last one, you got a super dash? I don't think you have to super dash. I think you just walk forward under the path of the first 3. And then dash. Oh, dang. That's unfortunate. I feel like I really had that too. I wasn't lined up there. Should have super dashed? Yeah, I suppose so. Alright, at it again. We'll get back there quick. Oh, I forgot it went all the way down. Rip. Okay, so how was I doing it? It was when it goes up. That was not how I was doing it. I don't think that was the correct strategy at all. Ooh, slim. What is your opinion on the YouTuber Gatsu? I'm afraid I don't know who that is. Is that meant to be Gatsu, like phonetically the way Guts from Berserk is pronounced? Chat, who is Gatsu? This is the Path of Pain? No, the Path of Pain's a lot harder. Dang. As is so often the case with stuff like this, it's really just about momentum, you know? If you can keep the momentum going, you're in the clear. You can just zoom right through, but at the moment your confidence starts to slip. Seems nobody in chat knows who Gatsu is either. Balkan communist YouTuber? Oh, hold on. Wait, maybe that does sound familiar then. Balkans are always up to some wacky stuff. I love his content. Okay, we got fans. Really? Ooh, okay. No, he's Georgian? Oh, Caucasus then. People often mistake, or they mix up the Balkans and the Caucasus. I think probably because both regions have similar regional fractioning, post-Soviet, you know, it's a whole skibbity, it's a whole toilet. Damn. Really? Okay, I guess we're just doing one life then, huh? I guess we're just going beef mode. We weren't going beef mode there. Oh, there you go. There's a YouTuber who is leftish and hates Russia and hates oligarchs. As long as he hates Russia in the right kind of way, because I do hate it when people get super essentialist, you know? But no, I'm pretty sure I'm familiar now that I've had a description attached to the name. I'm pretty sure that I've heard of them. Not watch his content though, so I can't be of help there. Oh. All right, let's move this along, folks. We've been stalling for far too long. Ah! Yes, momentum. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the secret sauce. Look at that speed. Nope, nope, no, no. Okay, that's not right. There we go. Shoo! Fuck. You should watch me like his politics, so he does use Stalin as the main character, because Stalin is also Georgian. I know Stalin's Georgian. That's okay. Honestly, I've said honestly past the point you start to appreciate why Lenin just started shooting people like 50 times in the past year, so probably way more than 50, honestly. So, you know, I'm a little bit sympathetic to people being epic meme lords right now in these troubled times. Ah! Neighbors, 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 neighbors. Okay, fine. I'll try it your way. Oh, that was way easier than I thought it would be. Okay. Another! No! Think you're supposed to downspell? No, you can't do that because then you get caught by the next wave of them. Wait, isn't this where I get gangbanged by the two guys? Nope, you good? I'm thinking I dash so that there's minimal vertical momentum. Like I dash forward and then just let myself fall? Is that smart?
Hey, started following after a Biden hate video after the election. I only know the politics. Loving these game streams. Be free and do you boo.
I appreciate that. Actually, honestly, that means a lot. I really appreciate that. Okay, I wanna give it a try. Okay, yeah, you're right. We want vertical momentum. Yes, perfect. Yeah. Oh man, that had to be within a few frames of being the best time to start dropping down. Whew. All right. Thank you, that means a lot. I'd like to say, I think the positivity of your donation was what made that possible. I know I've said this before, but like, I've grown a lot as a person over the past 6 years in a lot of ways, personal and professional. And I think that my biggest moments of growth have almost always come, and I know that this is very, like a hackneyed thing to say. It's almost always come from the places that I didn't expect. The reason being that if it's from a place that I expect, I probably already have enough of a handle on that subject that nothing that it can present to me would be transformational enough to make me change my behavior. Like, I can learn from a book, but I go into that book expecting to learn. You know what I mean? I'm not saying books aren't useful. They're very useful. But I feel like all the big pivotal changes or the things that Barcelona being a good example, yeah. A lot of stuff personal with my partner. Getting into fashion to a large extent, you know? I obviously, a lot of it is just a, autistic special interest kind of thing, obviously, but also it's kind of branched out into a broader understanding of the relationship between a bunch of other stuff in my life, you know? Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at is that I think that the explicit political stuff covering the news or whatever else is important, but I think that it's only important if it's contextualized within a broader, I would guess, more lifestyle attitude towards self-improvement and gaining knowledge. There are a lot of people out there who are fans of mine who I know watch the political segments and have the right political beliefs. They believe the right things politically, more or less. But as a person, as an advocate, as an activist, or whatever, I think that they're incomplete. And that's not an attack against them. I think everyone's incomplete to a large extent. But it has to be informed by like a broader set of beliefs. You know, there's like a wider range of things to address, to approach. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's still... It's still a topic I'm a little, emotional on. Okay, we've opened up the shortcut, so even though we're likely to die soon, we have made it all the way over here. You can farm soul from those bugs? Oh, yeah, you're right, you can. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm alive. Oh, where am I going? Up there?
Just got back from a couple hours at the dog park. Thrilled to see you're still alive.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you had a great time. Hard not to at a dog park. You have become to an extent a completely different person over the course of your streaming career? Yeah, to be honest, I don't even like recognize myself back in 2019 that much. Oh wait, sorry, it's this way. Wait, where do I... Wait, where do I go to get back to the shortcut? Is it down or up? It's down, right? It's up? Oops. It's really this way? This is the path. I thought I unlocked a shortcut that allowed me to skip this. Just the last part? Okay, well the last part's the most difficult, so.
Asterisk 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 dog parks where the asterisk 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 are cat parks.
That's fair. Unfortunately, cat parks would probably be, like, horrible, right? Because all the cats would be screaming at each other and hissing and stuff. God, can we... The little delay before your second wing flap. Getting into this more, I'm half my goddamn health gone. Wait, you're back here? Yeah, I thought I didn't have to do this again. Okay. Alright. Aw. 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 Aw? Wait. What? Oh. Not doing too well here, mostly, I guess, because I'm a little disappointed that I have to go through this again.
Really glad to see you doing game streams again. Started eating better after your rice and beans rants. Even know how to use a spice or two now.
Nice! Makes a huge difference, huh? I'm trying to eat better. Been having a little bit of difficulty sticking to my diet with everything else going on. Nope. You are missing the shortcut? That's all it lets me skip? Damn, man. We are getting close to the end, though. You are skipping your shortcut. Okay, well, now you tell me. I'm gonna go and sit on the bench again. That's the reason why... That's the reason I didn't go back and farm the goddamn soul bugs to heal up the first time we made it to that new area, because I thought, oh, if I die at the bench, like, we'll just go right back here. What a fool I was. There we go. There we go. Momentum. Go fast, don't think. Go fast, don't think. Think a little. Think a little. Think a little. Think a little. Big brain, big brain, big brain, big brain. Think a little more than that. Yeah! Exact amount of thinking we needed right there. There, okay, yes, I see, I see. These guys are worth some soul, so we'll yum 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 them up. Not doing that again. Fuck that. Can you imagine having to do that, like, drop section again? Fuck that. I'm so glad we can skip that at least. We're just gonna get a little bit of easy soul here, okay? Just a little bit. Let's fill up. Fill her up. Yum, yum, yum. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Blubbing in the tub. Did Vosh forget Dreamnail gives soul? Yeah, in my mind, Dreamnail is basically like... Fuck. Dreamnail is basically like a spell, so I don't really think of it. So it's... Dash... Oh, easy. 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 Nail user brain rot. Yeah, that's why R1 spam in Dark Souls as well. It's been a few years. Does Vosh still debate? I debate chat every day. And I always lose. Who's got the sauce? It's me! Oh, why did I do that? Why did I saw an obstacle and I thought, like, time to stop. Whoosh. Boonk. That's the way up. What's over here? Yum yum. Don't need it, but I'll take it anyway. Yum yum. Bill and Jay?
0.
Thank you. That's not 0, that's 50. Thank you very much for the incredibly kind dono. Seriously, thank you very much. That's basically like a reward for beating the White Palace. Onward to Throne of Pain? No, well, hold on, no. Or we'll do Path of Pain later. I want to finish the vanilla game. And we're there. Now you gotta go to the Abyss and upgrade it. Ah, yes, I forgot. We have to go to the Abyss first. Which we're right on top of. We have to go down there and get schlorped by all of our dead siblings. Did you say Throne of Pain? Yeah, like my toilet when I've got hemorrhoids, am I right? You know there are people out there that have never gotten hemorrhoids? How fucked up is that? If I have, I didn't realize it? Yeah. How do you get them? Having a job where you sit at a computer in a chair, and then having hobbies where you sit in a computer at a chair, probably are contributing factors. Equip King Soul? Couldn't you have told me that, like, before I went all the way down here? So now I have to go back up?
Really loved sitting down with a cup of tea and watching this stream. It's nice and relaxing. I hope there is more like this to come in the future.
I'm enjoying it too. Really, I am. Fuck. It's really, it's really nice. Spell upgrade? I'm not using it anyway. Thank you. Oh, wait. That doesn't take me back to the home. You know what? Eat my dick and balls. Now you can teleport there? Yeah, but can I teleport out of there? Here, now I'm back here. Wait, is there not a bench here? Oh, it's past here. Right here. Guys, we're so close. So you could set a portal here? Yes. Bazinga. Upgrade spell, please, or my little heart will break. No, I've got stuff to do today. I want to beat the base game. We're gonna be running around doing King Troop shit anyway. You know? We're gonna come back. It takes like 3 seconds. You guys are so annoying. Do you think this game benefits from bosses not having HP bars? Yes, 100%. I don't think it would add anything to the game. The bosses do not have much health. You're not locked into these fights for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 minutes or whatever, you know? It's for the most part it's pretty short. I think it would just take me out of the moment a little bit to have a health bar pop up. We're going over here to the left because the fucking beta bitches in chat are really insane. Hello, Bagheera. Hello. Yeah. Hello, Stinky. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you sniffing? Oh, she's up to something. What are you doing? Oh, did you hear her meow? Did you hear her meow? Hey. What are you screaming about? What are you screaming about? She went under the bed. Runs in, screams at me, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Well played. I'm learning to harness the power of Bagheera. Have you had to, like, slowly befriend the new cats where they chill? I had to slowly befriend them, because I would go over to my to my partner's former place, like, lots and lots of times, you know, while dating them.
Vosh, have you played Super Metroid?
I think so. I think at some point I went, I should play a classic, and got a Super Metroid fucking port on my Nintendo Switch or something. I think I did. It was good. Guys, Kino approaching. Kino approaching. Kino approaching. Everyone get ready for Kino. See this, guys? All of these are the empty, desiccated husks of the shells that were created to form knights like us. Ow. Okay, let's not... Okay, let's not do anything embarrassing, okay? Can you slurp them? You cannot! You cannot slurp... The void creatures contain neither soul nor essence. What are the arcane eggs for again? Ow. 3,000 geo each? I think I have 3. Who would win, a Hollow Knight or Shovel Knight? Well, by the end of the game, so ideally by the end of this stream, we become a god. So I feel like it's gotta be... Well, okay, hold on. Hollow Knight, we're not playing as Hollow Knight. We're playing as the Knight. Hollow Knight is the next major entity that we kill. But Hollow Knight is still pretty sauced up, you know? But a 2-inch tall god? Possibly. Hello. Donk. Wiggle, wiggle. He's just like you, chat. He's just like me, chat. Wait. Way up? Way up? Way up? Uppers? Uppies? Oh, I'm stupid. Definitely not Bagheera. Fuck. They don't let you die in this part, if I remember correctly. Not that I've, like, tried to. But I thought that was pretty cool, because there's not really any gameplay benefit to you crying, dying. Fuck! When did I get so bad at video games, huh? That's Hollow Knight. Roll credits. So my understanding is that when you, the knight, return here, the void as an entity is like, you've made it this far, we're gonna goat you the fuck up, essentially. Because the void is just a pool of energy or something that is getting harnessed and used to make these automaton warriors. We come back here and the void is like, oh shit. I thought it was like self-actualization. People say you just dream-nailed yourself. Oh, you're right. That's totally what happened. You saw your reflection in the shiny egg that you were pulled from, and you dream-nail yourself, and you remember how you were born and why you were born. And that self-actualization, what, like, allows you to unlock the real power of the void? That's the gist of it? Now we're not being treated as, like, a hostile entity? See, they don't even hurt us now. I guess we can't really use the fucking Dream Gate to go back, because we need to talk to Hornet. Oh no, wait, Hornet's at the Temple of the Egg, right? Hornet's at the Temple of the Egg, not at the top of here, right? No, she's here, she's at the top? Okay, we have to talk to her then. She's at the top, bro, don't keep her waiting, bro. Gotta get that pussy. Fuck. Stop fighting! She's your sister? Yeah, but she's your sister in a bug way. Like how all fucking bees in a hive are from the queen. You can't possibly apply those same standards here. This is like a civilization of billions and billions of siblings. Also, even by those standards, it's pushing it because we're not, like, biologically conceived. We're, in essence, pulled from the void, informed in some way by the king and the queen, and given a shell. No, you were biologically conceived? Really? Wait, then how does the void get involved? Did they just take, like, the grub? Did they give birth to the grub and just dip it in void and pull it back out? The eggs were dropped in? Oh, okay. I assumed they were like harvesting raw void and then putting shells around them. So the grubs never formed fully? That kind of explains why all of us are tiny, right? That's why you're sexless and brainless? Yeah, and tiny. Like, look, we're a little tiny dude. Shouldn't you have run into her by now? Oh yeah, wait, where the fuck is she? Where's Hornet? My bad, Hornet's not there. She's at the egg. What the fuck? I could have warped out. I think you met her in the first visit? Yeah, this isn't the first time I've been to the Abyss. Epic troll. Reset your charms? Good point. Right, the Void Soul doesn't... Now part of its bearer and cannot be unequipped. Well, we'll take Wayward Compass off, I guess. What were we running? Quick Slash, obviously. Quick Focus. Is there any useful one pip? Not really. Nah, not really. Sprint Master? No. That would just fuck me up. I'm just gonna keep Wayward Compass. I'm just gonna stick to what I've been using. I'm just gonna stick to what I've been using, okay? It's been working for us. It's been working for us well. We don't need to fuck with it. Oh wait, wrong way. We need to go down like normally. Guys, we're here. We're at the end. We're at the end of the base game. We're getting the true ending too. Where are you going? Well, I haven't dropped down into the Forgotten Crossroads from the well once since the beginning of the game. This is literally the second time I've dropped down from there. Isn't Godseeker ending true ending? Okay, the true ending for the base game. Ooh. There is no true ending according to Team Cherry? Okay. The cool ending. Does Vosh not own the DLC? Yes, I own the DLC. And we'll do that when we do that. Hey, sis. Looking tall and sexed, canonically. I'm impressed, little ghost. You've burdened yourself with the fate of the world, yet you still stand strong. To break the dreamer's seals would alone be considered an impossible task, but to accept that void inside yourself that casts you is something rather exceptional. Is the knight sentient? My guess, my interpretation, is that the knight has been acting like a biological automaton up until he dream-nailed himself. And dream-nailing himself allowed him to unlock the void and gave him kind of like an overriding consciousness beyond just his programming. But everything up until that point, I think that he's just an exceptionally strong little automaton trying to free the civilization. All right. This, the Temple of the Black Egg, is where the Hollow Knight was entombed with the radiance sealed inside him. I hate the he-him pronouns, not gonna lie. Well, because he looks like a boy, because women have boobs and big hips, and the knight, Hollow Knight, is tall and strong, which is what men are. Word up. Yeah, women say Shaw. Yeah. Hey, fucking Aniki. Hey, big bro. Hold on. He watches you move around the room. Yep, look at him. Okay, I completely forget how to do this. Let's learn together. Fuck. Can't dash out of the... Interrupted my heal. Ah! Okay. Okay, he really does not want me to heal. Okay, right, can't do that. I can't run! I gotta dash through. I gotta dash through. Sorry, guy. This is why you shouldn't feel bad when you kill anything that has the radiance. Fuck you. I'm trying to free you, buddy. No! Hornet? Shaw! Get there! All right. Everything the Radiance does is double damage by the... Should've just waited. Shouldn't have done that. Ooh. Good. Fuck. Set myself up there. Up. It's us. It's our fucking boys. It's our boys. Okay, got lucky. Oh, rough. Extremely rough. Oh, and the placement. Oh, oh no! Oh, that was crazy. Damn. That was basically getting one-shotted there. That's too bad. I was actually pretty confident we had that. That was so good, though. It'll look even better on the rerun. That was, can't do that. Incredible combination of bad luck and extreme situational incompetence. Like what I'm demonstrating right now. See? Okay, give me an opening. I'll take it. Oh, he stops early if you jump over him? There we go. He's smart. I wonder how much of the intelligence left in him is the Radiance, you know? It can't be entirely the Radiance if he's trying to kill himself. Hey. It's just fighting skills? Nah, dude, he's trying to kill himself. He's been chained up here for a long time, and the moment we broke him free. And we're helping. The swords were hidden behind the beam. Oh! The mix-ups. Okay. Alright, come on, buddy. That's the wrong way. Time to heal. Heal! That's an owl? A moth, actually. Well, a god, actually. I love this song. Fuck you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, at least it's not double damage. That'll be, though. Okay. Little rough. Can we... Please? Okay. We need to stabilize. We're stabilizing. Fuck. Okay, good hits. Good hits. Don't snipe me. Oh, but what did I say, though? Okay. Which way? Can I heal? Oh no, we're stopping! Go, 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 my boys! I swear to God, I was fucking traumatized from all my True Radiance fighting, and I forgot that there wasn't, like, 2 more phases here. Teamwork does make the dream work. Such a good fucking game. I mean, everything that came after, the DLC content is great, but like the core fucking loop. Holy shit. Damn, I could have had him first try too. Oh well. Look, the objective of this was to get ready for Silksong, and I do feel like I'm ready for Silksong. Hey, Hornet. She's chill. It's cool. We're alive. We just broke the shell. That mask wasn't ours. See? It's our boys. The billions and billions of eggs that were dumped in the void to create little anti-radiance automatons. Is Silksong a direct sequel? I don't think we know. Incredibly, after like 7 years of development, I don't think we actually know whether it's a sequel or a prequel. Thank you to everyone say it. Thank you, Team Cherry. Good ass game, man. That might have taken me 3 days on stream now, but the first time I played, it was a goddamn wonderland, you know? Yeah, it doesn't make sense for it to be a prequel, though, because basically since birth, Hornet's been guarding Hallownest. Also, it would kind of suck if you were just fighting Radiance enemies again, you know? Like, in this game, it's not like... We're not doing, like, in-depth political intrigue here, right? Like, the threat to the Hallownest has been the Radiance. You know, if it was just a prequel, it would just be her fighting off the, you know, same shit, basically. I have a horrible feeling Silksong won't live up to the hype. Well, the hype is, like, apocalyptic. So, it can be amazing and still not live up to the hype, you know? But rarely for me, I actually have a lot of hope because Team Cherry never compromised on the principles that made them so good with Hollow Knight in the first place. They kept, like, 4 people on the team. They never communicated with their fans. They were just like, okay, we will make... You liked Hollow Knight? We will make it again. We will make second Hollow Knight. Wait 7 years. Like, fuck, okay, I trust the process. Alright, Bucko, can I skip this? No, I cannot. Like, right now we're just looking at Patreon backers, right? Because legitimately a tiny team of people made this. And they just took a really long time polishing it out. Did you read the article explaining how they were basically just having so much fun developing the game that it took forever, lol? Yeah. Great. King shit. This game's visually stunning. Hold on, because I still want to do the DLC content. Okay, and we haven't done the Gladiator Arena. So we have the Gladiatorial Arena. Okay. First of all, we have getting 2 more Paelor, because I want maximum damage, okay? And the mask pieces and stuff. We'll run through that. But I want the Pantheons. Yeah, the arena will be super easy. We're gonna do the Grim Troop, Nightmare King, and Zot. And are you gonna do all bindings? Fuck no! Are you insane? Pantheon of Hallownest, balls in a jumper cable, both hands tied behind your fucking back, feet dipped in molasses so it feels weird and it distracts you. Person's running a barber shaver right next to your ear so it always sounds like he's about to clip your ear, but he never actually does it. No, thank you.
Hello, Vosh. Is my name a familiar one? Maybe not, and perhaps that is best.
Chicano
I
Watts?
finally managed to donate again after a year, and just wanted to tell you that
Yeah, I remember your name. Fuck. You're really holding me onto it, you know that? After going through this game again, I'm pretty confident that I could do Steel Soul mode without that much trouble. With a little bit of prep work beforehand, like familiarizing myself with the bosses. Like I'd have another save doing the, Godholm. And making sure I have all the mask pieces and everything. I think I could do it. Oh, sure, but can you hit the 5-hour speedrun achievement? Ho ho ho! Buddy, 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 my friend, my buddy, my guy. You of little faith. How do you know I don't already have it? Do I already have it? Do I already have it? Yes, I do. Speedrun 2, 5%. Here. It's gonna look a little weird. Gotcha. Isn't there a speedrun 3? There's a speedrun 3? Those are my two big ones. It's that and Pantheon of Hollow Nest. Hello, River! Yeah, I've never done 112% or Steel Soul, and I don't know what these two hidden achievements are. L. All right, I gotta go, guys. I didn't expect to stream this long, but I'm very happy that I was able to... River, down, down, down by the river. Why are you so skittish? They're both so annoyed. Okay, you're more annoyed, so I'll let you go first. Bagheera, you're so chunky. You're so chunky. Ooh. Ooh.
Love the stream. Really happy to see you replaying HK. Sorry about the excessive backseating, but
Wiggly
to be
void.
fair,
Void creature.
no one told me off. Cheeky smiley face.
Axel and B, don't worry. I wasn't annoyed by you backseating at all. It's like, again, like I've played the game a bunch, you know. I was just trying to get through it quickly. Well, not get through it, but you know what I mean. All right, folks. I gotta go. You streamed for as long as Hassan today? Wow! So this is what it feels like to be in the big leagues. Is the next Hollow Knight stream going to be tomorrow? I do not know. I don't know. I can't really say. Happy to be here today. Happy to be here today myself and as well. All right. Game streams are fun? Yeah, video games are fun. All right. Thank you, everyone. Did Vosh go over the Adam Friedland video? Yeah, briefly, but only a bit of it. I love you all very much. Everyone take care, and I'll see you either tomorrow or the day after.